Games, Paris 2024.
With Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Welcome to day 4 here in Paris. GB men's hockey team coming to the end of their pool match against the Dutch. Sarah Orchard.
Number ones, and they have fired an absolute beauty to take the lead against Great Britain. It's now Netherlands 1, Great Britain 0, 13 minutes to play.
Will it be the last dance for Andy Murray after Sunday's great escape?
Match point Great Britain, forehand return from Murray. Daniel is in a bit of trouble and he's netted. And Andy Murray's professional tennis career is still very much alive.
Jack Draper on court at the moment for Britain against the American Taylor Fritz. It's 1-all there. In the BMX freestyle, Charlotte Worthington starts the defence of her gold. Conor McNamara.
At Place de la Concorde, right in the heart of the city, the BMX freestyle is loud colours, loud sounds as Charlotte Worthington prepares to impress the judges with her tricks and her skills, hoping to book a place in tomorrow's finals.
Simone Biles going for team gold with the US in the gymnastics later. And no triathlon at the moment. Dirty Water has postponed that today. The weather has also stopped the surfing in Tahiti. Here in Paris, the weather is glorious and temperatures could hit 35 degrees this afternoon. It's day 4 of the Olympics.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
So maybe not quite as hectic an afternoon sporting-wise as we had yesterday when we had so many medals being decided across cross-country cycling and the eventing, and we had the canoeing and kayaking as well. It's a little calmer today, lots of group matches and heats and qualifying, but we'll bring it all to you. Let's go back to the hockey first of all. Been a bit of a difficult start for Britain as a whole in the hockey, certainly for the women. Sarah Orchard and Helen Richardson-Walsh, gold medalists from Rio, are watching Britain's men against the Dutch, and they are losing, but the Dutch are the top seed, Sarah.
Yeah, that's right, Mark, and I have to say this has been an absolutely fantastic game from both sides. I mean, there is nothing that Great Britain can argue about when it comes to the Dutch goal, because Helen Richardson-Walsh, it was an absolute beaut, wasn't it?
Oh, it was an incredible finish from Wortelboer. The shot originally came in from Van Dam from the top of the D. Payne might be slightly disappointed, the GB goalkeeper, to not have cleared it, maybe a little bit of a narrower angle. It ended up going to the shoulders of the circle, and Wortelboer just took it on his backhand. It went like a rocket on Payne's near post. Nothing he could have done about that one.
Yeah, I think that might have been one of the goals of the games so far. But there's still 10 minutes on the clock here. And as I said, Great Britain's men, they are playing well. They're ranked second in the world based on England's ranking, of course, coming into this. And they still have opportunities. It has been end-to-end stuff, a delightful watch. And the men for Great Britain, they won their opening game against Spain. They've drawn against South Africa. It won't be a disaster if they lose this, because we've still got 2 more pool games to come. So it's Netherlands 1, Great Britain 0, 10 minutes on the clock.
But a bit like we've been talking about with the women over recent afternoons, Helen, most definitely not a disaster if they lose this, but already eyes on the other group and who you might get in quarterfinals onwards.
Yeah, definitely. I was just having a look at it myself, because I think finishing 1 or 2 in the pool is much better than finishing 3 or 4, because if you finish 1 or 2, you avoid probably Belgium and Australia. You're more likely to get India or Argentina, which would be a much easier prospect. Still challenging, still difficult, but a much easier prospect. So yeah, hopefully, still got nearly just under 10 minutes to go, get another one back.
Although I have to say, there is the part of me, Helen, that I'm desperate to see GB play Australia at some point in this Olympics, because they don't get on, and it's a brilliant watch when they do play each other.
The final would be a good one.
It would be. It would.
So at the moment they've got just under 10 minutes to go in that game. Britain 0, the Netherlands 1. We'll be back with Sarah and Helen for the closing stages of that. Right, to the BMX freestyle this afternoon. Britain have a defending Olympic champion here in Charlotte Worthington, won gold in Tokyo. Conor McNamara, what were your thoughts when you were asked to do this?
Well, I immediately turned my baseball cap backwards to have the peak out of the back. But as you well know, I am down with the kids, chappers, and I'm doing skateboarding as well. So clearly, this is my genre. This is great, chappers. I mean, and first up, what I'm so pleased about is you remember the grey skies and the rain at the weekend, and this is a sport to be done in the bright illumination of sunshine. It looks amazing. The sort of lavender, purple course. They've got these huge ramps that they get high up on to then swivel around and get momentum to spin back down. You see these somersaults, these 360s, they're twirling around. It's all about tricks, impressing the judges. You've 60 seconds to try and get as many tricks as possible, but mistakes are severely punished. So that balance between taking the risks but also making sure you reach the final. 12 riders in the preliminary stage today. That'll be whittled down to 9 for tomorrow. Now, we've already seen 6 of the riders in action. The highest score out of 100 we've seen so far is 87 or thereabouts. Charlotte Worthing, when she won in Tokyo, her score was 97.5, so she's capable, but whether, she's got to be a little bit cautious, I guess, is what's going to be interesting for this preliminary today. But she's up really soon.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to you in just a second. We'll bring Victoria Pendleton in as well, but the Dutch have just doubled their lead in the hockey. Sarah?
Yes, double Dutch, and this time the goal comes in by Van Dam and Helen Richardson-Walsh. Once again, it's a great goal. The Dutch are playing some lovely hockey.
Yeah, really nicely worked down the right-hand side. A ball coming into the top of the D for Hodemakers to kind of play it to the far post, and Van Dam's just played a nice tiny little deflection. Didn't get much on it, but didn't need to be much to get past Payne. Really not the response that we wanted to the Dutch first goal.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see what Great Britain do from here. Will they pull the keeper in these last 7 minutes or so? We're going to keep a close eye. It's only the pool stage. Great Britain 0, Netherlands 2.
Let's go back to the freestyle. So this works, Conor, then, similar to the diving, for example, or gymnastics. You've got 5 judges there who are marking the riders on a variety of categories.
Yeah, they want to see, the quality of the manoeuvres, but then the height that they try to gain. There's creativity. You get points for originality. And this is it, you're not sort of following the same track as everyone else. This is a stage. This is a course. You then apply your own routine to the course, and they only got to see it about 3 weeks ago for the first time. So, of course, they practice these tricks on other courses. They'll have their home venues, if you like. But the actual exact layout here is one that they've had to very quickly adapt their routine to fix. But what you see about it is there's no wasting time. As soon as they get going, they have 60 seconds. And Victoria, it is dazzling to watch how many tricks they fit into those 60 seconds.
It is indeed. Like, they have to put in as much of their own personal style as possible. But also, not only that, they have to have precision, because the judges will watch every trick in slow motion to make sure that their feet touch the pedals perfectly, that their hand grips are in position, that it is done with absolutely no mistake or misjudgment. They're really, really tight on mistakes.
And one of the things that stood out for me, chappers, is as Charlotte Worthington is about to start now, she's got a black Team GB shirt on, the red letters of Great Britain spelled out. You can see a gold chain dangling from her neck as she just adjusts her waist. She puts her gloved hands on the handlebars of the bike, and she gets ready to defend her gold crown. The big crowd here, there's a lot of Union Jacks, a lot of Team G support as Charlotte Worthington prepares to get her preliminary qualifier for tomorrow's final underway. She looks nervous, Victoria.
She does, but also it's going to be a very different environment. In Tokyo, obviously, hardly any spectators. She's gone in from a very high half pipe and gone straight over a spine doing a 360. So she is going to give her some tricks that we know she can land safely to make sure she gets plenty of score in this preliminary.
Big roar from the crowd as she swiveled around in the air and landed both tyres down onto the deck at the same time. A lot of precision here on where the hands are, and at times they take their hands completely off the handlebars, and it's how both hands come back on again onto those grips. These are the little things the judges look at, and they don't just provide their mark in real time here. You'll see after this routine is over, there'll be a bit of a delay because they watch back the slow motion replays to see in detail just how good these moves were.
That's it. They really scrutinise every element, and we can see Charlotte here trying to use as much of the park as possible, because using the different obstacles, the half pipe, the quarter pipe, the wall, the wedge, they have to use as much as possible to create more creativity points.
Closing seconds of the routine now as the buzzer goes and she propels herself up into the air and very gracefully spins around to a clean finish and waves to the crowd. So Charlotte Worthington from Manchester up and running at Paris 2024. And as I said, there'll be a little delay now while the judges look at the scores and see. So the best rank so far has been 87.83. The German Kim Muller only got 77. Anything up around 80 and above should be good enough for Charlotte Worthing. And remember, this is just the first of her 2 attempts at the course. It'll be the average of the 2 runs that we'll see whether she makes it through to tomorrow's final. Immediately she's in underneath an umbrella and taking a cold drink in the sweltering atmosphere at Place de la Concorde in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower. We're getting to see the slow motion replays, and really, Victoria, it's only in slow motion that you get to see the detail of the technique of what these BMX freestylers are doing.
Exactly, and that's why the score takes a little while, because the judges actually do watch all the moves in slow motion to just make sure that they're making them as accurately judged as possible.
So Mark, we just wait for the judges' scores to come through, and it's a pensive face that we can see on the close-up screen of the face of Charlotte Worthington, who is hoping she's done enough.
And we're waiting for those. And the key, I suppose, here, Victoria, is in both your runs to do enough to get through, yes, but maybe not reveal all of your hand or do anything that might cause you injury.
That's exactly it. During this preliminary, it's the average of 2 scores, and in the final, it's the best run of 2 runs. So you can really throw everything at it. And as we saw in the final in Tokyo, Charlotte didn't land the 360 backflip first time. She landed it on the second run, which absolutely skyrocketed her points straight into the gold medal position. So I think these runs have to be safe, they have to be controlled, they have to be enough moves in there to earn the score. But skills that you know you can land 100%. So it's got to be accurate, not too flamboyant. Save it for the final.
Have you ever given this a go?
No, but I have dropped in on a mini ramp once on a skateboard, and I must admit it was very, very scary. But on this course, it's like their mini ramp, quarter ramp.
The score is in 79.20, so it's not going to be in the top 5, but just outside it. Now remember, of the 12 riders, she's just got to finish inside the top 9 to go through to tomorrow's final. So it's not spectacular from Charlotte Worthington, but it should be enough. And she does, of course, get the second run to come shortly now as well.
Exactly,
yes.
And I think probably just getting used to the course, getting out there, feeling a crowd. She's probably she hasn't performed at Olympic Games in front of a crowd. Tokyo, it was silent, unfortunately. They didn't get that feel. A very different environment here. So I know she's got more to give, and I'm sure we'll qualify through.
A lot of athletes have talked about the crowds and the differences. I was talking to Adam Burgess last night, who took silver in the canoe slalom yesterday in the C1, and he was saying just how loud that crowd was there. We saw it with Tom Pidcock as well, as though there were a few boos there as he won gold in the cross country yesterday. Back to Conor and Victoria in a little while. Britain's men have pulled one back in the hockey, so let's take the last 3 minutes of this with Sarah Orchard and Helen Richardson-Walsh.
Thanks, Mark. It is hot at the hockey stadium and the pressure is rising. Netherlands 2, Great Britain 1. Netherlands, the best team on the planet. Great Britain, they're ranked number 2. And it was a wonderful goal to get one back by Lee Morton, the Scotsman. He actually plays his rugby at Amsterdam Hockey Club. So I think he got one there against a few people he knows very well out there, Helen Richardson-Walsh.
Yeah, Cownan did some really great work down the left-hand side, passing it to Morton, who was actually on the baseline. And he did a bit of trickery, a bit of twisting and tucking the ball back under himself to create just enough space to hit an absolute rocket past Pim and Black in goal for the Netherlands. Such a great finish, an absolute banger.
This has been a match of absolute pure quality from both sides. It's Netherlands who lead 2-1. Great Britain have pulled the keeper. Ollie Payne is off the field. And Netherlands have one less field play because they've still got a green card at the moment. So a minute left on that as a goal comes in by Schipperle. He goes just right to the bottom of the keeper's foot, so doesn't actually manage to connect over the line. It's still a Great Britain ball just outside of the 23. They managed to get it towards the near side. It goes into the feet of Nick Park. He sends it to a stick out to the other side. They're just building something here. Sanford sends it in. An appeal, and we've got a penalty corner for GB, Helen.
Yeah, great ball. Great patient play from Great Britain. They've got 2 extra players out there, so they have to make it count. Just transferring the ball nice and patiently, and then Sanford, slapping it really hard into the circle, hitting the Dutch foot for a penalty corner.
Okay, so remember the penalty corner. Someone injects it from the baseline, and then the other GB players will be rating round the outside of the D, whilst the Dutch players, 4 of them go and get the headgear on. They go and stand with the keeper inside of the goal, and they will rush out to try and defend their goal when the ball is injected by Great Britain. So we've got 1 minute and 47 seconds on the clock. Great Britain 1, Netherlands 2. Ball about to come in by Draper. The block comes in, waiting there, gets sent across. Big hit coming, it's a goal, it's an equaliser for GB.
Absolutely,
it's
brilliant goal.
again.
It is. The injection wasn't right. It actually came to the right-hand side of David Ames, who was supposed to be trapping it for the flicker. He had to trap it upright. He got the shot in. The rebound came out to Morton, who's absolutely nailed it past the left foot of Pearman Black. Brilliant finish.
What a match we have watched. Netherlands thought they were home and hosed at 2-0 up. Great Britain 2 goals in this final quarter, and they look as if they could go out and get another. There's still a minute out there. They are full of confidence, and this is the kind of hockey that this Great Britain men's side play under Paul Revington. It's all about confidence and going for it, Helen.
Well, and that's the thing. They never say die. I have to say, this group of players at the moment, they have the belief that they can, win a game from anywhere. And this is, even if they get the draw here, secure the draw, if they go on to win it, then fantastic. But this is going to do their confidence a world of good.
Now remember, it's rolling subs in hockey. We've got a minute and a half left, and GB have now put Ollie Payne, the goalkeeper, back onto the field. So they have got the normal number of field players back on now. So that risk that they took of having the extra field player, it has paid off, although it came from a penalty corner. It wasn't a field goal, but still, GB getting their tactics just right. Netherlands on the ball. They've taken it all the way back to the halfway line. 1 minute to go now. Great Britain 2, Netherlands 2. This is the 3rd match of Great Britain's men's campaign. They opened with a brilliant result against Spain, beating them 4-0. Then they drew with South Africa, which was a little bit of a surprise, but this was the real match in the group that everyone was looking forward to. They actually met in the European final last year. It was the Dutch who came away the champions. England at the time had to settle for the silver medal. Of course, it's GB here at the Olympics. 36 seconds left to go, and the whistle is going by the umpire. And sometimes hockey umpires do this, Helen, don't they, where they want something to be taken from an exact spot.
Yeah, they do. They do. But yeah, Great Britain have got the ball, and there's just under 20 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time in a hockey match for another goal.
Big aerial being put up by GB. It's inside of the Dutch circle, but it doesn't matter because they will get to clear, and I think it's going to end in a draw this. The clock is nearly gone. 5 seconds left to go. We have been really treated. All hockey fans have been treated in this fixture, but there we go. There's the hooter. The final score, Great Britain 2, Netherlands 2, and it all came for GB in that final quarter, and Helen Richardson-Walsh, GB will take so much confidence from that.
Oh, they will. They will. Actually, I think it was a really steady game. A good performance from both sides. The heat may have played its part. Both teams kind of coming to life a little bit in that last quarter. But yeah, the fact that they've come back from those 2 goals down will no doubt give them that confidence. They have so much belief amongst the team anyway, but that, doing it out on this stage against the #1 team in the world will just, nudge them a little bit closer.
Yeah, it really will. So it finishes at the Yves de Manoir Stadium, Great Britain 2, Netherlands 2. And just worth mentioning to you, Mark, we did have a temperature recording that came down from pitch side that said it was 40 degrees for the players out there. So we have had a heat protocol that has been ongoing throughout this fixture. They've had extended time between the quarters. They play on this pitch. Now, it's not a synthetic pitch. We can't call it that because it's this carbon zero turf that they're playing on. It's all about sustainability, but it is so hot down there, and it's going to impact a lot of different events across the games. It is hot in Paris today.
So, as you say, it's this carbon neutral surface. I think, is it something to do with sugar cane? Did I read?
80% sugar cane.
Does anybody know how that reacts in extreme heat?
I assume it's hot, Mark.
Yeah. should we get back onto subjects we may know a little bit more about? The Great Britain men is a squad, like the women, that's dominated by English players, but that's a Scot who saved them there, Helen.
Yeah, and actually...
The only Scot.
Yeah, the only Scot, and we've had a couple of Welsh scorers as well, so, as I say, it is a massive team effect out there. They really are. They have each other's backs, and it can be any single I think any person on this team can score, other than Ollie Payne. They all have that capability. They're such good hockey players, and also playing as a team as well.
That feels like a big result. That not just the fact that it's against the Dutch, but the way they came back.
Yeah, no, definitely. You're kind of thinking two goals down against the Dutch. Is difficult to come back from, but that's the thing. They don't stop. They don't give up. The heads didn't go down at all, and that is significant. I think for anybody who's played in these kind of competitions, and you see a team do that, you're kind of thinking, okay, this team believes, and that is significant when you're, if you go up against teams, that they're going to come back at you, and that's going to have an impact on them, but also their opposition as well.
So a good comeback for Britain there, and a good result for them in the men's hockey. Disappointment, though, in the men's tennis this afternoon. Jonathan Overend.
Yes, defeat in the last few moments for Jack Draper on court. Suzanne Longlon to Taylor Fritz. Now, Fritz, an established top player, world number 12, has been as high as 5. But there were opportunities for Draper in that match. He won the first set on a tie-break, and then the big moments were early in the second set when Draper had no less than 6 break points on the Fritz serve in one single game. Couldn't take any of those opportunities. Fritz ended up winning the set 6-3, and then thanks to a double break of serve and perhaps a little bit more endurance in the searing temperature as well, Fritz came through 6-2 in the final set. So Jack Draper is out of the men's singles.
You get a sense of the temperature there as well, don't you, Jonathan? I mean, the American Fritz's red shirt is absolutely stuck to his body there.
Yeah, they changed balls, new balls, after just 7 games of a tennis match. Well, Jack Draper changed his shirt as well. Just 7 games in, he needed a costume change. I mean, it's so hot. At the end of the first set, which was a long one, of course, went to a tie-break. Virtually the whole stadium emptied because this court, Suzanne Longlon, is very exposed to the elements, and I just think the spectators, probably for their own health more than anything, just needed to take a little bit of shelter. But Fritz, impressive performance that. I think Draper will feel like it's a match that got away.
I mean, one of the great things about tennis at the Olympics are the doubles partnerships you get, which you wouldn't normally get, would you, Jonathan? They wouldn't even consider it in Grand Slams, but both on mixed and in men's and women's doubles. So you get to see Nadal and Alcaraz again later, or Nadal-Caraz as we have to call them.
Yeah. And Fritz actually is playing mixed doubles with Coco Gauff. I mean, what a team. And as you say, I mean, it's just such a rare opportunity for these guys to give themselves another medal chance by playing with a compatriot. And then, of course, Murray and Evans will play again after their spectacular turnaround, winning 7 points in a row to win a match from 5 match points down. Never seen anything like that, really. I don't think Murray actually can remember if he's ever done that before, saving 5 consecutive match points. So, again, we have to say, like we did 48 hours ago, this could be the last day of Andy Murray's career, or perhaps it was a turning point. Maybe Sunday was a day when they actually said, right, well, that was our scare. That was our scare for the competition, and maybe they'll turn it on now and romp through and maybe win a medal. We shall see. They'll play a Belgian pair later, who on paper they should be beating. Tough conditions, though. This sun, I don't think, is going anywhere today.
They're experienced, though, aren't they, the Belgian pair?
They are, and they're a partnership as well, which is something in tennis which is hard to find among the singles players, because, as you say, they play so sporadically in terms of the singles players on the doubles tour. But when you get an established doubles team, as the Belgians are, there is that sort of camaraderie. There's the knowledge of all the moves, the strategic court position, and all that sort of thing. And Gilles and Vliegen will be hard to beat out here today, but hopefully Murray and Evans will be inspired by their comeback of 48 hours ago.
OK, Jonathan, thank you very much. More from Jonathan later on. Let's go back to the BMX freestyle. Conor McNamara.
And Charlotte Worthington, who's got work to do after a steady but unspectacular opening run at Place de la Concorde. There's riders from China, USA, Czech, Colombia, Switzerland, Germany and Australia all ahead of her on the leaderboard for the moment. But she does get one more run in the coming minutes now to push out the boat, Victoria Pendleton, to really go for this in a bid to reach tomorrow's final and to get to defend her gold medal from Tokyo.
It's been a tough heat, actually. There's a lot of really big hitters in the second heat. We've got Hannah Roberts of USA, who's definitely got some unfinished business, because she felt like Tokyo was her gold medal to win before Charlotte Worthington came out and absolutely stormed to success. So the second heat are scoring much higher overall in their first run. So we need to see Charlotte Worthington just show us what she can do, put a few more tricks out there in a second run.
Natalia Diem from Australia is going to be next up, and then it'll be Charlotte Worthington for her second run. You know, we mentioned that the first time around she pulled off 3 or 4 really spectacular tricks, but the standard overall, Victoria, has been very high. No one's had a shocker here. They've all put in decent runs.
They have indeed, and they've put a few sort of solid tricks down in their first run, but then they've managed to transition between the obstacles, which gains points, and make use of every single opportunity to even throw in a smaller scoring trick to just kind of total up as many as possible.
So to get into the final tomorrow, you've got to finish in the top 9 places of the 12 names on the leaderboard. 79.20 in her first run. She's going to need much, much higher second time out. And of course, whatever score she does get, we won't know immediately if that's going to be enough for Charlotte Worthington, because she needs to wait until the other riders have completed both of their runs, and then it's the average scores. But at the moment, Charlotte Worthington is in danger of finishing in that bottom 3 unless a big improvement comes. There's a woo in the background from Hannah Roberts. She's pleased with her opening run, the American.
She is pleased, and I think she put her arms in the air at the end of her run. She knew it was a good one. It's 91.80, so an absolutely massive score there.
Yeah, 91.80 is up there, and it is the best score that we have seen from anyone. So Hannah Roberts still stinging, still hurting from being pipped to the gold 3 years ago by Charlotte Worthington, shows that she means business here. So now they've all had at least one run, and it's going to come round again now for the second runs for the second half of the leaderboard. We've already had 6 riders do both of their runs, and the other 6 now getting ready to complete, and that's the group that Charlotte Worthington is in. Place de la Concorde in the sunshine, right in the heart of Paris, this urban sport atmosphere. The crowd very much enjoying what they're seeing, and Natalia Diem gets ready for her second run. Her first run was 81.66, better than Charlotte Worthington. And as I said, we haven't seen anyone have a big crash yet. They've been steady in their opening rounds. The skill level has been very, very high. And that's going to give a pressure to Charlotte Worthington. She will feel the urge to take on higher risks in order to impress the 5 judges.
And presumably, Victoria, she will have different things that she can do depending on where she was after her first run.
100%.
You would have thought, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just about sort of tempering the effort, not doing anything too risky, but just to do enough to get through. And I think perhaps underestimated a little bit what the other riders in her heat were going to deliver in the qualification round. So she can definitely put in some much higher scoring tricks, 100%. It's just about sort of reading the room a little bit.
When Hannah Roberts got silver in Tokyo behind Charlotte Worthington, she said, "I messed up in the moment. That's all it is. I just couldn't understand how I could focus so hard and not get gold." I think, as you both alluded to, she's come here to prove a point.
She has. She was incredibly disappointed. When you watch the footage, there was a camera that panned across to see Hannah Roberts and her expression when she realised that Charlotte Worthington had just blown the score out of the water. It was complete disappointment. Her head was hung low. It really hurt. It really hurt her.
Does Charlotte Worthington go next? after this
She does
Australian?
indeed. Yeah, she does
okay.
indeed.
So we'll sort of wait for her and take her second run with you two. But Victoria earlier, if you were listening, was talking about having a try on a skateboard and enjoying it. Yeah, and then another member of the Five Live team this afternoon then said that they had been on a skateboard and were a skateboarder, and that person is sitting next to me on my left. Would you like to guess, Connor?
Is it? See, I know the location of some people, so I'm trying to work out who's where with you. I mean, it's surely not Alistair Bruce Ball.
It's not Alistair Bruce Ball, although some may say it's as equally unlikely character, Steve Bunce.
Whoa!
Oh, I love that.
Is there anything that man hasn't done?
Let me just explain. It wasn't just that I quote skateboarded, but Victoria, you said that you dropped in on a BMX bike.
Well, on a skateboard. I dropped in on a mini ramp on a skateboard. That's the closest in a skate park I've ever been.
Well, the moment you said that, I saw a glaze in Chapper's eyes. He had no idea what dropped in meant. so the moment we went to the hockey, I said, Chappers, take your headset off. I said, in 2018, I was filming in California, which should be the start of all sentences, to be perfectly honest with you. And there was a skate park. There's an infinity skate park on the beach at Malibu. If you bend down, it looks like it's out to sea, like an infinity. Instead of an infinity swimming pool, it's an infinity skate park, and it's a beautiful. You can Google it, you can search it, whatever method you use. A beautiful half pipe. Now, I wanted to drop into that because I can skateboard. The problem was I was over 50. I had no headset, and the producer panicked like I've never seen before. So we didn't do it. However, we then sat around in the sun talking, and of course I managed to get a skateboard from someone, and after a couple of easy drop-ins, I did drop in on the vert wall on that park. Scared the life out of the producer, scared the life out of myself. I hadn't been on a skateboard for about 12 years. I'm never trying it again, because if I crash at that point, I'm in a bad way, Chappers.
You are.
So I've had to explain to Chappers what dropping in, and Victoria, you and I listen, I can sense it. I can sense it.
You could drop in together at some point. Is that the right phrase?
Yeah, we'll let you off of it.
Thank you.
Charlotte Worthington just about to get underway for her second run. Pressure is on, hoping to reach for glory once again. Gold medal already at home from Tokyo 3 years ago, but not a good score in her first run, and she needs to be virtually perfect here now. On a mission, Charlotte Worthington is underway as she spins up a quarter pipe, that sort of jump where you've got to go up and turn back on yourself, and you're trying to gain momentum to then propel in the sky. This is such a graceful sport, but it's high risk as she executes another few good maneuvers and keeping those handlebars straight in front of her, hands propelled out like wings as she soars through the air, and she's putting in the effort here, Victoria Pendleton, to impress the judges.
She is, and she's just on a can-can there over the spine. She's doing some different maneuvers in the first thing, but I still feel she hasn't attacked a really big trick yet. She's transitioning really well between the obstacles, which scores high points, but we're yet to see a move that's going to score really high. A backflip, a forward flip, we know she can do those. She can do a backflip 360. But as the seconds tick on, we haven't seen a big move yet. Is it going to be enough?
So she's literally into the final seconds now, and one more little maneuver to twirl around and land, and she raises her right hand of celebration. Is it going to be enough for Charlotte Worthington? You know, some of the female riders, they wear a full face mask, a protective shield that hovers in front of her face. She doesn't. She's obviously got protection at the top of her scalp, but you can see the expression on her face better than some of her competitors. And as we saw for the first run, it's that agonizing wait once again now as the judges peruse the slow motion replays. There is a hug from her coaches, and I wouldn't say they're beaming with smiles down there. This is going to be on the edge as to whether Charlotte Worthington is going to be good enough to progress.
It's going to be a tense few minutes here waiting for the scores to come in.
79.20 from her first run, but others have been up in the 90s, several up in the late 80s, and it's not just a steady run that Charlotte Worthington needs this to have been. She needs it to be high scoring to get up into the top 9 out of 12 that go through until the final. She did wave to the crowd with a smile at the end of the routine, but now when we see the camera close up at her face, little electric fan whirring in front of her underneath the dark umbrella, it's a face of concern. She closes her eyes, she nods her head. It's a face that suggests she's worried that it may not be enough. Now remember, you know, there's only 3 are going to be eliminated. So, just getting in that top 9 to get into tomorrow, and then the slate is wiped clean and you get 2 chances and you can really go again from scratch. But Charlotte Worthington waiting for the results of the crowd here at Place de la Concorde, and it's worse the second time than the first. It's 78.82. She's not been able to improve, and yes, we've got to wait for the 4 other riders to complete their second round, but this has got to be of huge concern now for Charlotte Worthington, who is right towards the bottom of the leaderboard for now.
Oh, I don't want to say. I think that it might be the end of the Olympics there for Charlotte Worthington. It's I don't even know what to say. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I know we can't preempt it because look, the other 3 could have catastrophes. They could crash. They could fall off. There's still a chance.
Yeah.
But she's almost in that area now where she needs others to fail dramatically.
It's you've just got to have a whole load of sympathy for her, because after she won gold at the Olympics, she then did have struggles and she found it hard to deal with the success, didn't she, Victoria? And actually then sort of lost her love for the sport as well, to the extent that she had anxiety attacks and couldn't even go down to her local BMX park to just ride around. So the battle that she's just had to get herself back here has been huge.
Exactly. I mean, do remember that she was pretty much plucked from obscurity when they decided to put the BMX freestyle into the Olympics. She was working as a chef. It was a hobby. And then suddenly she's in Tokyo, before you know it, and performing incredible tricks, but not in front of a huge stage. It was like a low-key Olympic experience because there was a lack of crowd and build-up and those sort of things. But then when she returned from Tokyo, suddenly a superstar, she said in interviews that she found it really hard to adapt to that limelight and really how much her life changed from being a humble chef to a superstar. Anxiety and all the kind of added pressures of being champion, and I can relate what that feels like. It's really fun on the way up, but once you're at the top, there's only one way to go, and it burdens you.
There's only one way to go, I suppose, in a couple of ways, really, because from the sporting side, you are there to then be got at, aren't you? You are the target.
You've got the target.
You are the target for everybody. So I'm guessing in any competition that you then go into, any kind of camaraderie maybe will slightly disappear.
Yeah.
So it completely changes the dynamic for you wherever you go.
Oh, it does. I tell you what, when you start out on any sporting field, in my humble experience, everyone's your best friend until you start winning as well, and then people just want you to fail, and it's difficult. It's a very difficult environment to have to sort of manage, and feelings you have to manage, and there is a lot of pressure being Olympic champion and being a reigning champion going into such a huge sporting stage as the Olympics is. It is a lot to manage. It takes a lot of time to manage, and not everybody has necessarily the confidence and the strength sometimes to deliver when the pressure is on every single time. And also, don't forget, this sport is very dangerous. You have a mistake, you have an injury, it could be really, really... it is considered one of the top most dangerous sports in the Olympics. The injuries are bad, and then you've got to try and get over and build your confidence after having every sort of mistake, and that is also an added bonus to how you sort of manage to prepare it for a competition like this. I don't know how they do it. I've got hats off to Charlotte and everything she's achieved.
I mean, you do this when you start out, don't you? Whether it's Charlotte this or with you in your career, you start out because you enjoy it, and then you're good at it, and then it becomes more and more competitive, and then you have your dreams, and it is, and then what you achieve is phenomenal and amazing, and you would not want any of your medals taken away because you did it for the love of cycling, didn't you? Rather than thinking that it was going to lead to success. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you do it. Absolutely. Yeah, you go in with a very pure idea of just wanting to be, or for me, I just wanted to be really good at something, like really, really good at something. That was all I wanted. To have a skill or to have, a talent and really be able to use it at the highest level. So that, and I feel very blessed and lucky for that. But you don't necessarily imagine what it's going to be like, all the added things that that change the way you live your life and how people perceive you and the stuff you get to do and the places you get to go and the pressure and the opinion also on your performance. There's a lot to consider, that perhaps when you're naively enjoying your sport at the beginning, you're like having a great time. It really, does make it a lot tougher.
There's more bad news
and also
for Charlotte Worthington, because Laurie Perez has completed her second run, 83.26 so is her average, so she knows there's 3 riders worse than her. There are now 6 of the 12 who are guaranteed to qualify, and there are 3 riders still to complete, so it looks really bad for Charlotte. She would need all 3 of those to have catastrophic rides, which frankly is not going to happen, with Hannah Roberts on 91 already for the first, with Yawen Deng of China over 90 as well. Unfortunately the bell is tolling for reigning Olympic champion Charlotte Worthington. The leaderboard is not being kind to her here.
Victoria, if I could also add that if you were a BMXer 15 years ago, there was nowhere you could go. You might go to the X Games, but there's no culture of fame and success. So, if you came into cycling any time in the last 25 years, in this golden quarter of a century that we've had, you're chasing some of the giants, people chasing you. There are 6-year-old girls that have got pictures of you on their bedroom wall. I'm assuming that 10 years ago there isn't a single 6-year-old girl anywhere, even in Peckham where BMX's roots are, that decided to become a BMX rider because of a certain BMX rider, because they didn't exist, Mark. They were just casual. They got together, whereas what she's had to deal with is all new. She's got no guidance.
It's very interesting, that whole development, when especially like an urban sport, street sport becomes a professional Olympic sport. It kind of changes. A lot of people didn't agree with certain sports coming into the Olympics. People thought BMX shouldn't be in the Olympics, skateboarding shouldn't be in the Olympics, because they felt that it would take away the nature and the purity of what the sport's supposed to be. It's supposed to be about community and really and delivering some incredible tricks and a kind of really supportive, kind of different kind of environment to how we perceive perhaps elite level sport, which is very precise. It's numbers bound. It's kind of, it's attitude. Everything's about it's so different. And I think the transition, as you say, from those kind of sports into this Olympic forum, I think it does take time, and it's really a different culture in many ways. I think a lot of people would probably find it very difficult to perform in both of those environments.
Victoria Pendleton and Conor McNamara are at the BMX freestyle. A gorgeous shot from that park at the moment on the screen, which has the Eiffel Tower in the background of it. It really is, like most venues here, it is an absolutely stunning venue. Even if you go to something like the table tennis, which may sound odd and it may just appear like any other arena inside, but they have 7,000 people who are watching the table tennis, and they are going berserk every session, particularly for the French table tennis players. Let's talk gymnastics next, particularly from the American perspective, with Nick McCarville, US reporter and presenter here at the Olympics. Although you were nodding along with our discussion about BMX and
well, I heard the Hannah Roberts shout out.
Yeah.
So I mean, Hannah's been, but I also was, we can connect it to the gym. You look at what Simone Biles has gone through it, and obviously women's gymnastics isn't a new phenomenon, but the way that these athletes have the success, and then there is so much pressure, and it's impossible to feel what they feel unless you're them. And, what wasn't talked about, I don't think enough, is that Simone, they built her up as the GOAT. The tour after Tokyo was called Gold Across America, the GOAT Tour. And then we know what happened in Tokyo. She's had to work her way back the last 3 years mentally to get to where she is tonight.
Who was behind that idea for that tour?
The structure.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly.
Would she have had a say? No, I meant how
would she have had a say?
Yeah.
Probably.
Simone Biles Promotions. I'm assuming that's on the backdrop.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but as you know, as Steve, that any athlete, particularly young athletes, are vulnerable from commercial vultures who will come in. And that's another thing after an Olympics. And depending on your sport and depending on the support around you, depending on the people around you, if you have an agent or if you don't have an agent, you are at the mercy of a lot of commercial people who want to make a buck out of you.
Make an awful lot out of you. And they're getting into, I mean, obviously my business is boxing, so, and your business, to a degree is football. these agents and people are getting into players at 11, 12, boxers at 13, 14, 15. If you're developing a gymnastics squad and you know that you might have another Simone Biles on your hands,
sure.
You're getting into her parents when she's 11, 12 and 13 and 14. It's warped. It just doesn't make sense.
As far as her performances here are concerned,
Very good.
She is flourishing.
Yeah, she actually had a calf injury that she tweaked. I mean, the calf injury has been around for a few weeks, but she tweaked it in the women's qualifying the other night, and I actually thought that was a good thing. I was sitting next to Scott Bregman, who's our main gymnastics reporter for Olympics, and I said, this is good. Talk about, looking at athletes and the way that their minds work. Sometimes it helps to have something to distract you from everything else going on. She had Ariana Grande and Lady Gaga and Tom Cruise and Jessica Chastain and John Legend and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah. Snoop. I think there's 5 Snoops in Paris. That's to be discussed a bit later on. In fact, I'm convinced there's 5 Snoops in Paris. I mean, one of them.
Wherever the story is, Snoop is there.
But what's interesting, after her first go the other day, when she tweaked it,
the calf.
she went back to. She came off whatever piece of apparatus it was. I didn't see that, but she went back to with all of her friends, her teammates, and they were really glum. They hit their jaws hit the floor. They were so concerned, and they strapped her up, I believe, for the next run.
Well, they always put tape on the ankles for floor. I don't know if they strapped her up specifically because of that injury. I just think overall it gave her a different distraction. We talk about pressure, these individual athletes. And Simone's 26 now. She's been through it. For her and the different processes that she's been through in her life, the high of Rio, becoming the GOAT, Tokyo and the downfall, that deafening silence in Tokyo. She just seemed at home in front of an arena where every single person is straining their neck and their phone to get a piece of Simone.
How are those team dynamics? I mean, that's another interesting thing at any Olympics. We had our British divers on yesterday, and if you're Tom Daley's partner in the diving, you're diving with someone that, Noel Williams at 22 is diving with someone that he's grown up watching.
Yep.
But so how is that dynamic with this absolute world? Well, she is a world superstar. She's one of the most famous. One of the most famous sportswomen in the world. One of the most famous athletes, full stop, in the world. How are the rest of the team with her? How is she with the rest of the team?
The dynamics are really good. And I think that's been huge walking in, as you've got Suni Lee, who's actually the reigning Olympic all-around champion. We kind of forget that because everyone's talking about Simone. But you've got them in their veteran stages, and then you've got Jordan Chiles, who trains every day in Houston with Simone. They're very close. And then you have Jade Carey as well. That's 4 veterans, 4 athletes who have been to an Olympics before. So actually the vibes are very good. Hesley Rivera, I don't think she's going to compete tonight. She's not on the start list. She's 16. But I think it's also Hesley's been an athlete that they've all kind of given the opportunity to guide this 16-year-old. The vibes are good.
I couldn't get my head around being a 16-year-old and then you're in the same team, on the same bus, eating the same food, in the same canteen, in the same lodgings as a girl that you've, I'm going to use the expression again, you've had pictures of her on your wall since you were old enough.
Hesley would have been 8 during Rio.
So you've been looking up to her since you went to gymnastics at 4, 5 or 6 or whenever this.
It's crazy.
And so she's had all that time. She's been idolising this girl for 14 years of her life. But then now she's with her.
But then not only that, you are then performing and having to do right for your country and win a goal, hopefully be part of a team that wins a goal for your country. But, you might finish on one apparatus and sort of look up and look round the room, and you see Ariana Grande watching you as well. I mean, there are so many things that must be going through these women's minds.
Yeah, but I think that and I'm not blowing smoke here. I think that the dynamics actually have really helped Simone in the whole situation, because Cecile Landy and Laurent, her 2 coaches, and they're French. So I think that's actually helped the dynamic in a lot of ways of just being in Paris. They're so comfortable in those surroundings. And Simone's done the work. She's done the work in therapy. She's done the work in the gym. She didn't have to come back to gymnastics. She made this choice. She's got all of the money in the world, like we were just talking about those commercial people making $1. Well, she's made a pretty good dollar herself. She wanted to do this. And I think it just feels like, for me, covering her the last few years, it just feels like she's taken the steps to reach this stage.
And the American TV audience is expected to be huge for this later, isn't it?
You mean for this or Snoop?
No, definitely.
Snoop and
Definitely.
Where's Snoop next?
Definitely.
He's 2 or 3.
It'll be bonkers. You know, the Olympics have had a huge bounce back on NBC.
Have they?
Yeah. In general, the numbers look really healthy versus Tokyo, and I think that, you know, you need athletes like Simone to come and deliver. We just saw Coco Gauff go out in the tennis, so that's hugely disappointing. In singles, she's still got the doubles, but yeah, the audience will be massive. Pretty much it feels like now, I know we're a little bit bigger of a country than the UK, but it feels like anywhere you go, you say Simone, people know who you're talking about.
Do you think there's an element, maybe there's an element, a bit more of an element of showbiz and celebrity around this US team at the moment, which helps contribute to the viewing figures back home? And we talk about Coco Gauff and Simone Biles and the celebrities who are out here watching, because they haven't been brilliant in the pool, for example. It's really well spread out, the medals in the pool.
Mm-hmm. I think that the gymnasts have embraced that, and I think that you can go back to Simone with that. And I think NBC has been targeted of we need Snoop, we need people like Kelly Clarkson, we need our Ariana Grandes, you need people who are going to bring everyone into the games to see how brilliant these athletes are. And honestly, it was an honor for Ariana Grande to be in the building with Simone the other night, to watch the brilliance of, we've become a celebrity culture, but I think it's really cool to see these athletes, they work day in and day out on their skill and their craft and to shine on the Olympic stage.
What's your Olympic experience been like so far?
I was in Beijing 2 years ago, and that was tough, right? I mean,
for the winter,
for COVID testing, and I covered the figure skating there, and it was so cool that the athletes got that platform. But listen, I was just telling Claire, go all around the city. I'm taking the metro. I'm a New Yorker, so any public transportation, I'm on it. And it's just been a joy to see. And really for the athletes, we're talking about the venues. The venues are insane. I went to fencing last night. The fencing venue is...
What a stunning... It's stunning.
Crazy. It's crazy. And I'm just sitting there sending emails and taking quotes and that kind of stuff. And I'm like, this fencing venue is outlandish. So it's been good.
It's a beautiful venue anyhow, the fencing venue. But the way they've dressed that with the, you may know more than me, what do they call the thing they fight on?
The piste.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So on the piste,
or the strip.
Oh, the strip. But then the stand.
Yeah.
Is
sloping stand.
The sloping stand, and the real steep banking. It's just this one huge stand.
Have you seen the athlete entrance at fencing?
How do they do that?
They bring them out on the palatial balcony, and they're standing there. They're
upstairs, and then bring them down.
Yes.
Oh,
it is absolute theater, and it's actually a window into what these events need to become. They're celebrities. They're heroes, superstars. It is so cool, and I think that they're paying attention to those details.
Absolutely. I can think of some 5 Live presenters here who'd like to come out on a palatial balcony every night. Lady Kelly. Where we go back to? Connor? Oh, Sarah. Sarah, the women's rugby.
Yeah, it's the last day of the Rugby Sevens at the Stade de France. Great Britain's women, they are out of any kind of medal contention, and their story's kind of gone from bad to worse today. They're in the placings matches now, and they've just lost to China 19-15. China ranked 12th in the world. They don't even play on the World Series. And GB could have won it. They just needed to get the ball off the field. They didn't do it. China snatched on the ball, managed to score a try right at the end there. And it's been a very difficult last 24 hours for Great Britain, we have to say. You might have seen on the BBC Sport website, we were told yesterday that one of the GB Sevens women, Amy Wilson-Hardy, she is being investigated by the British Olympic Association for an alleged racist message that was sent by her. It was from a screen grab from WhatsApp. She did actually play in the quarterfinals last night, but we've had an updated VOA statement today that says that Amy Wilson-Hardy was withdrawn on medical grounds from the Sevens today. She was replaced by Abby Burton. So yeah, it has all been happening for Great Britain's women, and sadly we're not talking about what they're doing on the rugby pitch.
No, and so you've explained that side of things. Just from the on the pitch side of things, I know this is how rugby sevens work, Zara, and they go all the way down to 11th v 12th and so on and so forth. it does seem slightly unnecessary at an Olympics, doesn't it?
It does, but then you've got all of these people packed into a stadium, and if you think about it, they've got to be there and watch something, because the sevens players who are progressing through the competition, they do need downtime to rest between actual matches. So the placings matches actually serve to entertain the crowd.
Thank you, Sarah. Nick, as well, thank you for your company. Enjoy the gymnastics.
I'm going to try.
I bet you will.
I'll be on Ariana and Snoop watch, but go Simone. Let's see it.
Thanks,
you.
Nick McCarville, US reporter and presenter out here at the Olympics. Back to the BMX freestyle, and that disappointing news for Charlotte Worthington, I think, has been confirmed, Connor.
Yeah, I mean, she even knew before everyone had finished, because she was ninth overall with 4 riders still to go, and it means the defending champion is out. It will be so gutting, so disappointing for Charlotte Worthington. She doesn't get to go through to tomorrow's final, and it was a disappointing run. You know, it is a sport in which, you know, ambition, creativity, originality, all these things are rewarded, and it felt like a performance within herself, Victoria Pendleton, and that might be what stings the most of all.
Yeah, I just felt like we could have seen some bigger tricks, but you could see that maybe her heart wasn't in it in that second round, and we know she's had struggles, so heart goes out to Charlotte Worthington right now.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, she didn't execute the basics, they were all there, but in terms of taking on something spectacular, the sort of verve, flamboyance she showed in Tokyo, this was safe and steady rather than anything fancy.
It was, but not only that, the nature of women's sport and the tricks that they're performing have massively moved on in the last 4 years, so these women need to do more than they did last time. It's a rapidly improving level of performance in BMX freestyle, and I think, there's been some good people scoring high scores.
Yeah, well, so that's it, and it's all over for Team GB from a women's point of view. Kieran Riley will go in the men's qualifying event, which is coming up in around about half an hour's time. But, you know, this wonderful venue, great spectacle, great colour, great noise, and sadly there won't be a Team GB rider in the women's BMX freestyle final tomorrow.
Back later then for Kieran Riley's go on the men's side of things. Let's just move away from the Olympics and talk about the England men's cricket team, because Matthew Mott has left his role as white ball head coach. His assistant, Marcus Trescothick, is going to take over on an interim basis. Former England fast bowler Stephen Finn joins us. We thought this was coming, didn't we, Stephen?
Yeah, good afternoon, chappers. Yeah, it felt inevitable, really, that something was going to given the last 12 months of results that we've had, that big loss of the World Cup, their failure to defend their title in 2023 in India in that World Cup, and then getting knocked out in the semi-finals, albeit under strange circumstances, having only beaten one major team in their path on the way to that semi-final. So yeah, it felt as though something was going to give. The rumour mill has been churning for the last week or so, I think it's fair to say, and it's not really a surprise that it's ended up in Matthew Mott losing his job.
No, and I mean, there was a rumour mill around Jos Buttler as well, but he is staying on as captain at the moment.
Yes, at the moment, yeah, and I think that's the right thing to do. I think that you need to find the right foil, and I think of the best teams that I've played in over the course of my career, and the coach and the captain have this great relationship where they bounce off each other. They're slightly different personalities. I think maybe Matthew Mott and Jos Buttler struggle because they're both very nice people, and both, I think, convey the same message all the time. So I think maybe that's counted against them in the end, but Jos Buttler stays on for now, and I think that's the right decision.
You do realise that last bit means when they then appoint the successor, we'll all be thinking, whoa, I wonder if they're not a very nice person then. How does that... Actually, I look at the list of people who have been linked, and I think in my experience of them all, they are all very nice people. But there are some really interesting names around, whether that's Trescothick because of that he's going to take over in the interim, but also his relationship with Jos, and they know each other well from Somerset days. But Flintoff is on there, Jonathan Trott is on there, Mike Hussey's been part of the England setup, Mr. Cricket himself. I think Owen Morgan has distanced himself from it. But there are plenty of intriguing names there. You could make a case for any of them.
You could. Trott's the one that I'm immediately drawn to there because he isn't scared of having those abrasive conversations with people. He's not scared of making big decisions, and I think that he would have a very clear plan about the way he wants this team to play. Him and Joss played together at the back end of Jonathan Trott's career. Joss was just coming back into the team. I think they could work well together. All of those people that you listed there do have positives about them. But given what Jonathan Trott did with Afghanistan, he's probably the person at the top of that list that I'd be most interested in.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Stephen Finn with us on Five Live Sports. So England's white ball team are looking for a new permanent head coach. Matthew Mott leaving today. Marcus Trescothick, his assistant, has been put in charge on an interim basis. Plenty to come from here in the Brasserie in the Paris sunshine. More sport on the way, canoeing and BMX freestyling, and Michael Johnson will join us live as well, all after Stuart Clarkson at just after 2.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. A third child, a 9-year-old girl, has now died following yesterday's knife attack in Southport. The other victims were 6 and 7. 5 more children and 2 adults are still in a critical condition in hospital. A 17-year-old boy remains in custody and will be questioned on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. This morning, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, and Southport's MP Patrick Hurley joined others in laying flowers near the site of the attack. It happened at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. In a post on Instagram, the singer has expressed her sympathy to the victims and their families. Also today, Anjem Chowdhury has been jailed for life with a minimum 28-year term. The extremist preacher was convicted last week of directing a terror organisation and encouraging support for it through online meetings. The Deputy Prime Minister has been setting out a plan for building 1.5 million homes over the next 5 years. Angela Rayner told the Commons the planning system would be overhauled and that the government would introduce mandatory housing targets for different areas. The Conservatives say that would remove power from local authorities. A new UK-wide compensation scheme has been announced for sub-postmasters whose convictions in the Horizon IT scandal have been overturned. They'll receive an immediate payment of £200,000 and can negotiate for more. The public inquiry into the 1998 Omagh bombing has opened. 29 people were killed by a real IRA bomb. In his opening comments, the inquiry chair, Lord Turnbull, said he would focus on what could have been done to prevent the attack. And an arrest warrant has been put out for Katie Price today after she failed to attend a court hearing relating to her bankruptcies. The judge said the former glamour model had received very clear warnings that she must attend the hearing after not responding to HMRC about her debts.
On BBC iPlayer.
Criminal types are always up to something.
The Outlaws.
We're burying a body for a murderer.
How do you dispose of a corpse?
Don't say that into your phone.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Welcome to Paris, day 4 here in the French capital. In the BMX freestyle, Charlotte Worthington has not made it through to tomorrow's final. Now it's the turn of the man, Conor McNamara.
Kieran Riley, the 23-year-old from Newcastle, the world champion from last year, hoping his routine and tricks on this spectacular BMX freestyle course is going to be impressive enough to book his place in tomorrow's final.
Britain through Adam Burgess won a silver at the canoe slalom yesterday. More medal hopes today, John Akers.
Yeah, after bronze from Kimberly Woods in the kayak and silver from Adam Burgess in the canoe, it's the turn of champion from Rio, Joe Clark, and the reigning world champion and silver medalist from Tokyo, Mallory Franklin, to go in the heats this afternoon.
At Roland Garros, Jack Draper is out of the singles. Andy Murray and Dan Evans go later in the doubles. Nathan Hales goes in the final of the men's trap shooting event. That's in the next hour. Simone Biles going for team gold with the USA in the gymnastics after 5 o'clock. And here in the cafe for the next 45 minutes or so, a special guest.
Harrison coming through strongly, but Johnson is way clear by 5 metres. It's Michael Johnson in 43.85 seconds. Michael Johnson successfully defends his Olympic crown.
This is 5 Live Sports and the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
So Michael Johnson with us very shortly here in Paris. First, let's go to a man who I'm talking to more than I am to my kids at the moment every afternoon, and that's John Akers.
It's another day on the white water at the Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium, which has been a happy hunting ground so far for GB paddlers. After bronze for Kimberly Woods in the kayak, silver for Adam Burgess, which was brilliant yesterday in the canoe. We've got Jo Clark then today, the champion from Rio, missed out controversially on qualification for the Tokyo Games, and Mallory Franklin, Britain's most experienced paddler. She's going in the heats this afternoon in the canoe. So really looking forward to watching both of those today in the heats. They'll get 2 runs and a first real look at the setup and the course as it is at the moment, these two.
And hopefully they'll feed off the success so far of Kimberly Woods and Adam Burgess. Adam Burgess saying to me last night just what a tight group they are.
You could see that when Adam Burgess and Kimberly Woods won their medals. They immediately went for photographs with the whole group. They train every day, live near each other, near Lee Valley, which was built for the 2012 games, of course. And yeah, they are very tight. And if one of them's going well, then who's to say that the rest of them aren't going well? That means they're training well together. They're in the same setup. They've got the same training regime. So they definitely would have taken lots and lots of confidence, I'm sure, from Kimberly and from Adam yesterday in the kayak and the canoe.
So we've been with the BMX freestyle this afternoon as well. Disappointment on the women's side of things. Kieran Riley, though, goes on the men's side of things in a little while. Conor McNamara?
Yeah, Kieran Riley, 23 years of age. Ever since he was a young kid, they've known that this guy is special. There is video footage of him landing a 720 when he was aged just 10. Now, a 720 is when you, in one jump, you do two 360-degree spins. He was doing that at the age of 10. 2 years ago, he sort of went viral on social media. He became the first rider in the world to pull off what they call a triple flare. Now, this is a trick. We're talking Simone Biles stuff here. This is 3 full backflips and a 180-degree rotation at the end. It is extremely difficult to pull off, but he became the first rider in the world to ever manage to do that. So there's a bit of hype about him. There's a bit of expectation. That said, there is a lot of quality as well. Anthony Jean-Jean will probably be one of his big rivals here, but Kieran Riley will be getting underway in the next 20 minutes or so to see if he can book his place in tomorrow's final. Same as the women's. There are 12 competitors in this preliminary, and 9 of them go through to tomorrow's final.
We will be back for that then in a little while. Michael Johnson in the brasserie with us this afternoon. Are we looking after you, okay?
I got my little fan. Yeah, I got my little fan, so, you know. Yeah, so as long as I got a fan, I'm good, man.
You sat down. I've been sat here sweating for an hour. You sit down and a little portable fan is given to you by one of the production team to keep yourself cool.
Hey, man, you know, you just let me know what you need. Let me know what you need.
I'm still not 100% sure they would get me that. Anyhow, good to see you. How has Paris been for you so far?
Busy. It's been busy. It's been good. It's been good. Yeah, did opening ceremony and it's been busy with lots of appearances and stuff since then.
We were talking beforehand to an American journalist and presenter who was with us, Nick McCarville, and just saying he was saying that back in the US, audiences are up for this Olympics already, which he thinks it might be something down to just the general atmosphere here coming through on the television back home.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, the last Olympics, obviously, Tokyo, no crowds, you know, people just weren't as excited about it. We were coming out of COVID. Rio, I think, you know, just, I don't know, it was a little bit weird. So I think there's been sort of an anticipation and desire to get back to, you know, sort of the excitement of the Olympics that, you know, that people traditionally have always had and that we haven't really seen since London 2012.
When, before the news as well, we had Charlotte Worthington for Team GB in the BMX freestyle, and she's gone out today, and she was the Olympic champion from Tokyo, but she'd been talking about how once she became Olympic champion, she didn't quite know how to deal with it. It was a real shock to her coming from the BMX side of things. When you got your first big successes, were you ready for it?
You know, I think I was in a bit of a different situation. I think when I, you know, after 96, things changed for me because that was a home Olympics and I made history at a home Olympics. That makes a big difference. Yeah. Had I done that anywhere else around the world, at the 96 Olympics, been in Barcelona, they were in '92 before, the year before, Sydney, which they were, after Atlanta. I don't think it would have had the impact on my life that it did, because it was a home Olympics for me. I had already, won multiple world championships by that time, but I still, it was still a very different situation. So was I ready for it? I wasn't ready for the type of celebrity, just sort of, on turbo boost that happened after Atlanta. But I think when you think about, in comparison to other athletes, I'm hearing that a lot. And I think part of it is that the nature of most Olympic sports is, you train, for 4 years, thinking about this one thing, and it consumes your entire life. And regardless, all of the other competitions are great, but they're not the Olympics. That's the one thing that you're sort of pointing to. It's the pinnacle. And then when it happens, where do you go from there? There is nowhere up to go, nowhere to go but down. And I think that some athletes find that difficult. They're not, when this preparation for the games has consumed your life, and then it happens, and afterwards you're sort of left with, all right, what do I do now?
Yeah. What do I do now, on top of being besieged by a whole load of people who want a piece of you?
I mean, that's a curse and a blessing.
Yeah.
I think different athletes will handle that differently, but I think it's that's one that you'd rather have it than not have it, I would think.
Yeah, well, yeah. As long as you're not exploited, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we also have to move away from this, sort of narrative that, especially when we're talking about adults. I mean, some athletes, excuse me, are very young when they win, and have Olympic success. But when we're talking about adult athletes, I would love to see us, with Olympic sports start to, for the IOC, for the Olympic movement, to start to put Olympic athletes on par with professional athletes, because otherwise, we're always just going to languish. And it's really difficult for Olympic athletes. I'm building a new professional track league now, Grand Slam track, just because of what I'm seeing in my own sport, because, you'll have millions of people, hundreds of millions of people watching these great athletes during this Olympic Games, and they'll love what they see, and then they want more, and there is no more until another 4 years. And then the athletes themselves as well are struggling in between the 4 years. The athletes are, having a difficult mental health, crisis, because, you trained for 4 years, it either happened, it either doesn't. Now you're like, what was that last 4 years of my life for, And then you have athletes who do have the success at the games, and then it's, all right, now I go back into obscurity for another 4 years. I mean, one of the things we're seeing here at this Olympics is the athletes, our own Olympic team, the U.S., they chose 2 athletes who are always in the spotlight as their flag bearers. Not the Olympic athletes who, have been toiling away and, never get a moment in the spotlight. So we were, even as Olympic athletes, sort of putting ourselves, because it was the athletes who voted on Coco Gauff and LeBron James as the flag bearers, because they're putting themselves second, like, let's put the most popular athlete out there, as opposed to themselves. So I want to see Olympic athletes, on par with, and not putting themselves second, and not allowing anyone else to put them second to athletes who are, in the more, professional sports.
Do you think that perception has grown over the years? You go back to the 90s and the Dream Team and so on and so forth. Did it feel like there were different tiers within the American Olympic teams?
There might have been tiers, but what I do remember is I was staying with the Dream Team, and those guys were all in awe of the Olympic athletes. And there was one thing they wanted to do: we want to go see track. We want to go see track. As far as they were concerned, these are the fast. They were just in awe. These are the fastest people in the world. I mean, those guys were in awe of me. I was in awe of them. We were peers. We were equals. And and I just don't know if that is still. I'm a little concerned that we may be going in a direction here where the Olympic athletes, sort of continue to, just sort of shrink into obscurity.
I find that so often when you deal with elite athletes, that they really want to know about other elite athletes and what they do and how they've got to where they're at and the level that they perform at, and they want to watch them, and they are as in awe of an elite athlete in another sport as we mere amateurs are in awe of all elite athletes.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember, I think it was 2016 Olympics in Rio. I was sitting at a table. It was Carl Lewis, Mark Spitz, and it was Nadia Comaneci and a couple of other folks, other Olympians. And we were all sitting there talking, and Carl and I were saying to Nadia and Mark, a gymnast and a diver, like, it wasn't Mark, so yeah, it was Mark Spitz, but it was also, I'm trying to remember the diver now, great diver, Greg Louganis. Greg Louganis. And we were saying, like, what's it like to be in a sport where, it's just not, it's so subjective. It's not just, hey, I crossed the finish line first. I know I won. I'm not going to be judged. What's it like? And it was just really interesting listening to their sort of mindset going into an Olympic competition where someone's going to judge you. And if you ask 5 different judges, they might have 5 different opinions on the performance, and you hope that you can get more of those on your side than not, which is just, I couldn't imagine.
For someone
that.
like you, that's just
that.
a crazy concept, isn't it?
Carl and I were both like, that's insane. That's just insane. It's all about, it's the mindset as well, not just the training, because the training is pretty similar, in terms of what it takes to be great as an athlete, but the mindset, from one sport to the other is very different. I remember the NBA basketball players, the Dream Team guys, asking me, man, what's it like to be in a sport where, like if we don't win a championship this year, we know we can come back and try again next year. It's like, man, you got to wait another 4 years. Yeah. And you're always, sort of in awe of the other, sort of athlete in their sport and their mindset.
Is it hard not to sit down with Greg Louganis and not talk to him about hitting his head? Is that something? Is that done? Is that kind of like, let's get this out of the way first, and then we'll move on to everything else?
Yeah, I think Greg's probably tired of talking about that story. I mean, he's talked about it. It's so much a part of it. It's an iconic moment. Yeah.
Goodness me. On to this Olympics then. With the athletics, how many days are we out from the athletics? Another 4
days. 4
days. Yeah. What do you hope from an athletics meeting at an Olympics?
The one thing you don't have to do with athletics at the Olympics is hope for anything. Right. It is the best athletes in the world, all at their best, because this is the one thing that they've been pointing towards and training for. It is the pinnacle, and that is just a recipe for dynamic, amazing competition. The jeopardy, the stakes, it is truly the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. It is, you will see an athlete who is heavily favored to win, fall down and not make it. And you will see an athlete that no one expected to win, even that athlete didn't expect to win, and all of a sudden they're Olympic champion.
Is it a healthy sport at the moment? You mentioned your plans for it, and this is the pinnacle of it, as you say. This is all eyes on it. This is every world-class athlete from around the world in one place. That's what you want more of, or need more of.
Yeah. So the global championship model for track is very healthy. And at the moment, the way that the sport is structured, that's all that matters, and that's all that really exists for the athlete. If you, as a track and field athlete, as a professional, and as one of the best athletes in the world, if you win all of the meets for 3 years, but you don't win or medal at a world championship, which takes place every 2 years, or an Olympic Games, which takes place every 4 years, you don't have a career. You're out of the sport. You can't make money. No one knows who you are. You get no notoriety. There is nothing for you. And that's a problem. So the global championship part of this sport, World Championships last year in Budapest, there'll be another one next year in Tokyo where the athletes are representing their countries. And there's about 2,500 athletes from around the world competing. You got relays. You got national interest. You have audiences because of that national interest. That's great. The problem is you look at any other thriving sport and where the athletes thrive, those sports have more than one opportunity every 4 years or every 2 years in order to go out and actually entertain fans and display their great athleticism. So with Grand Slam track, we've taken the model from the tennis Grand Slams, the 4 tennis Grand Slams, and golf with the 4 majors, where these are 4 tentpole events, premier level events, big prize money, high stakes, and jeopardy, and storytelling, which is all of the things that you have here at the Olympics, because it's a 16-day competition and we have the time to do that. The problem with most professional track meets is you've got so many different things going on, you got so many events, too many, and there isn't enough time to storytell, there isn't enough time to get all of the athletes in. So it's not an entertainment product for television and for fans, so there isn't very much money, so you can't even get the best of the best athletes there.
Is that why you have to focus on the track side of things for this?
Yeah, because, we don't have time within now you're talking about, and the thing is we're building this and we have the luxury of being able to build this today for today's audience. The problem with track and field is that it is a very traditional sport that's been the same way for a very long time, and you have a lot of with the federations running it, and again, they do a great job with the global championships, but outside of that, then they have a very difficult time changing things because federations are great at governance and rules and that sort of thing, but commercialization becomes a problem when you have over 200 member federations who all have a vote, and they don't want things to change because something that changes is going to affect them in a negative way. We're a private for-profit entity. We don't have to do that. So, we are building this sport based on what today's audience wants, and they don't want 3-4 hours of track meets. They want 2 hours. They want quick action. They want storytelling, and they want the stories to be told in full. We struggle when I'm commentating for BBC, and I've seen this for 22 years, we struggle to tell the story in field events because we have to show you one attempt. We can't show you all, 12 or so athletes and all of their attempts because that would take 2 hours. Well, in a 3 hour, for Grand Slam track, our television window is 2 hours. We would only get in one field event.
Yeah.
And it's just so it's really difficult. I've taken some criticism for that because I didn't include field events.
But modernising any sport, some sports will think they never need modernising, and I appreciate the people who think like that. But a lot, as you say, a lot of these sports were designed in the late 19th century or early 20th century, and we're now coming towards the mid 21st century. So to try and anybody who tries to do something to, in inverted commas, modernise a sport is going to be susceptible to criticism.
Yeah, and that's fine. Look, I love field events. I love track and field. And I think that, and again, in the global championships, it makes sense and it works. But one of the problems and one of the reasons why the sport has suffered so much outside of those championships is because we're trying to fit too many things in and they don't fit. You could argue that our sport, track and field, is 4 sports in one. It's very difficult to find a person today who's not a, diehard, track and field fan like I am and who's been a track and field fan for, 30 plus years. You won't find many of me who I'm happy to sit there and watch, the javelin and the triple jump and the 100 meters and the 10,000 meters. But today's fan is not they're not about that.
You mentioned you're taking inspiration from the golf and the tennis side of things and therefore the 4 majors that they have. Have you talked to a lot of sports on this? Because a lot of sports are doing similar soul searching in how they attract people for the future and eyeballs for the future, whether it's, cricket or rugby or golf with Liv and everything that's going on there. Have you found similar soulmates across a whole variety of sports?
Well, look, I was I've been in team ownership for many, many years. I was part of a group that bought the NBA Dallas Mavericks way back in the 1990s. And I saw then how the NBA, our organization, was constantly trying to figure out, how television viewing habits were changing, what was trending in the entertainment space, how people were consuming television, how they're consuming their sports, to make sure that we would remain relevant. Every thriving sport organization does that. We haven't done that in track, but now you have sports like, cricket, tennis, they have all been doing this. The change is not easy for those sort of legacy sports that have been around for a very long time because it's hard to make change. But they're all constantly looking to see what sort of changes need to be made based on the ever-changing media landscape and broadcast landscape that we see right now. And the advantage we have with Grand Slam Track is that we're a new entity and we're not subject to, we have a green field, we've got a green space where we can go in and we can build this for today's modern fan and for today's media landscape.
I suppose it will take time as well, won't it? Because golf majors and tennis majors have a history attached to them, and you can't just click your fingers and have history.
Absolutely, you can't. Not only can you not click your fingers and have history, you can't click your fingers and just immediately grow a huge audience for a sport and for a sports property. So that's going to take us some time, and we know that, and we're in this for the long haul. Our investors are in it for the long haul. We believe in it. We believe that this is an amazing sport, and people love it. People understand it. It's a simple sport to follow. And we don't, and one of the great things about this as well is we didn't have to, sort of create gimmicks in order for us to present the sport in a way that is compelling. It is compelling as it is, but you do have to modernize the way you present the sport and how you produce the sport to the public.
Are you still involved with the Dallas Mavericks?
No, we sold them.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we sold them.
When you owned them, did you ever forget they were playing? They have so many games in basketball. I mean, to follow it is actually quite maybe I'm just being a stupid Englishman. But to follow it is quite complicated.
No, you're exactly right. It's a different model. Basketball, hockey, and ice hockey. That is, in America, the big sports are Major League Baseball, NFL, NBA, and hockey. And hockey, baseball, and basketball, NBA, are a different model. If you look at any sports property, most sports properties, the three primary revenue streams are television, sponsorship, and event day revenue, so ticketing and that sort of thing. Ticketing is a big part, event day revenue is a big part of their business model. So the more games, the better, because people come to games. So everybody gets a chance to go to a game. You've compared it to the NFL, it's 16 regular season games, a much more compelling property for television because every game matters. Yeah, that's a different sort of situation, and it takes that sort of understanding of your business model and where you're going to sort of place your bet, and where you think your particular property fits, best. And so for us, television is primary for us.
I mean, I say this all the time with the NFL. They are unique in the fact that they still have a slightly less is more philosophy, and by having just that limited number of regular season games, they create a real kind of premium product, I suppose, that sells out because they're only going to have eight home games.
Yeah, but also the other thing that it does is there's real jeopardy and risk in every game. With 16 regular season games, or 17 now, I think they're trying to move 17. To 18. With that 17 regular season games, if a team loses 2 games in a row, you're already in jeopardy of not making the playoffs. So, and that's why, and the other advantage they have is the games are, every Sunday. It's every Sunday. So it's pretty compelling.
Michael Johnson is with us in the brasserie here. See, when Michael's here, I call it a brasserie. When Bunty's with me, I call it a calf. But here we are in the brasserie. Michael Johnson is with us. Not as much sport going on today, but we'll be back for the canoe. We'll be back for the BMX freestyling, and we're also for the first time on the afternoons going to the shooting with Shoujo Saka, because Team GB have a medal hope here. This is the men's shooting trap final. Nathan Hales is going. How does the final work, Shoujo?
Well, Nathan Hales from Kent qualified in second, so he came through out of 30 athletes, and there are 6 men in the final, Mark. So these 6 men are just being introduced at the shooting centre, which is in Châteauroux, about 3 hours or 180 miles south of Paris. Each shooter will take 25 shots, and then at the end of the 25, the guy who's at the bottom, so the shooter who is ranked 6th at that time, will be eliminated. Then they take 5 more shots, and another one is eliminated, and so on and so forth until you get to the last 2 shooters. And the 2 people who are the remaining will basically get 10 shots. And out of that we will get an eventual winner. If they are tied for the gold medal, then it's simply like a football penalty shootout. It is literally a sudden death shoot-off. The good thing for Nathan Hales, because he qualified in second out of all those 30 athletes and of the 6, if there is a tie through each of those series of eliminations, then he gets to remain, and the person who was ranked below him in qualification is eliminated instead. So let's see. We have not won a gold in shooting, Great Britain that is, since Pete Wilson in 2012 in the double trap. We did win bronze in this event in Tokyo, but it is Nathan Hales, who is a world record holder, by the way, in this event. He's got a real chance of a medal, certainly.
Shoujo, thank you very much. Women's Rugby Sevens has reached the semi-final stage. We're probably on course for a New Zealand-Australia final, unless the USA can do something about it in this semi-final, Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, thanks. In the Stade de France, it's New Zealand 0, USA 0. Still 5.5 minutes of the first half to play. New Zealand ranked best in the world at the moment. They're the reigning gold medalists from Tokyo. Watching this one with me is Kat Merchant, former GB7 specialist. And Kat, you have to say, the Black Ferns, they are something special when it comes to sevens.
Oh, they just look so dangerous. Every time they have the ball, they can score from anywhere. And USA have a big task ahead of them to try and upset them, but I can't see past that New Zealand-Australia final.
And of course, all of the cameras permanently are on Eleanor, the USA player, who is now the social media star, not just of women's sevens, but of rugby across the whole world. She now has more social media followers than Sia Khaleesi and Sonny Bill Williams. I'm sure even Michael Johnson might know who she is by now. She calls the Olympic Village the Olympic Villa as she tries to couple up, and but she's focusing on her rugby at the moment. It's 0-0 with 4.5 minutes to play. But as I say, that Alif Kelter is about to go over. The USA take the lead in the semi-final 5-0.
Thank you, Sarah and Kat. So we'll keep you up to date with that, of course, throughout the afternoon. The shooting is underway, so we'll go back to Shoujo about how Hales is doing in that. And we're not far off in the canoeing. Mallory Franklin going, are we, John Akers?
About a minute away from watching Mallory Franklin go in the canoeing. So we're just watching Pankova now from Slovakia, and she is quick down this course. Monica Doria of Andorra is the quickest so far in the first run of these heats in the canoe. So that's kneeling down, one paddle with a T-bar at the end, and they switch hands. It's not as quick as the kayak, but it's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. That's highly skilled, this discipline. Jessica Fox is the favourite again for this discipline. She's already won gold in the kayak, and she's going in the kayak cross looking for 3. But Mallory Franklin won a silver in Tokyo, and she is a world champion at Lee Valley last year. So we're about to see her now, and she is one of the favourites for a medal, despite not having the best year so far.
But the silver in Tokyo, the reigning world champion, I suppose, as we saw with the kayak, going up against Jessica Fox will be the hardest thing. But she's underway, John.
Beating Jessica Fox is going to be the thing to do for Mallory, because, you know, she's going to have to see Jessica Fox make mistakes, I think, because she's just got so much speed. So away goes Mallory Franklin then, her first look at the water in this Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium, although she did come here last year in a World Cup event and she did take a bronze, and she's really quick through that top section. So she's taken 4 seconds off Monica Doria, but she's made a real mess of gate 8 to gate 9, which is a downstream gate through a load of white water to an upstream gate. So she's lost all the time that she's made at the top, and she clipped gate 7 as well. So she's got a 2-second penalty, Mallory Franklin, here as she goes from gate 10 to gate 11. She has to duck underneath that one, then down into a stopper again, and a really nice tight turn round an upstream gate, puts the paddle into the water with the Union Jack on the end of the blade, this black canoe that she's in at the moment, to another upstream gate at 14, and then rides the white water into the fast moving water and down through 15 and 16. They are downstream gates. Across the water then, rides it, the canoe completely disappears underneath her, and to an upstream gate. Just having a look at this next split, and she is 2.87 seconds slower than Monica Doria of Andorra at the moment. So she should be fine with this run as long as she doesn't clip any more gates. It's quick enough as she's into the last upstream gate now, Mallory Franklin, and then down into the final 2, little duck round that one, and now put the power down and go for the line, Mallory Franklin, and she's across the line, and she's 3.44 seconds slower than Monica Doria. A little wave to the camera. She's third quickest on the first run of the heats. They get 2 goes at it, Mark, but that should be quick enough to see her through to the semi-finals. The 18 fastest after both runs qualify for the semis.
Is that they just take their best run?
They just take their best run. It's not a combination of the two, so that should be quick enough. She should be through to the semi-finals now, but she'll go and have another go on the water. The more practice they can get on this water, the better, because we saw that if you practice on it, like Guestin, the Frenchman yesterday, then you've got a real advantage.
Well, Guestin ended up with, nearly a 6-second advantage in winning the gold yesterday. But even Adam Burgess in the heats had a very good time, but he went again, didn't he, just to get used to the course?
Yeah, absolutely, just to get used to this water. And the crowd as well. They're just not used to being in front of a crowd this big. There are 12,000 fans. It is absolutely packed, and the noise that they make, and you can hear the bass in the background. There's music playing the whole time. They hype up the crowd. As soon as one paddler finishes, the next one comes out. We're watching Lilik, the German, go down at the moment, and she's 2.5 seconds quicker than Monica Doria, but she's then just clipped an upstream gate. And then we've got one more paddler after this, Sackova of the Czech Republic, and then Jessica Fox going last. It'll be interesting to see what kind of time she puts down.
We will be back just to tidy up all the classifications in a little while, and we're watching Nathan Hales in the shooting, and I've got an eye on the BMX freestyling and also the women's rugby 7 semi-final between New Zealand and the USA. You would expect it to be a New Zealand-Australia final, but you never know if the USA can upset things. Currently New Zealand 7, USA 5 as they approach the end of the first half. Michael Johnson is with us for another 15 minutes or so here in Paris. If we look at this Olympics meet then, and we talk about storytelling, is Noah Lyles a good story?
Noah Lyles is a great story. Noah is great entertainment. That men's 100 meters will be phenomenal. Typically I could probably tell you who I thought was going to win, and I'd probably be right more often than I would be wrong. This time I can't even tell you. There are 10 athletes who could medal, and probably 6 athletes, and only 8 can make the final.
Yeah.
Probably 6 that could win it. And the standard is very high.
That was going to be my next bit. Does that show a real strength in depth, or do you go the other way and go?
It's both. It's both. There's a lot of depth at the top end of the range right now in terms of time. So, contrary to what we saw 3 years ago in Tokyo in 2021, where the standard coming into the games wasn't that high, and then the 3 previous Olympics, we already knew who was going to win gold. It was just a matter of who's going to get silver or bronze.
Although that was still magical in its time, just to see what he could do, wasn't it?
Yes and no, because
you want competition.
You want competition is much more compelling for folks. So Bolt broke the world record in the first one of history, but then he didn't break the world record after that. And people, wanted him to always break a world record, which is unfair to him. Those are hard to do, and he ran 9.58. There was a little bit of, doubt, I think, in 2012. He wasn't, he didn't come into that one with the fastest time. So there was a little bit of like, oh, is he going to be, I could have told you, yes, he is going to, because he wasn't. Usain doesn't need to be 100% to win, and he wasn't 100% in 2012, and he wasn't 100% in 2016, and he still was able to win. But it's much more compelling for people when there are. The last couple of weeks on social media, just the whole, back and forth and arguing amongst fans over who's going to win this thing has just been, it's fantastic to see. And that's just the men's 100 meters. There are so many different races and events across this track and field at the Olympics that's going to just be amazing. It always is, but I think this is going to be one of the best we've seen in a while.
Well, we have so many events, don't we, that are either have a strength in depth and you're not sure, or we have a duel,
right,
and which gives us another storyline and will play out in a fascinating way.
Exactly. And what we're seeing on this time around on the men's side, it's more just the competitiveness where, any one of 5 or 6 people or 3 or 4 people could win the gold medal. That's the case in the 400-meter men's 400-meter hurdles. That's the case in the men's 400 meters where you got Matthew Hutton-Smith, who's in contention for gold. And then you got on the women's side, it's not quite the same, but you have these huge stars who are just, as you said, just absolute jewels, people you want to see, who you think can do something spectacular. But also, they've got a lot of pressure on them, and you're like, okay, can they deliver? So you got Sha'Carri Richardson. In the 100 meters, you've got Gabby Thomas and Sharika Jackson in the 200 meters. That one does have some competitiveness. But then you've got, the 400-meter hurdles with Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone, who keeps breaking the world record. You got Faith Kipyegon in the 1,500. It's going to be fantastic. You've got some great athletes out there. Mahuchik in the high jump, who just broke the world record, a long-standing world record. There's
pole vault.
Pole vault, yeah. You got the, that men's pole vault is not competitive.
No, but
you probably will see a world record,
But then that goes back to the other point about Bolt, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think on that, I think there is an excitement in seeing a world record, and so when Mondo Duplantis is that dominant, he's sort of he's still very interesting to watch because anytime he's out there, you're on world record watch.
Yeah. And there's something spectacular about track world records and the pace, but there's also something spectacular about somebody soaring, whatever it is, 7 meters into the air as well.
Absolutely, especially pole vault. Pole vault's a great event, and it's better when it's really, really competitive, which it's not right now. But it's also great when you've got a guy like Mondo who, the heights that he gets to, people are in awe of it because it's not like to be honest, something like long jump, as impressive as it is, it's very difficult for people to really understand how far they're jumping because you're so far away.
Yeah.
Whereas pole vault, doesn't matter how far away you are, it looks incredible. You just know that's like superhuman. That's the great thing about high jump. And so, we were talking about the field events earlier. I think that it's coming. I think a time is coming where the field events will be revolutionized and modernized. And I think that the key to that is going to be helping the viewer, whether they're in stadium or on television, see the true scale of what these athletes are doing. When you think about a 28, 29-foot long jump, it doesn't look that impressive, to be honest, when you see someone do it to the casual eye. But when you go down there and you mark off 29 feet, it's crazy. It's superhuman. It would be great if people could see it because I think they would appreciate it a lot more.
Did you ever try field events as a kid? Were you
long jump?
Did you?
Yeah. I did long jump as a kid. Yeah, I loved long jump. Yeah, it was fun.
Were you good at long jump?
I was good. Yeah, I was pretty good, but I was a better sprinter. And then this was early, and then it was kind of you need to choose your path, and sprinting was absolutely the path for me.
Let's just go back to the canoeing. John Akers.
Mallory Franklin has qualified 5th fastest so far. We think that'll be good enough after the first run of the canoe slalom, the C1. I think that will be good enough. She's got another run to come to try and better that. She lost some section between gates 6 and 7, so she'll be looking to make that transition a little bit better. Jessica Fox has just been, and she's qualified 2nd quickest. She has got 100.05. Sakova, the Czech, is out in front, 99.44, the only person to go under 100 seconds, with Maria Doria in 3rd and Pankova so far of Slovakia. She is 4th. So Mallory Franklin's probably done enough already, but we've got the second run to come, and Joe Clark in the K1. That's the kayak still to come in the heats.
Nathan Hale's going for a medal in the trap shooting. Shojo Osaka, how has he begun?
He has performed very well so far. We are through 12 series of shots for each of the 6 finalists, and Nathan Hales is one of just 3 shooters who are on 100% at the moment. So Nathan has hit 13 of 13 targets so far. There are 3 other shooters who have dropped targets along the way. So remember, we get to 25 shots, and then we will lose one of these 6 shooters depending on who is ranked bottom. So Nathan Hales at the moment 13 out of 13 and going really well.
New Zealand are pulling ahead a little bit in the rugby 7. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, they're working through the gears. It's New Zealand's women 19, USA 5. This, of course, the semi-finals. A win for either side. They're guaranteed a medal at these games because they're heading to the gold medal match later. New Zealand 19, USA 5. 3 tries for the New Zealanders. Watching alongside Kat Merchant, former England Sevens player, and Kat, I mean, it's gone from bad from worse for the USA because Portia Woodman-Whitcliffe is now on for New Zealand. She was the first woman to score 250 tries in the 7 series. She's a formidable player.
Oh, she's absolutely insane, both in 15s and in 7s. Like the try scoring rate that she has, and for anyone who hasn't seen clips of her, go and do it. There are so many. She's fast, but she's got footwork. She hands off. She hits really hard. She's an all-round player, and she said she's retiring after this Olympics as well. So it's her swan song. So to watch her go out and do what she does best.
Well, she's currently packing down. 2 minutes on the clock in this semi-final. New Zealand 19, USA 5.
Harris Sunshine for another 10 minutes. So when you were talking about Usain Bolt there and what was expected of him every time he ran in the Olympics, did you feel that that winning might not be enough for some people?
I did. I knew it was there. At the end of my career, I remember I was being criticized for not winning races by enough. And not winning races by as much as I used to. And I remember it started to bother me. And I remember one day I was at practice and I was kind of just complaining and moaning about it. And I remember my coach saying, "We just want to go home and not practice today." It was like, when did you start letting what other people think, affect, what you do? And I was like, all right. And I would stop feeling sorry for myself and just get on with it. I think, when you set that standard, and you set a very high standard, it's what people expect. But for me, I didn't feel the pressure of it because I always had, and that was the point my coach was making, I was always focused on what I wanted to do with my career and what goals I had for myself, and that was what motivated me.
Ahead of a race, did you ever worry about what other people may or may not be doing?
No. Ahead of a race, I was always only focused on what I could control, which is my race and how I'm going to actually run this race. It's the only thing I can control in this moment, and I absolutely need to be focused on the thing that I can control because nobody's giving you anything. So when you go out there, 8 people in the final, everybody wants to win, only one can win. Your best chance of winning is to run the best race you can, be ready to respond to what's happening in the race, and be ready to go out there and, make the decisions quickly and make the right ones throughout the race. And the best way to do that is to be absolutely focused on what you can control, which is how you run that race. So I was only thinking about and visualizing that race. Obviously, the moment comes, when, you're kind of in the call room or right before the race, and everybody's right there together and you see your competitor walk by and you're like, looks really good today. He looks quicker. You have to recognize that I'm thinking about something now that is not going to be helpful in this moment. Stop thinking about that, because even if he does look quicker, if he is quicker today, nothing I can do about that. So just focus back on the things that you can do something about.
Were you aware that all your competitors were no, maybe not all your competitors, but several competitors may be altering their plans to try and deal with you, or looking at you in a completely different way to how they're looking at everybody else? I mean, I was talking to you and Thomas not that long ago, and he was talking about how, he'd come in with a tactic for a race against you, and he was going to do this and he was going to do that, and by the end of it, you were still past him.
So, yeah, I heard that. Yeah. And I remember that race, and I do remember, so he was on my outside, and I was like, I may have been on my inside. If he was on my inside, it's even more ridiculous, because that means he came by me. And I remember, you have to know your competitors and what their race patterns typically are. And I knew what his race pattern typically was. And you have to be able to recognize people don't really truly, I think, appreciate what's happening during a sprint race. It's not just the gun goes off and everybody just takes off running and keep turning left and the first person wins. That is actually what happens, but it's more complex than that. Yeah. When you're running, you're actually trying to execute a race strategy. There are certain places on the track where you want to be in certain times, right? And you're assessing, okay, was I too slow or was I too fast? And then you're making decisions based on whether you were too slow or too fast, or whether you were right on. You don't have time to think about these decisions. You got to make that decision right quick. You're doing that constantly throughout the race because you've gone in with a strategy that you're trying to execute. You never get it perfect, so you're always making decisions based on, where you may have been a little bit off. In addition to that, you're having to watch all of your competitors, and you need to know who they are, and you're making decisions based on what they do. So in that situation, for example, I had to decide, am I going to change anything based on what Ewan is doing, because he's doing something today that he doesn't typically do. And is today the day when that's going to continue to work for him? And if so, that gap is getting a bit too much, too far for me. I need to close it. That may take me out of my race. I have to decide whether I'm going to do that. I decided that day, no, I'm not going to do that. He's not going to be able to keep doing that. He's not going to be able to keep holding that pace. He'll come back to me. That's a risk, but it worked out. He did come back to me. He wasn't able to keep doing it. He made a mistake.
Which is why I was talking to Steve Cram about this earlier this week, the Josh Kerr, Jakob Ingebrigtsen battle in the 1,500 metres and who has what plan. Steve said he thought that Ingebrigtsen could only run the race one way. That's the only way that he's going to be able to do it. But all of their sort of talking and sniping, and it all feeds into what will be a real interesting tactical battle.
Look, you can't mention Josh Kerr without talking about Grand Slam track. Because he's one of the first athletes we've signed to the league for that very reason. He's a racer. We want racers, and he's a racer. He can race from anywhere. He's not, Jakob's great at running fast times, but if the race happens to unfold in a different way, then that's sometimes when he starts to struggle. You hear Josh constantly talking. Last year, after he won the World Championship, he was already talking about, I know things that I need to do now to be ready for next year because I know what people are going to start doing. So that's the mark of a true racer. And but yeah, those guys, I think that rivalry is fantastic. I love it. It's what people want to see more of. The sort of talking back and forth is fantastic. They're both fantastic and great athletes and racers. I think that, Jakob, gets a little bit of criticism for, he runs fast times when there's rabbits, which is on the circuit, on the Diamond League. There are rabbits, and then in the Olympics there's no rabbit, and he seems to struggle. But he's such a great athlete that I think that, he's lost the last 2 world championships, to British guys, actually. Yeah. And he'll be aware of that, and that, I'm not running as well when there isn't rabbits, so I've got to learn how to race better. And so I don't think that he would have spent this last offseason just doing the same thing that he's always done. I think he would have been probably working on tactics in these races so that he can be better in that situation. So it'll be very interesting to see. And then, of course, I think Jakob's great because he's a showman. Yeah. So how much of what he says does he actually believe? I'm not sure. but he knows that it's great for drawing fans in, and I love that about him. I think he absolutely does believe he can win, but he says some things that you just wonder, okay, is he just saying that for effect? Josh is the complete opposite. If Josh says it, he believes it. He doesn't say anything for effect. He's just no nonsense, right? And he's not afraid to say, hey, yeah, this is what I'm going to do.
You will obviously know and sense the excitement that's around the British athletics team. There's, well, even if you're sat next to Denise and Jess and Gabby on the TV, and then just actually watching them and talking to them, there is a real excitement about this crop.
As there should be. I mean, you think about the years past, there's been a bit of a drought, you know, but it's been coming for a while. I mean, we've been talking about this at every championship. You're starting to see, we were seeing over the last few championships, you're seeing more British athletes in finals. And what the real marker was, I was seeing British athletes who were expected to be in the finals, and British athletes who were not expected to be in the finals, in the finals. What we were seeing kind of before these last several years, a few years, you were seeing British athletes who were supposed to be in the finals not making the finals, and that's a real problem. So it's been trending positively for a while, and now you've got Keely Hodgkinson, who is in pole position on that 800 meters. I mean, what she ran a couple of weeks ago at the London Diamond League was just phenomenal, not just by her standards, not just by British standards, just by the standard of the event in history, not this year. I mean, so that's just, I mean, she's in great position. So the 800 meters is hers to lose. And she's a smart competitor. So she's not, you know, the first thing people say, well, you know, oh, the pressure. She's a great pressure performer. So you don't have to worry too much about that. You know, you've got, you know, I think Matthew Hudson-Smith is in a great position. That 400 meters men, though, it's a high standard. The last few weeks it's gotten pretty hot. Quincy Hall, the American, is running really, really fast. Michael Norman, a world champion, very inconsistent, but when he gets it right, no one can beat him. And so it's just a matter of whether he gets it right or he gets it wrong. And he's like 50-50 on that. 50% of the time he gets it right, 50% of the time he gets it wrong. So that's a good one. You've got, I'd love to see KJT get on the podium. Yeah. Just, you know, you're just always on pins and needles for injuries for her. And I think that it's, you know, and as you get older as an athlete, it becomes even more difficult, and she's starting to get up there now. But she has the talent to be a medalist. So it's just a matter of, you know, how healthy she can remain over those 2 days. And then, of course, there's Josh. Josh is in great position. Josh Kerr's in great position. And then you got Molly Caudry.
Exactly.
She could win it. You know, certainly would be in for a medal. If she doesn't win it, if she doesn't medal, it's fine. She's so young. She's got another couple of, and she's shown a consistency that you typically don't see in a young athlete at this point, and she's shown that already. So, you know, whatever she does here, if she wins, I would say that, you know, if she medals, I would say that there's probably more medals for her in the future. And if she doesn't, there's still more medals for her in the future. So that's a great position for her to be in.
Thanks very much for being here for this hour. Can you get to go and see anything else before the athletics starts? You don't go and watch the Team USA and the gymnastics tonight?
I'm not gonna go tonight. I usually try to get to a couple of things, but you know, my schedule is pretty. I'm important, man.
I'm well aware. I am well aware. That's why you've had the little
to myself.
That's why you've had that fan for the last hour to yourself. Always lovely to have you with us. Thank you. We will talk during the athletics. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
Thank you, Michael Johnson, with us on 5 Live. Sarah Orchard, how are the women's rugby 7 semi-finals going?
Okay, we have our first team into the gold medal match. New Zealand, they will defend their gold medal from Tokyo. They beat the USA 24 points to 12. Watching this one alongside was Kat Merchant, former Great Britain and England Sevens player. And you have to say, New Zealand, I mean, they're defending their title. They look hot.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think they're 100% yet. They cruised a little bit in that game. They did enough to obviously get a convincing win, but there's more in the tank from them. They are set on that final and they know exactly what they want to do.
Okay, the next semi-final is on its way. It's Australia against Canada. I have seen someone in the crowd who is a Canadian fan who is wearing an ice hockey mask. I mean, they are living up to the stereotype, but I have to say, this is going to be a big task for the Canadians. They're going to need more than ice hockey masks, because these Australians, they absolutely stole the whole World Series away from the Black Ferns a little bit earlier this year. Everyone is expecting an Australia-New Zealand final, but we'll find out in 14 minutes.
We will. Boiling hot day here in Paris as well. Nathan Hales going for a medal in the trap shooting. Still going well, Shoujo?
He's in great position, Mark. Yeah, Nathan Hales, just with one miss so far. We are about to reach the first elimination point of this men's trap shooting final. And Nathan Hales with 24 hits out of 25. China's Qi Ying on just one miss, as well as Rikard Levin Andersson of Sweden. And we have just lost James Willett, the Australian shooter, who is the first person to be eliminated. But every shot here counts. So we've just gone through the first elimination phase, and we will lose another athlete after 5 more shots. So at the moment, Nathan Hales going extremely well.
Keeping eyes as well on Kieran Riley, who'll be going in the BMX freestyle. And also what is going on in the canoe as well. The women's C1, Mallory Franklin in that. Her first run was decent. We'll be back with John Akers for her second. Exactly 3 o'clock in the UK. Time for the latest news with Stuart Clarkson.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
3 children have now died as a result of yesterday's stabbing in Southport. Police say a 9-year-old girl passed away in hospital early this morning. She's been named in the past hour as Alice Aguiar, a Portuguese national whose parents were from Madeira. The other children who were killed were aged 6 and 7. Officers are still holding a 17-year-old boy arrested at the scene. Here's the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
I think it's just unimaginable what has happened, this devastating and horrific attack. And I think all of our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost, and the children who are injured. And it's really important that they get all the support they need.
Well, the attack happened at a Taylor Swift-themed summer holiday club. The singer says she's at a complete loss for how to ever convey her sympathies to the families affected. A fundraising appeal set up by Taylor Swift fans has now raised more than £100,000. Also today, Anjem Chowdhury, the radical preacher behind the UK's most dangerous terror group, has been jailed for life with a minimum term of 28 years. He was found guilty of directing the group and encouraging support for it through online meetings. And the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, has announced what she's called a radical plan for building 1.5 million homes over the next 5 years. She told the Commons there'd be mandatory housing targets for local areas and that the planning system will be changed. The Conservatives say the changes remove power from local authorities.
He is Brian Cox. Hello. And he understands science. I'm Robin Ince, and I don't understand it quite so much. Could it tell us something about the nature of matter?
No.
OK, good.
Together, we'll be joined by a collection of expert and non-expert guests.
What's going on?
Don't worry. Taking a look at some of the most wonderful things in the scientific world.
Science with funny bits. The Infinite Monkey Cage on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Day 4 of the Olympics here in Paris, and at the shooting, Britain's Nathan Hales is in gold medal contention. Shoujo Saka.
Nathan Hales from Rochester looking to become the first British shooter in 12 years to land Olympic gold. Right now he leads the men's trap final with the fewest misses so far. Soon the medals will be decided.
Conor McNamara is watching the BMX freestyle at Urban Park.
After disappointment earlier for reigning gold medal holder Charlotte Worthington eliminated before the final, attention now turns to the men's event, and the clock is counting down for Kieran Riley's opening routine, the 23-year-old from Newcastle, hoping to reach tomorrow's final.
It was an incredible day for GB's equestrian eventing team yesterday. Now we're on to the dressage. Sonia McLaughlin.
All eyes on the British team in the absence of Charlotte Dujardin. Can they get in the mix for medals, having been on the team podium at the last 3 Olympic Games? Qualifying for dressage finals underway at Versailles.
We'll talk basketball, boxing and dirty water in the next hour. I mean, if that doesn't keep you listening, I don't know what will. This is 5 Live.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Let's start by just going back to Shojo Osaka at the shooting. As I say, Nathan Hales is in gold medal contention. In fact, Shojo, at the moment, he's in gold medal position, isn't he? So how much longer have we got to go here? They're on 30 shots at the moment.
Yeah, so they are just taking their 30th round of shot. In fact, just finishing off number 29. I'm just looking at Derek Mine from the United States. He's just missed his last shot there. So Nathan Hales has made 28 out of 29 shots so far. When we reach the 30 round mark, the lowest ranked athlete at that point, which is a Guatemalan athlete, Cardenas, will be eliminated, and then we move to 35. Now, if Nathan Hales is still in the mix there, he will be guaranteed a bronze medal. If he gets to 40 and he's still one of the 2 remaining shooters left, effectively they keep going, and after they get 10 shots each, and so by that point the first 2 athletes, the last 2 athletes remaining I should say, will have taken 50 shots, and the person who scores the most will win. If they are tied, then it's simply a shoot-off. It's just like a penalty shootout in football, sudden death, penalty shootout. Let's hope we don't get to that stage and Nathan wraps it up before then. But at the moment, 29 out of 30, with just 1 miss so far. And yes, he is, as it stands, in gold medal position.
His 28 is Nathan Hales. This is his debut at the Olympics. Did win a silver at the World Championship in 2022 and a World Cup gold last season. So he has had some good results during his career, but this is his first Olympics. Back to the canoeing, John Akers.
We are into the K1, the men's K1. This is the first time we've had a look at some of these paddlers on the white water. So we are looking out for Joe Clark today. He's the champion, the Olympic champion from Rio. He's going 3rd last. 20 of the 24 will qualify from these heats, so it does ease them in somewhat, although missed 2 gates on the way down in both runs, and you're probably not going to qualify for the semi-final, so there is some jeopardy on it. We're going to see Priskovic, who is the Czech, the favourite, go last in this event, and leading so far is the Brazilian Conchalves, and he's thrown down 86 seconds, which is 3 seconds than Åström of Sweden so far. So we're watching the heats. They get 2 runs of the kayak, that's sitting down, paddle at each end, and Joe Clark is the big Great British medal hope.
So when you expect him to go, John?
We are expecting him. It's about, they've had to lower it. We've got some bad weather coming in at the Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium, about 15 miles east of Paris. So what they've done is they've taken 20 seconds off each rotation. So they usually get 2 minutes. So there's usually like 20-30 seconds in between each paddler. Now it's 1 minute 40. So pretty much as soon as someone finishes, the next paddler is off. So as you can see, you go through the finish line, the next one's off, because they're trying to squeeze all of these paddlers in before the bad weather comes in. So Joe Clark, expecting him in about 20 minutes, something like that.
OK, we will be back for that. There are rumours of bad weather coming this way over the next day or so. That seems slightly far-fetched at the moment, given we're in the 30s. The sun is shining. And the fan has been passed from Michael Johnson to Julien Laurent, which feels very appropriate. Australia with a 12-0 lead in the women's rugby sevens against Canada as they approach half-time there. And it looks baking hot at the BMX freestyle. Conor McNamara watching this.
Barely a puff of breeze on a scorching day in Paris. There are trees around the perimeter and not a leaf twitching on them as the sun beams down. Anyone who's got an umbrella has got it out, and obviously not for the rain, but to try and keep the sun rays away from them. We are waiting for the opening routine of Kieran Riley. His first appearance at an Olympics, the 23-year-old from Newcastle. He won the World Championship last year in Glasgow. He has seen, though, several impressive rides from his opponents today. He's going to be the second last rider to take to the course, and the standards, Victoria Pendleton, have been high.
They have been high. We've seen some really high scores, a 90.10 for Marcus Christopher of the USA. So they're definitely going into this qualification round showing a lot of tricks, a lot of energy, some massive heights. So it's not going to be able to cruise through this in terms. He's going to have to put down some solid, big manoeuvres some good tricks in order to make it through to the first round.
You mentioned the heights that they get to, and we obviously saw the women's qualifying event earlier on. The men are able to get faster speeds, they get propelled a lot higher, and that gives them time in the air to execute more tricks.
A lot more hang time, so that you see them doing lots of spins of the handlebars, there's lots of tail whips, so they throw the bike underneath maybe 3 or 4 times. It's almost, by the naked eye, hard to count how many times the bike's rotating round underneath them, but the height they get, it's incredible, and they just power through the course, move after move. Every move counts, and moving across from one obstacle, jumping across to another obstacle to perform a trick immediately after. And if you link the moves together, they also score higher, so it's about getting as much in as possible.
In Tokyo, there were some spectacular crashes. There were some bad injuries too. We mentioned Marcus Christopher, the American, the 21-year-old from Ohio, who is top of the leaderboard for the moment. He suffered a broken jaw, facial fractures at the X Games last summer. He needed 4 plates, 16 screws. These are the risks these riders take. These are the damage that can happen. But so impressive has Marcus Christopher been that he's already guaranteed to qualify, because already, even though only 6 riders have done both routines, he's got 3 already worse than him. He's actually got 5 worse than him, so he knows for sure he's going through tomorrow. And coming up shortly, Kieran Riley will hope to join him in the BMX freestyle final at Place de la Concorde.
Thank you. Back to the shooter, where Nathan Hales is in a very, very good position. Shojo Saka.
Yeah, 35 rounds of shots have been taken. Nathan Hales is guaranteed at least a bronze medal. So Team GB will pick up their first shooting medal of these games. He has made 33 of his 35 targets so far in the final, and that takes him into the final 3. And we will lose another shooter when we get to 40. If Nathan is still leading then, which he is at the moment, then he will be into a gold medal shoot-off effectively with the next best shooter. So Nathan Hales going extremely well and guaranteed a bronze medal.
And then that final one, that silver gold shoot-off, that's when it's 10 each, yes?
That's right. So when we get to 40, the last 2 shooters will have 10 shots to come. Their scores up to that point will count, and after 50 shots they will have taken 50 by the very end, and whoever has most will win the gold. If it's tied, then we have a shoot-off.
And he's in a good position now, because he has got 33 out of his 35 shots. The other 2 are in the final 3 with him, 31 out of 35.
Yes, and just to give you an idea, missing in this sport is, when it's this standard, is really quite a big deal. I mean, they went through 125 shots in qualifying over 2 days, and Nathan missed just 2, as did most of these top shooters in this final. So when you miss a couple, then it can be really, really costly. And Nathan at the moment in the lead by a couple going into the 36th round of targets.
And he's just hit his next one, so he's 34 from 36. He's up against someone from Guatemala and somebody from China. The Chinese man is 32 from 36, and Cardenas from Guatemala is also 32 from 36. Now it's day 1 of the dressage. Back to the shooting shortly. Team GB competing in both the individual and the team qualifiers today. Earlier, Carl Hester became just the 2nd British athlete to compete at 7 Olympics. He finished 3rd in his group, and that has given himself a strong chance of making it through to the final.
Yeah, this actually isn't a worry. You know, that's a good score. I mean, at the end of the day, 18 riders will be going through to the final on Sunday. I mean, normally anything over the 74 will get you into the top 10. So if we're looking at results, hopefully that is all going the right way. So I'm happy with that. It was a really solid start. You know, I haven't competed him for a few months. I just trusted him to go in there and do his job, which he did. So I had a lovely ride. And it's the build-up, of course, because it's, in fact, Saturday that is our team competition, which matters. So a few more days to now just work on some details. And generally, I would say that, you know, the specialist is better test. So, you know, that's good from a team point of view.
Yeah, now you're standing here before me, obviously in your regalia that dressage requires, but you've also got this cold towel round your neck. It is boiling. How was it for both horse and rider?
Yeah, it was boiling. But, you know, last year at the European Championships in Riesenbeck, we had 36, 37 every day. These horses coped amazingly. You know, we have amazing facilities here to cool them straight away after work. And the vets are on hand if anything was overheating. But they all have temperature checks as well, so, you know, everything's in order before they go in. So they're coping well. I mean, of course, as a rider, what you have to do is actually temper your warm-up. So perhaps, you know, like a normal situation, we might do a 45-minute warm-up, but today took it down to like a 35, plenty of walk breaks. So you use things like that when the weather's like this.
Now, Carl, let's just mention the elephant in the room. What sort of build-up to these games have you had, given the news around Charlotte Dujardin?
Well, it's undeniably very difficult. We're all, very upset and shocked about it. Horse welfare it's not just dressage, but generally, in sport, is paramount now. We're all trying our best to make sure the horses are seen in that light and how they are looked after. I had never seen that video before. It's not my reflection of how Charlotte Dujardin rides or trains. I've known her for 17 years. That wasn't in my yard. It was 4 years ago. And she's done her statement and apologised, as she should. And she has put her hands up, which we are all happy that she's done. And now it's a live investigation with the FEI. So we leave it at that.
Has it hit you hard because you're such personal friends and you work so well together?
Of course it hits me hard. I mean, I have emotions, but then I also feel that, Charlotte has emotions. I mean, she's a mother. She's paid heavily. I mean, I know a lot of people will be happy about that, but she's paid extremely heavily, and she is a person at the end of the day, and, it's difficult for her.
Carl Hester speaking to Sonia McLaughlin a little earlier. Sonia at Chateau de Versailles for us. Now, he's just as enthusiastic as ever, isn't he?
Carl Hester, yeah. I mean, his seventh Olympic Games. He says actually that this horse fame has reinvigorated his passion for the sport. He freely admits that he suffers from nerves, the pressure of coming to Olympic Games, despite the fact he's now done it 7 times. It never gets any easier. And he was, in two minds as to whether to come to Paris or not. But, the Olympic bug is proved too strong. And here he is again, and he's nailed down a very solid start for Great Britain. I just should explain that we've got qualifying at the moment. This is called the Grand Prix, the dressage test they're doing at the moment. 60 horse and rider combinations. This is the qualifying round. We've got 30 today, 30 tomorrow. It's being done in 6 groups of 10. So if you finish in the top 2, you will qualify automatically for the individual final on Sunday, and it also means your team is likely to be in a very strong spot as well. And Carl Hester's currently sitting 3rd in his pool, so he's kind of got that sort of slightly anxious weight, but the score he has posted is already better than all of the riders currently in this particular pool, so he's looking well placed.
OK, Sonia, so we'll be back with Sonia shortly, because Becky Moody will be riding on Jägerbomb. Now, Becky Moody, the replacement for Charlotte Dujardin in this. But Britain is on course at the moment for another gold medal. And I don't want to curse it because there are still 8 shots left to go. But Nathan Hales has a 3-shot lead over Chi of China with 8 to go, Shoujo.
Yes, we've had some serious drama in the last couple of minutes as well. The Guatemalan athlete you mentioned, Jean-Pierre Brol Cardenas, had a shot to actually make the final, which he missed. So it is Qi Ying of China from Shandong province against Nathan Hales of Great Britain, who currently leads him. If he makes this next shot, let's just see. Yes, he does. He leads him by 3 with 7 rounds of shots to go. So Britain looking for their first gold medal in shooting since 2012, and Nathan Hales in a brilliant position at the moment. He's made 41 out of his 43 shots in this final. Qi Ying with 38 out of 43, so he is going to simply have to hope that Nathan Hales misses. Qi Ying makes that next one. So we are looking at 6 rounds of shots to go. Nathan Hales just puts his gun to his shoulder, really square stance, much more forward on than most of the competitors that we've seen in the final today. He makes that, so he still leads by 3 with just 6 rounds of shots to go, Mark.
And the Qi Ying just takes a towel and just wipes his face ahead of the next shot that he is about to take. He's got a lot of ground to make up here. The 2 men standing on a sort of blue walkway that's been placed on the grass there, and then the traps are being fired out at them, and it's Nathan Hales' next go here. And he gets that, Shoujo. So with 5 to go, he has a healthy lead.
He still leads by 3, and this crowd at the Châteauroux Shooting Centre, this is taking place around 180 miles south of Paris, about 3 hours drive, so quite a long way away from Paris, but there's been a healthy crowd there today. Nathan Hales has some of his friends and family there. They cheered him on when he got through qualification earlier on this morning. It's been a long day for these athletes, and this is the final 2 left. Qi Ying of China from Jibo in Shandong province in China, the 27 7-year-old, will be equally as nervous because he has no Olympic medal. As for Nathan Hales, it's his first Olympic Games. And could we see the first gold medal for Great Britain since 2012? As you say, Nathan Hales leading by 3 with just 6 rounds of shots to go. 5 rounds of shots to go, I beg your pardon. So there you go, that is Chi Ying, yes, makes that. Nathan puts his rifle...
Take that. Has he got that? Yes, he has got that. So 44 out of 46. Chi Ying, 41 out of 46. There is a massive shock coming in the rugby sevens, by the way. Canada, who beat the French women yesterday in the quarterfinals, leave the French in tears, are leading Australia 21-12 with 30 seconds left on the clock. We'll go to Sarah at the end of the shooting because there are only 3 shots left now, and Chi is 41 out of 47. So, Joe?
He is 3 behind Nathan Hales. Takes his 47th and makes it, so he is 4 ahead. 4 ahead, that is the gold medal for Nathan Hales of Great Britain. He cannot be caught. He cannot be caught by Chi Ying of China. That will be Great Britain's first gold medal since Pete Wilson in the double trap at London 2012. What an achievement for Nathan Hales from Rochester in Kent. They will continue to take these final 3 shots as they do in shooting. But Nathan Hales, goodness me, the butterflies in his stomach must be fluttering away because he knows, he will have seen the scores. He knows that he cannot be caught with just 2 rounds of shots to go. It will be gold for Great Britain and for Nathan Hales from Kent.
That is I mean, I know you mentioned in qualifying how few shots are missed. You know, I think, what did you say, he missed 2 out of 125 in the qualifying round. But in this final round, with everything on the line, in the heat, as I say, Chi Ying has used his towel several times just to mop his brow. He's missed 2 at the moment out of 48, and his consistency all the way through to taking this. I know he's got another one, 47 out of 49. I mean, his consistency to take this gold medal is phenomenal.
It is phenomenal, and he knows he can do it. I mean, it's his first Olympic appearance, but he has a world record. He set a world record last year in Lonato in Italy when he took his first World Cup gold, when he set a new world record of 49 hits out of 50 in the final. So he knows he has that in the locker. But this Olympic day is such a long day for these shooters because, of course, they go through qualifying yesterday and also again today with the second round of qualifying. And the standard in that was so high. I mean, it wasn't just Nathan who made 123 shots out of 25. 4 other shooters did that, and the ones behind them, 6 more, shot 122. There is Nathan, who's just taken his final shot. He has taken the cartridge out of his gun, and he's been hugged by his coach. He's in tears. He's got the gun above his head. We see the GB flags, and he's being congratulated by his coach. And he now calmly walks over to his opponent, just shakes his hand, and Nathan Hales with a huge smile on his face. Baseball cap still on, his shooting glasses still on. Nathan Hales from Kent, what a day, what an achievement for the 28-year-old from Rochester in Kent. He is an Olympic champion.
And he looks very calm. He hasn't taken his goggles off yet. He has the rifle over his shoulder. Now he uses his cloth just to wipe his mouth after that. And Nathan Hales has taken Britain's first medal in shooting for 12 years. He is a gold medalist here in Paris 2024. To the women's rugby sevens, we did not see this coming. Sarah Orchard.
Everyone at the Stade de France on the pitch is in tears. It's either tears of despair for Australia, who can no longer win a gold medal, or total joy and euphoria for Canada, who just made it through to the gold medal match. They are guaranteed to take home gold or silver. They've beaten the Australians 21 points to 12. Kat Merchant watching with me here. What a stunning display by the Canadians.
I'm in disbelief because Australia have looked like they're out-and-out favourites right from the start of this tournament. But Canada, just from the shock over beating France and then to top Australia, you have to say they've really done so well.
2 huge wins then for Canada. Can they do it a third time? The gold medal match is at 6:45 tonight. Canada, they won bronze in Rio. They've never been to the gold medal game. They had their work cut out for them. It's the defending champions New Zealand await. Australia will take on USA for the bronze.
Nobody else gets a look in normally, do they, Kat? In women's rugby 7 finals, whether that's World Series or Olympics?
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those where you've got your great rivals, and in sevens, in the women's, it is New Zealand Australia finals. That is what we expect. It's what we see so often. So this truly is the moment so far of the Olympics. Incredible for Canada.
Thank you. So that's the final in the women's rugby sevens then. New Zealand against Canada. Let's go back to the dressage and Sonia.
What an incredible Olympic debut for Becky Moody in the wonderfully named Jaeger Bomb, who replaced Charlotte Dujardin at the 11th hour. She was the penultimate rider today across the board. She has gone straight to the top of her qualifying group. She's qualified automatically with a score of 74.93. She was asked, how nervous might you be when you were cantering up the centre line? And she says, I expect there would be a tiny little bit of vomit in my mouth. And she's put all of those nerves to one side to produce a tremendous performance. It means she's qualified straight away for the individual final, and it means that Britain, at the halfway stage of this qualifying, with 2 riders having ridden, Carl Hester and now Becky Moody, are lying in silver medal position in the dressage for the team event.
Nathan Hale's currently draping not draping, he's holding a Union Jack in front of him at the moment and taking the applause of his supporters who are in the crowd there, and that shooting venue about 3 hours away from the French capital. Joe Clark's on his way in the K1. John Akers.
The world number 1 in the kayak, the world number 4 rather in the kayak, and the Rio champion from 2016, his first look at the water, and he's really quick through the top section in his pale blue and white helmet and canoe with the Union Jack on the end of each paddle as he powers through. So this is sitting down, this sport, with the double-ended paddle. He's 0.74 slower than the Frenchman, Titouan Castric, the Frenchman, who's only 19. His mother finished 11 in Barcelona, Castric, and she was called Anne, and he's looking to go and get on the podium on home water as Joe Clark goes through 2 downstream gates and then turns tightly round an upstream gate. That's really nice from Joe Clark, and a nice turn, and he's slower, 1.73 slower, but this is the heats. This is all about just qualifying for the semi-finals, and they get 2 runs at this, so he's going to get 2 looks at this course today as he goes from gate 17 to 18, which has been a really tough transition today. Mallory Franklin earlier on in the C1 really struggled with that one, and he handled it really nicely, Joe Clark, and he's still without a penalty on the way down here as he navigates 2 more downstream gates and then into the final upstream gate. Nice turn. This is really tidy from Joe Clark. 2 more gates to go. Limbo's round 1, nods his head round another. Now he puts the power down, and he's qualified 5th. So he will qualify, I would have thought, with that time. It's not guaranteed because there are 2 runs. He's a few seconds slower than Castric, but 5th quickest after the first run, Joe Clark.
Thank you, John. So we are in the Paris sunshine here. Jules has got the Michael Johnson fan, as it will now be known. Julien Laurent is with us, Steve Bunce as well. We haven't got that, have we?
No fans.
No.
In fact, this
You
is
didn't
about,
want it,
it's about my 6th time in a calf, in the sun, in the heat.
Never had a fan until Johnson and Laurent turn up.
Oh, Johnson, they put red carpet down for me.
When did I last see you? A couple of days ago?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
So since then, actually, the French have been absolutely flying medal-wise, haven't they?
Yeah, yesterday was another great day. Some silver, and then this. We talked about fencing 2 days ago when we were together, and yesterday in the sabre, to have the 2 French girls in the final against each other was outstanding, really. And maybe the one that was number 1 in the world, we expected Sarah Balzer to win. She lost, but all of that was just great drama in an incredible atmosphere. So 2 more medals, plus I think 3 more in silver. And then this is great for the fencing team event, because today is the start of the team event now for fencing, and all the French teams look so good.
So we now have the team event, so there's now going to be even more fencing on television.
And the other day we talked about the musketeers and everything.
Yeah.
Yannick Borel, who got the silver medal on that day, actually trained the actors who did the new 3 Musketeers movie. So I forgot to tell you that the other day, so I thought I'd tell you.
And Marchand just continues to rise and soar
And this morning made it look really easy in that double.
The crowd still behind him, still behind him in the breaststroke this morning. I was watching that, and they were still cheering every time his head comes out of the water.
Good.
It is good.
It is great. Tonight to qualify for the finals, and then potentially tomorrow night, Wednesday night, the two more finals for him.
Jules, if we had loads of fencing success, the story that we'd be doing on the Monday after the Olympics, we'd be dispatching all our cameramen to fencing clubs to film little Amy and little Josephine walking in at 5 years of age. Would the French do that? Or
same.
They would do the same. They'd go along and film that. So
very much
same
so.
stories. Okay, I just wondered.
And what is really interesting, just to finish on fencing, is the few of the ones who are in the Olympics now are saying that they took on the sport when they saw Laura Flessel, for example. Like 3 Olympics ago, and now 12 years later when they were 10 and now they're 22, and this is the beauty of the Olympics. It just inspired the next generation to go for the sports that you don't usually see on television.
Well, and in fact, this morning on French television they were doing a feature on judo clubs actually, and they took the head of French judo who was there in a hall with loads of kids doing judo around, because that's the other big sport, big success here. You know, we always talk about Atlanta being a terrible Olympics, but basically because we didn't do very well at it and we didn't think it was very well organised and all of that. That was a great Olympics for the French in judo, one of their best I think until Tokyo. So it's interesting to see how different countries perceive previous Olympic Games. Back to Connor and Victoria.
We're watching the BMX freestyle. My first time watching this event. It is spectacular. We have just seen the Croatian Marian Radz, who has come out needing to improve his score, and he has been the first rider that we've seen crash today. He came out like Evel Knievel. There was tricks, but he was pushing it to the absolute max, and he has tumbled down there, and that's going to affect his score for this second round. But that is the risk he felt that he needed to take. Disappointment earlier on in the women's event for reigning gold medal holder Charlotte Worthington, but Kieran Riley from Newcastle has put in a brilliant performance, the best score for a single ride that we have seen in the men's event, and in just a few minutes time he's coming up for his second run and hoping to book his place in tomorrow's final. But Kieran Riley, already Victoria Pendleton, is sitting pretty to make that final tomorrow.
He is indeed. He could probably just back off a little bit and still make it through quite comfortably. I don't suggest that anyone should back off when you're at the Olympics. Don't do that. But it was a spectacular run he had. The tricks were clean, they were crisp. He didn't seem to make any sort of minor mistakes. He used the whole park, the height he got and the speed he got at the very start. It was so dynamic.
There is a moment, it's like that movie The Matrix, when they reach the apex, the very top summit of the propulsion they've had, and the body suspends, and they often sort of get off the bike and twirl the bike around them several times, and such has been the high standard before that fall there from Rantis just a moment ago. No one had fallen. No one said the reason people were losing marks were things like where their feet land on the pedal, not even that they're on the pedal, but what part of the pedal they land on. That's the sort of exact nature that this was coming down to, such as the high standard.
It's really hard with the naked eye. I've mentioned this before. It's really hard to see those faults. It's only when they show them in slow motion, and it's why the results take so long to come back from the 5 judges, because they really scrutinise every single skill.
Second run for Kieran Riley coming up very shortly now. He's up next.
Yeah, back for that shortly. Everybody's done their first run in the kayak in the K1 single. Where's Joe Clark after that, John Akers?
Bit of breaking news. They went and reviewed Joe Clark's run, and they've said that he's missed gate 6, a reverse red gate. So the upstream gate, he's missed it according to the video review. So at the moment, Joe Clark is 23rd of 24. He's second last, and it's the top 20 qualify for the semi-finals. So he's got to go through the next run now, Joe Clark, in about 40 minutes' time, without missing a gate, or he could well be out of the Olympic Games. So some concerns here as Kastrick finishes quickest, with Priskovic, the Czech, in second.
He's the world and European champion, is Joe Clark. He won Olympic gold in Rio. Team GB didn't select him in Tokyo, so he didn't have his chance to defend that Olympic title. And at the moment, he's fighting to stay in this competition and get through to the semi-final and the finals. Connor, about to watch Kieran Riley.
The BMX freestyle at the Place de la Concorde, the biggest square in Paris. They have turned this into an amazing urban venue. It's split into sort of 4 different sections, and they've got the skateboarding and the BMXing, and those kind of sports are being played here. Brilliant atmosphere, noise blaring, music throughout, bright colours, all illuminated by the bright sunshine. And Kieran Riley has had such a good first run that he is in good position. We've just seen Logan Martin of Australia complete his second run. He's waiting for the judges to watch the action replays to see in close detail what his score is going to be. But already it's looking good for Kieran Riley going into this second run. Remember, the judges looking for originality, how smooth you land off those tall rises, the height of the jumps, the style, the execution. And there are so many tricks, Victoria Peddle. I think it's averaging 20 tricks per run. So that is 20 tricks per 60 seconds. Every 3 seconds, they are pulling off some sort of high technique manoeuvre.
I mean, you can see when they come off, they're absolutely gasping for air. It's a lot of power and force, and they're really going. They're going like they're sprinting. Basically, they're sprinting with skills. It's not. They're not cruising around gently. They're really giving it 100%.
No, gentle is not the word you would use. Here is Kieran Riley, 23 years of age, his first Olympics, 91.68 out of 99.99 maximum possible has been the best run we've seen so far. Now, can he match it and confirm his place in tomorrow's final? Here he goes, Kieran Riley in the black outfit. I mean, it's funny, the clothes they wear, some of them look like it's denim jeans, some of them have got these heavy cargo pants. It doesn't look at all conducive to the scorching hot temperatures in Paris today as he twirls those handlebars around. And this is a confident start with 15 seconds in. Kieran Riley's going for it in Paris.
He's giving it everything he gave it in the first run. He's done a forwards flip over the spine, straight up into a flare. So he's really pushing it. He's not holding back. He's bringing all the skills he brought in this first round, using every part of the course.
Real height gained there as he spins the bike under his body, lands down both wheels again. Oh, what a technique. That was brilliant.
A triple, I can't even think what it's called.
He has spun the bike several times below his body, then he's twisted his shape in the air to land smooth back onto the ground. And on this course, which is all painted in purple and lilac, he is burning it up here in Paris. Kieran Riley putting in the tricks to try and impress the judges as the buzzer goes at the end and the crowd applauds and he waves a right hand of celebration. He's long hair coming out of the bottom of his helmet. Celebrations for the Riley fans who are looking on, and you can see the beaming smile on his face. He believes he's done enough to get into the final.
He definitely has. You can tell by the reaction of the crowd. Like, it was a spectacular. The full 60 seconds was packed full of tricks. There wasn't a moment that he didn't use one of those ramps, one of those half pipes, quarter pipes to give us something spectacular. And he always adds an extra element of difficulty. You know, he'll go up into a jump and he'll just tabletop it, or he'll do something like, he'll just add something extra, a little bit of extra flair to it. Really, really impressive.
I was speaking to some of the participants earlier on in the week, and they were making the point about how really anyone in the field here is technically good enough to win. It comes down to who holds their nerves on the day. They're not used to performing on a global stage. They're not used to having this number of spectators watching them. The judges are going through, and it takes time. We've mentioned it before. They look at the action replays. They look at them in slow motion. He's over 90 again. The second run, 90.97. We've only seen a handful of riders get over 90 today. He's averaged it on both runs. There's no doubt that he's going through to the final. Kieran Riley, top of the leaderboard in Paris.
Unbelievable, spectacular run. 2 very, very precise, immaculate exhibitions of what he's capable of. That was tremendous, and the crowd are loving it.
Brilliant, chappers, really impressive.
Really
and after
good.
the disappointment for Charlotte Worthington, what a boost this is for Team GB. They will have Kieran Riley in the final, and barring a miraculous run by Anthony Jean-Jean, the French rider who will be the last to compete, it looks like Kieran Riley will be top of the leaderboard going into that final tomorrow.
Unless denied by Jean-Jean. And that final's tomorrow afternoon, yeah?
Yes.
And if he qualifies at the top, he'll be able to take off last in the final. So he'll be able to see what everyone else has to do before he gets there. So it gives him the added advantage.
The home crowd enjoying Jean-Jean at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we've seen at all the events here in Paris, the home crowd really get behind their competitors. And Anthony Jean-Jean here, who has had a good score from his opening round. He was 87.22. That's the 5th best round of the first runs. And he is now, you can tell, bringing out all the tricks and spills here. He's spinning the bike below his body. He's propelling himself to great heights and putting real pace in. What a manoeuvre that is. His body leaning back, that he was virtually horizontal to the ground, spun the bike completely around him and landed back on terra firma again.
I mean, it's everything but the kitchen sink, isn't it, quite frankly? That isn't a move, by the way. And it was a tail whip was the word I was looking for. A triple tail whip. Sorry about that. I just had a mental block.
The kitchen sink should be a move. I think we need to bring that in.
Yeah.
That was French flair flamboyance. There was va-va-voom in that from Anthony Jean-Jean. It'll be really interesting to see how the judges score him for that.
We'll take that. We'll come back to you for the score and just see how the final standings are. I mean, that's a bit of French arrogance, that, Jules, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how I would call it like that. Yeah, sure.
That was phenomenal. Right, we'll wait for his score and then we'll just do the final classifications on the BMX freestyle. Let's talk boxing, shall we, Steve Bunce? Because if there's one area where it hasn't fired for Team GB, it is the boxing side of things, and an awful lot of things will play into that.
Yeah, 3 different sets of stories really with the boxing. Let's deal with the 4 British boxers that have so far fought and they've been eliminated. I can give you all sorts of reasons why. There are several reasons why. The draw is the main reason, and I talked about that relentlessly Thursday and Friday and Saturday of last week. They're all drawn against either the number 1 or number 2 in the world, the reigning world champion or the reigning world champion loser. That's one reason. The second reason is it's only been a 3-year cycle since the last Olympics, and that means they've not got to go to European or World Championships. But wait for it, they wouldn't have gone to European or World Championships because of the politics, the way boxing is split. It's run by one group who organise the World Championships and the European Championships, but that's not the group that the IOC back, and that's not the group that the Americans, that the French, that the Irish, and that specifically the British support. So we're not invited to those events, so we missed out on 2 Europeans, 2 World Championships, and it's only been 3 years. And more than that, Chappers, final point before we move on to another bit. 11 men and women went out to Tokyo, came back with a medal haul of 6, won more medals than any other nation, including the Cubans. 10 of them have turned professional. Now, those aren't excuses, those are facts. I can give you the excuses a bit later on.
I want to explore the facts a little bit more. Let's just tidy up Jean-Jean, the French rider in the BMX freestyle, who in the end actually has finished down in 5th in qualification. The big thing there, Connor, finally, is Kieran Riley goes into tomorrow's final ranked 1st.
Yeah, Jean-Jean did improve what he scored from the first round. It was all flair, it was flamboyance, it was show-offy. In terms of the technical difficulty, it didn't impress the judges quite as much. And we can now confirm that Kieran Riley will go last in tomorrow's final. He'll have that advantage that Victoria mentioned of seeing the others go first. He's the only rider who averaged well over 90 points in each of his rounds. His combined average of the two of them, 91.21. He qualifies top of the pile, and he's got to be fancied as a medal hope tomorrow in the BMX freestyle.
Connor, Victoria, we will be back with the two of you tomorrow for that final, with Kieran Riley qualifying as the leader for it. And now, as we try to bring you every medal that Team GB win and every gold medal ceremony that they win, we can head back to the shooting because we have won another gold medal here and we are about to receive it. Shoujo Saka.
Yes, at the Châteauroux Shooting Centre, we have seen Great Britain's Nathan Hales pick up the team's 3rd gold medal of the Paris 2024. We were perhaps looking at his teammate, Matthew Coward-Holly, who won bronze in Tokyo. Matthew Coward-Holly failed to qualify for the final this time, but it was Nathan Hales. It was his day. He qualified in 2nd through the qualifying rounds, and having missed just 2 shots out of 125 over 2 days of qualifying. What an achievement that is. He said just how excited and emotional he was in equal measure after going through that qualifying round and having his friends and family in the crowd as well to cheer him on. And then in the final, we saw him take on 5 other athletes and dominate the final all the way through. It is Nathan Hales who set an Olympic record with 48 hits out of 50 to win the Olympic title. First Olympic appearance for Nathan Hales. He has pedigree in this sport. He won his first World Cup gold in Lonato in Italy last year when he set a new world record. As we look at the athlete who is awarded the bronze medal, he jumps up onto the podium, Jean-Pierre Brol Cardenas, 41-year-old from Guatemala. Just one appearance at the Olympic Games in the past in London, where he finished 28th, and he has just been awarded the bronze medal. Huge smile on his face. He shows it off to the crowd, is given the handshakes. He actually had an opportunity to make the final two, which would have guaranteed him at least a silver, because he had a shot to make that, but unfortunately for him, he missed that. But a bronze medal, when he looks back on that, Jean-Pierre Brol Cardenas will be very happy with that. The athlete who will be receiving the silver medal in just a moment's time, Qi Ying of China, introduced to the crowd. His first Olympic medal, the 27-year-old from Jibo in Shandong province, had qualified in first ahead of Nathan Hales for the final, is just given his silver medal with that piece of the Eiffel Tower right in the centre. He shows that off to the crowd and is given one of those boxes that we've been talking about with the poster inside, takes a good look at it, is tempted to perhaps open it, doesn't, and just poses for the cameras. And we arrive at the big moment for this 28-year-old from Rochester in Kent, Nathan Hales of Great Britain, with his white uniform on, with the red letters of Great Britain emblazoned on that.
Olympic champion, Nathan Hales!
And he steps onto the top step of the podium, both arms aloft, huge smile on his face, and is presented with the gold medal. He bows his head and is given the gold medal that's put around his neck. Nathan Hales, toothy smile, shows that off to his friends and family, who no doubt have remained in the stands at Châteauroux Shooting Centre. He got into shooting through his dad. Both sides of his family were shooters. He was pretty young when he first got introduced to a gun and to the shooting range, just 5 years old. Came through British Shooting's Pathway programme and has been through that all the way from grassroots right up to the world-class programme. Eventually went on to win World Cup gold in Italy last year, break the world record, and now he is Olympic champion as he waits for God Save the King. Takes the applause, shows off his gold medal one more time, wipes the tears off his eyes, but all in all, huge smile from Nathan Hales as he takes the applause. Nathan Hales, the men's trap Olympic champion at Paris 2024 for Great Britain.
Thank you, Shojo. Another gold medal then for Team GB. That's the first of today, first medal of any colour today, and it is gold for Nathan Hales. Discussing boxing with Steve Bunch, Eleanor on with us as well. You've given the reasons why it hasn't gone well here, but you also mentioned the number of boxers who were in Tokyo compared to the number that are here. And maybe one of the things that is as striking as the early defeats is just how few of them there are, actually. And when boxing is a mainstay of our coverage and TV coverage going into the second week, it's going to be a little barren.
Well, I'll give another reason for that. There were 7 global qualification tournaments. There were just over 2,000 boxers. There were 2,115 contests, chappers. We have to go through the European stage. We have one particular boxer, a young kid called Kieran McDonald. He's 27. He's from Birmingham. He's not that young. He won 7 times at qualification tournaments. and didn't yet qualify. 3 times. He went to Poland, he went to Italy, he went to Bangkok. He had this great series and he never qualified. There are people here who have come in from the Pacific region, and they've had 2 contests, 2 wins, or worse than that, they've had 2 contests, they've won one, but they've still managed to reach the semi-final and they've qualified. So I think that needs to be looked at. The big problem, it's quite a simple problem. We've been spoiled. And that might sound like a massive cop-out. We have been unbelievably spoiled. 2008 gold medals, 2012, 16, 20 in Tokyo. We've been spoiled.
So it's cyclical?
Well, it's not only cyclical. The amateur game is having to fight every single day. If we're under siege by the professionals who are trying to steal all of our 18-year-olds, trying to steal all of our 19-year-olds, trying to steal all of our 20-year-olds, that's the way it happens. What we've got here with this team, Chappers, and I wasn't joking when I talked to you last Thursday, on air, off air, I've never known a draw like it. I've never known a draw, anything even remotely like this. Certainly not in my Olympics. Then I look back, I've never seen anything like it. We've got 2 more to go tomorrow. And one of them is fighting the world number 1, and the other one's fighting the world number 2. And if they both win, wait for it, it swaps around. They then fight the number 1 and 2.
Right.
I mean, you can't invent this draw.
So in an era of medals and funding and targets and everything else that is part of UK sport and Olympic programs and so on and so forth, is there a problem here for boxing? Because I'm guessing I don't know how much nuance there is in medal targets and funding.
Well, we're told it's 2 medals, but we've got one joker up our sleeve. Rosie Eccles from Wales at the 66 kilos. She was involved in an old-style, disgraceful, disgusting decision that I cannot explain to you. Delicious Ori went out on a close decision. Charlie Davison, the fighting mum, she went out on a close decision. But Rosie Eccles has exited these games with a decision from the Cold War heights of the 70s and the 80s. When the judges, you looked at who was Eastern Bloc and you looked at who was Western World, and you knew who was going to win that contest. When the East Germans basically just had to get in the ring with their gloves on, where the Cubans just had to show up with their boots and they'd get the decision. We saw a decision that's been lost in time. We've had a great Olympics in Tokyo because the men and women who have been running the sport have been suspended from running the Olympic sport. So there's been a task force set up by the IOC. In Tokyo, there was not one scandal. Here we've had 66 fights. There's only been one scandal, but it was perpetrated on Rosie Eccles. Now that will help the GB boxers when they go, and let's not mince our words, when they go with their caps in their hands, trying to continue the funding. And it is a great system. I think we're the envy of the world, our system, and we're going to get a lot of stick if we don't get any medals here, or worse than that, Chappers, if we don't get a single win.
How are the French, boxing-wise?
Umia was fantastic.
Yeah,
yes, they loved him. But Estelle Mosley,
she lost.
She crashed out, and the crowd, she lost, don't get me wrong, but the crowd backed her like you wouldn't believe. And Tony Yoka, who we talked about relentlessly, he showed up. And he admitted, this is the gold medalist from 2016 who we talked about the other day, and you wouldn't let me tell the story, so I sold it to Kelly Cates instead. You lost out there, Chappers. And Yoka showed up, and he told me, and I sent you a message straight away, Julian, he told me then that he had been invited to be one of the 6 people lighting the flame, but he had a fight in a leisure centre in South London, contradiction in terms, for €1,000. Chappers, I think we need to mention those 2 boxers. The 2 boxers that are causing a bit of controversy.
Oh, okay. Let's do that very quickly, because there are stories about there are 2 women in the women's boxing, different weight categories, who have tested for higher levels of testosterone, and they have been banned by one boxing federation.
By the federation, by the organisation that no longer organises the Olympics.
Right.
In March of last year...
Which means they're allowed to fight.
Which means that in March of last year in New Delhi at the Women's World Championships, these 2 women managed to get to the medal stage, and then their tests for high levels of testosterone were made public. Their fights were voided. Their medals were taken back. But the people organising the boxing here, the Paris Boxing Unit, the PBU, they have allowed them in. Now, I just need to point out, because there's been an awful lot of rubbish on social media and people that should know better writing for newspapers and talking in other outlets that should know better. They are not two transgender athletes. They are two athletes who failed last March a testosterone test. We have no idea if they've passed one or failed one since. But I have to point out, these are not two former male boxers who have transitioned. I need to point out, and another point out, the one that's most feared, that's getting all of the press, because she's 66 kilos, 10 stone 7. She's had 45 fights. She's only stopped 4 people. So we're not talking about someone that's revolutionised boxing by knocking out everybody she's meeting. If that sounds like a defence, it's not. I'm giving you the facts that you're probably not reading on social media.
OK, Steve Bunce, thank you very much. I'm going to move it on to the French side of things and basketball. Actually, let's talk basketball. Because the assumption is that the USA will just steamroller through men's basketball. But what's quite interesting on the men's basketball side of things is, one, the strength in depth on the French in general within the NBA, but also how it has become more of a global game. And then there are several countries who could threaten here.
Yeah, it's maybe one of the greatest Olympic tournament ever, if not the greatest, because the USA have brought the cavalry, let's be honest, maybe the greatest team since the Dream Team in 1992 with LeBron James and Steph Curry and literally every talent, and the best team, Kevin Durant, who we saw on fire the other day against Serbia. Their greatest team, called the Avengers, because they tried to avenge the team from Team USA who did so badly in the last World Championships. So they are obviously the favorite because they are the Americans. But Serbia with Nikola Jokic, who won 2 NBA titles, 3 times MVP. Greece with Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is also a former NBA champion and MVP as well. Spain are always strong. Slovenia there with Luka Doncic. So you've got everywhere. You've got really, really good talent. Canada are the other one, really. And I think a lot of people are dreaming of a USA-Canada final because the Canadians are full of NBA players. They've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is maybe the next big thing in NBA too. And they're already very strong. And then you've got the French on home soil with their support and with Victor Wembanyama.
And well, with Victor Wembanyama, who was drafted number 1 a year ago, just to highlight the strength in depth for the French, this year's NBA draft, for the second year running, a French player was taken number 1 draft pick. Yeah. They actually had a 1-2.
1-2 and 6.
1-2 and 6. So it meant that France became only the second country to have 3 players drafted in the top 10 of the NBA draft. Are all of them here?
No, none of them is.
None of them are here.
None of them.
So just Wembanyama.
Yeah, just Wembanyama from the year before, because he took the NBA by storm. I learned that in your feet and weird inches, 7'3".
He's in your weird feet. Yeah, I didn't come up with the imperial system. Right, that was way before me. But yes, he's 7'4".
That's a lot.
It's an interesting thing on size, because the production team have given, maybe they should have sent this to you instead of me.
I saw it.
They've given me a graphic that shows Simone Biles at 4'8" and Wembanyama at 7'4", just in case I couldn't comprehend how tall 7'4" is.
That's a relief.
So maybe that should have been sent to you. But 7 foot.
Yes.
7'4".
2'23", and the French have Rudy Gobert, who is the best defender in the NBA, who also plays in the NBA, who is 7'1", I think. And the other day, even when they take a photo, normally Victor is bigger and taller than Gobert, which is incredible. So they've got Wembanyama, who's 20 years old, who is really like a prodigy. You see a talent like that every 30 years or something. It's just incredible because he's that tall. So we said 7'3" and 2'23", but plays as the handles and the technical ability of a small player who shoots from far. And he's an alien because he's got everything: the height, the jumps, but also the technical ability, the shoot, the dribbling, just everything. Usually you see the big man doing something, the smaller man doing the shooting, that kind of stuff. He literally has everything.
Does he come into these games as a man under pressure because of his superstar status in the NBA, or because of people like Marchand or I've forgotten your judo guy's name.
Riner.
Because of the other big names that are here and faces of the games, Dupont as well. has that taken it off him a bit or not?
A little bit, I would say. So Marchand was the big L'Équipe interview at the start of the games, for example. Wembanyama had one, but before the game started. But they're the two main ones. It's just that for Dupont, he was the big star in that team, and they were a good team before him, but he made them better. Marchand is a swimmer on his own, so it's a bit different. Teddy Riner the same on his own at judo. For Wembanyama, it's just that the expectation is that he should, or he has to carry this team, as good as that team is with the other NBA players that we have, carry that team to gold or silver or bronze, just a medal. And when you're 20 years old, as good as you might be, and as he's super mature, very smart, he reads a lot, he draws a lot, he's just very different to your usual sportsman.
Sorry, Jules, for interrupting. I must admit, it would be nice, and it is nice, to get a sense of competition in the basketball, because I've seen over the last couple of in Atlanta especially, there was an old school dream team then. It was like some sort of Hollywood collection of people. You expected Apollo Creed to lead them out in a gown, and they slayed people, and there was a little bit too much like the Harlem Globetrotters playing. And then I saw also some stuff in Rio and in London, not every match, but some matches where I didn't like it. I mean, I think it was in Atlanta that the dream team there in Atlanta played played Angola. Okay. Now there was a quip made by a great friend of mine called Wally Matthews, who worked for a New York paper. The biggest prison in America is called Angola. It's outside Louisiana. And Wally Matthews had this great line in his New York Times article saying that perhaps the team would have had a harder test had they played Angola Penitentiary as opposed to Angola, the African champions. So what you're selling me here is you're reselling me basketball, and I half fancy it now because I'd fallen out of love with Olympic basketball.
But 92, for example, just to finish, the dream team then won by plus 46 points in average. Now, if you look at the best 5 NBA players, 4 of them are from outside of the USA in this season that just finished. So it's by far the most competitive field that we've ever had.
Absolutely. But, I mean, as you say, they have thrown the kitchen sink at it. They've got LeBron, they've got Steph Curry. I mean, they have gone with... Durant,
They should still win, but let's hope that they get tested and that the others compete.
Okay. Steve Bunce, Julien Laurent, thank you. Team GB have won a gold this afternoon. If you're just joining us, Nathan Hales in the trap shooting took gold a little bit earlier on. We're still keeping an eye on the kayaking and the canoeing and who will qualify there. Joe Clark has got a fight on his hands, Olympic champion in 2016, to make it through to tomorrow's finals. We've had a surprise in the women's rugby 7 semi-finals with Australia being beaten by Canada. So that will mean that it will be a New Zealand-Canada final. And in the BMX freestyle, Kieran Riley qualified in first place for tomorrow's final. The Olympic champion, though, Charlotte Worthington, went out in the heats of the women's freestyle. You're up to date with everything that's gone on. Oh, and Jack Draper's gone out to the tennis. That's the final thing. But you're up to date with everything that has gone on so far this afternoon. Tony Livesey will take you through the next part of the day.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we'll be back with our Olympics coverage shortly. We're going to round up the latest news for you now here on 5 Live. And we start with the latest news from Southport, where Merseyside police have sadly confirmed that a 9-year-old girl named as Elise De Silva Aguiar has become the 3rd child to die after those stabbings yesterday. They also confirmed the names of the 2 children who died yesterday as BB King, who was just 6, and Elsie Dot Stankham, who was 7. 8 other children suffered stab wounds during the attack. 5 of them are still in a critical condition, along with 2 adults. A 17-year-old is currently being questioned by police in connection with the attack. The BBC can now report that he was born in Cardiff and moved to the Southport area in 2013. His parents are from Rwanda and he has an older brother who was also born in Cardiff. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has been visiting the scene to lay flowers, and we understand that he's met with some of the first responders from the emergency services. He thanked them and he said, "I hope you feel proud of the part that you played in the most difficult circumstances to do what you could for those young lives." Well, throughout the day, local residents have been leaving flowers and cards in the area. Some of them spoke to the BBC this morning.
I just can't believe something like this could happen right where we live. You know, the children are just out enjoying the summer holidays and they never got to go last night. I'm just heartbroken for the parents. I can't even begin to imagine what they must be going through. It just beggars belief.
This is just not representative of what Merseyside is like at all. And to hear news like this, it's just so heartbreaking. And you know, the poor parents. I can't even begin to express how I feel for them. I don't have children myself, but I work in schools. And to know that this has happened just so close to home, I just can't even begin to imagine it. And I'm just so sorry for them.
You know, it's so shocking. We're in a seaside town. Children should be able to enjoy their summer holidays. And the beginning of it, this tragedy's happened. And it's just so utterly... You can't describe in words how upsetting it is.
Local residents there visiting the scene in Southport of yesterday's stabbing. Well, the family of 6-year-old BB King have shared this tribute. They say, no words can describe the devastation that's hit our family as we try to deal with the loss of our little girl BB. And the family of Elise da Silva Aguiar have paid this tribute. They say, keep smiling and dancing like you love to do, our princess. Like we said before to you, you're always our princess, and no one would change that. Love from your hero daddy and mummy. Well, the children were at a Taylor Swift-themed dance and yoga workshop when the attack took place, and the singers released a tribute on Instagram. She said this morning, the horror of yesterday's attack in Southport is washing over me continuously, and I'm just completely in shock. The loss of life and innocence and the horrendous trauma inflicted on everyone who was there, the families and first responders. These were just little kids at a dance class. I am at a complete loss for how to ever convey my sympathies to these families. Well, this morning, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, also visited the scene in Southport to lay flowers.
All of our thoughts will be with the families who have been affected, the loved ones who have been lost and the children who are injured. And it's really important that they get all the support they need. I've been meeting with some of the first responders, the emergency services, the police, fire service and paramedics who were there yesterday and who had to respond with great bravery to make sure that more lives were not lost. And I thank them for the work that they did. There is also a serious criminal investigation underway now, but everyone's thoughts will be with those injured children and just praying for them.
That's the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, speaking in Southport. Well, there have been several messages today as well posted online for the yoga teacher, Leanne Lucas, who the BBC understands was running the summer holiday dance and yoga class. One Instagram user says, your bravery has touched the heart of the nation. We're all praying for you and the families affected. And another message says, thoughts and prayers are with you, Leanne. Keep fighting. Well, it's such a difficult listen, but we will get more details now. Appreciate if people find this, the details that you are hearing distressing. But we're going to get more now. We're going to go to Alderhay Hospital and speak to our reporter, Rowan Bridge. Rowan, what is the latest from where you are?
Well, Tony, I mean, we're really waiting on further updates on the 5 children and 2 adults who are critically injured as a result of this attack. The only update we've been given today was just before lunchtime today when they confirmed the details that you've already given out about the 3 children who've already confirmed has died. One of those died overnight, 2 of them died yesterday. The rest of the people are still in a critical condition. What we don't know is who they are, how old those children are, or the 2 adults who are in a critical condition, or indeed where exactly everybody is being treated. We know that the children involved were taken to here at Alderhay and also to Manchester Children's Hospital. Now, the reason they would have gone to those 2 hospitals is that they are the major trauma centres for child injuries in the northwest of England, which I think gives you an idea of the scale of the sort of injuries that they were dealing with. It's worth saying, I was down at the scene by the police cordon this morning when Yvette Cooper turned up, and I think what you really noticed about it was the silence. So we are talking about a summer holidays, school holidays, seaside resort in a residential street. And yet there was nobody around. Apart from the media, there was just a silence. And I think that reflected the sort of sense of shock and the way people are stunned and emotional about what has happened. You know, we saw people coming all through the morning when I was there, leaving tributes, leaving flowers. And then amongst those who came down was Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary. And I think sometimes we forget that politicians are human beings too, but you really saw on Yvette Cooper, she came down with the local MP, they hugged and laid flowers and then read some of the messages that had been left on some of the cards at the site. And you could see she was visibly moved by what she read, and you could see the impact that all of these events had had on her. I think what you have is a community that's really struggling to understand, comprehend, come to terms with what's happened in their midst. These are a tight-knit community where everybody knows each other. It's on a residential street, on an event that's taking place during the school holidays, where kids and their parents thought they would be safe. And I think there is a sense of grasping for wanting to do something, to come together, for a sense of a need to kind of support each other in what is terrible times. So, for example, I know there is a vigil planned for this evening. There's also a Just Giving page that's been set up called Swifties for Southport, which was set up today, I think, and has raised almost £140,000 for Oldroyd Hospital already, which is the hospital where some of those children are being treated. Because I think it's just a sense that people want to feel that they can do something positive amongst these really worst of times.
Yeah. Rowan, listen, thanks for now. Rowan Bridgedale, our reporter at Oldroyd Hospital. I'm going to continue to do this while we're covering this really difficult story. If you've been affected by anything you've heard, you can get help on the BBC Action Line website. And of course, 5 Live will keep you updated with that story throughout the day. Let's look at some other news stories this afternoon. Anjem Choudhury, the radical preacher behind the UK's most dangerous terror group, has been jailed for a minimum of 28 years. He was found guilty of directing the group and encouraging support for it through online meetings. Our Home and Legal Affairs correspondent Dominic Cassiani has been at Woolwich Crown Court and joins us now. Dominic, hello to you. What's the significance of this sentence?
Oh, hi, Tony. This sentence is absolutely extraordinary, to be perfectly honest. For 25 years, Anjem Choudhury has been one of the most important and dangerous men in the UK, not because of acts of violence that he was personally involved in, bombing and plotting and those kind of things, but because of his ideology, his charisma and his ability to attract people to his cause. He in the mid-1990s, along with another Islamic thinker, set up a group called Al-Muhajirun, and it was at the forefront for many years of spreading the idea that the UK should basically be ruled under Sharia law, as should the rest of the West. And if anybody said anything different to that, well, they'd be met by violence. And as a consequence, many of the followers they attracted went abroad to join groups like Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State militants in Syria, or other extremist groups in the Horn of Africa, for example. And at home, some of his followers committed acts of violence here in the UK as well. But he's a very, very clever and charismatic man, and for years the Metropolitan Police have sought to actually prove he was actually running the Al-Muhajirun network. And finally, after all these years, they proved so, with the help of colleagues in the United States and Canada, who showed that he was organising secret online talks across the Atlantic to recruit more followers. And it's that evidence which led to his conviction last week for directing terrorism. And today, Mr. Justice Wall, a senior judge at Woolwich Crown Court, jailed him for life of a minimum of 28 years. A quite extraordinary sentence, which means this 57-year-old, if you do the maths, he won't be able to apply to leave prison until he's 85. And he's going to spend an awful lot of that time in a specialist separation unit, to use the jargon, effectively segregated from other prisoners because of the ideological poison he's capable of dripping into people's ears.
Dominic, thank you. That's our Home and Legal Affairs correspondent, Dominic Cassiani. You're listening to Tony Livesey on 5 Live. We're just rounding up the news of the day. We'll be done in 5 or 6 minutes or so. Then we're back to our Olympic coverage. So much to look forward to this afternoon here in Paris. Before that, in politics in the UK, after the Chancellor's speech yesterday, we now have another indication of the priorities of our new government, with the Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary Angela Rayner in the Commons announcing major changes to the planning system in England and the introduction of mandatory house building targets. It's part of the drive to build 1.5 million new homes. She spoke of wanting to turbocharge growth and build more homes before she went into more detail.
For the first time,
we'll make local housing targets mandatory, requiring local authorities to use the same method to work out how many homes to build. But, Mr Speaker, that alone is insufficient to meet our ambition. So we're also changing the standard method used to calculate housing need so it better reflects the urgency of supply for local areas. Rather than relying on outdated data, this new method will require local authorities to plan for homes proportionate to the size of existing communities. And it will incorporate an uplift where house prices are most out of step with local incomes. The collective total of these local targets will therefore rise from some 300,000 a year to just over 370,000 a year.
That's the Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary Angela Rayner speaking in the Commons this afternoon. Hannah Miller, our political correspondent, joins us. Hannah, they did promise this. What else did we learn today?
They absolutely did, Tony, didn't they? And I think they know that this is going to be controversial. It was striking that Angela Rayner, very at the beginning of her statement, she said this won't be without controversy, but it is urgent. They know that there will be people out there who think about their local area and whether they want houses being built in the field close to them or wherever it might be, and who don't feel entirely comfortable about that, but they see this as a housing crisis and something that they want to really set out their stall about how they're going to tackle it. In terms of decoding some of what Angela Rayner was saying there, I think some of it is quite complicated. Essentially, the government's saying that they're increasing the targets for the amount of housing that must be built. They're making that target mandatory, so local areas will get a say on how homes are built, perhaps a bit about what they look like or that kind of thing, but not whether or not they get built. They are getting built regardless of whether or not local areas like it, according to the government. And what this means for most areas across England is that there will be an increase in the target for the number of homes that are built, except in London, where the target has actually slightly fallen but is still higher than the current rates of house building that are going on. We're still trying to kind of get to the bottom of what would actually happen if local areas didn't meet these new targets that are being introduced. The Conservatives have said it's all a distant aspiration rather than a meaningful target, but it's really clearly Angela Rayner setting out her stall for what this government wants to do.
Hannah, thank you. That's our political correspondent, Hannah Miller. And finally in this news bulletin, before we go back to the Olympic Games, we'll turn to the Post Office inquiry. A senior civil servant has said that she can't help feeling that the Post Office board should have done more to realise the scale of the Horizon scandal at the time. Susanna Story represented the government on the board for 2 years and has been given evidence today. She said board members have been blindsided by a key report into issues with the flawed IT system. As ever, our Money and Work reporter, Peter Rillick, has been following the inquiry and joins us now. Peter, hello to you.
Afternoon, Tony.
So who is Susanna Story and what's the timeline here? How does she fit in?
Yeah, so she is still a senior civil servant, and at the time that we are concerned about, she was, as you say, the government's representative on the Post Office board. Obviously, the government is the sole shareholder of the Post Office. And the inquiry is looking at a couple of things. Why didn't key documents get to the board? But also, was the board itself sufficiently curious? We had a really interesting exchange today on what was actually discussed at board meetings. So we had some examples of meetings where reports on criminal and civil cases against sub-postmasters were in the board packs, if you like. They were sort of there in the information that was provided to board members, but they were not actually discussed at the meetings. They were just sort of noted in the minutes. And in one meeting, there was a discussion of a new postal museum, but not these reports. And they were getting longer and more detailed. And the inquiry chair, Sir Wyn Williams, he, in a sort of unusual turn of events, he expressed shock at this.
Forgive me if I'm a little surprised that nobody thought to discuss these things, but that appears to be the case.
Well, I agree with you, and when you look at this page now, absolutely, I can't recall the discussion, but it's actually hard for me to recall.
I'm not for a minute suggesting you should remember the words spoken, but the impression I get from you, so now's your chance to correct it, that because this paper was to be noted, there was literally no discussion of it. And, I'm not hiding it. I'm expressing my surprise that a board, for the first time, confronted with this sort of detail, doesn't discuss it at all.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with you, and I don't recall a discussion. I also don't recall anybody highlighting it to us either, but I totally take your point.
Now, Susanna Story was actually the final witness in this crucial phase of this inquiry that's all looking at who knew what and when. We've heard from so many witnesses, Tony, over the past few months, and really the inquiry chair is going to make some decisions on what he's heard.
Yeah. Just to end, Peter, there's been an update, I believe, on payments for sub-postmasters.
So there are several redress schemes, and this is the one for people who were convicted and had their convictions overturned. It should open the door to an immediate £200,000 payment to those people, although they may be able to claim more. Not everyone's going to be happy, but at least it might mean they'll get a first payment soon. Just a reminder, the inquiry might be ongoing, but the redress for people, it's a situation that's far from over.
OK, Peter, thank you. That's our Money and Work reporter, Peter Ruddick. Right, we're back with our Olympic coverage very, very shortly indeed. It's 18 minutes past 4.
And a look at your travel. So the M1 is closed northbound at Milton Keynes, 14 to 15, heading up towards Northampton. A vehicle overturned in an accident. The M4 and eastbound Junction 6 at Slough, a couple of lanes closed to deal with an accident towards Langley. And then the M25 clockwise. One lane closed to deal with a multi-vehicle accident. The queues are stretching back now to Junction 14 to Heathrow Terminal 4, but that's stretching back from 15 at the M4. So that closure in place from 15 to 16 near the M40. And the M5 in Somerset, Junction 21 at Weston-super-Mare to 22 at Burnham-on-Sea, a car transporter has broken down, so one lane's closed for recovery. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Order in the court. Stacey Dooley, you may address the jury.
I call your attention to the brand new podcast, Famously on Trial. Celeb scandals will be scrutinised, A-list antics analysed, and influencer indictments investigated. No case is off limits.
Stacey Dooley will present the evidence.
Larry Dean will be the judge.
And I declare this podcast guilty of sounding criminally brilliant.
Famously on Trial.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
I rest my case.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games
with Tony Livesey
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, welcome to Paris. I'm part of a Chappers Kelly Kate sandwich this afternoon. He's done all the heavy lifting this morning. Kelly's going to take over later tonight. But for the afternoon, myself and Eleanor Oldroyd will take you through all the action. Team GB, to bring you up to date with what's happening today, Team GB have claimed their third gold of the Games. That came from Nathan Hales in the men's trap shooting, and he broke the Olympic record in the process. Elsewhere, defending champion Charlotte Worthington is out of the BMX freestyle competition in the first round, but fellow Brit Kieran Riley is safely through to tomorrow's men's final. Still to come. This is going to be pretty amazing this afternoon. Andy Murray and Dan Evans are on court at Roland Garros, where I'm based today, for their second round doubles match later this afternoon. If it's half as dramatic as their first round match, we're in for a real treat. And we're going to be talking gymnastics as well ahead of the women's team final this evening. Also, earlier in the day, Team GB qualified fastest for the 200 metres freestyle relay final. Will be poolside for commentary of their bid with Kelly for gold at 9:15 tonight. Where are we going to start? We're going to start at the canoeing. John Akers is keeping across the women's canoe singles heat. Mallory Franklin is in action. John, what's happening?
Yeah, she's just gone on her second run of the heats, Tony, and she's missed the last gate. So luckily she posted a decent time on her first run, and they just take the best time across the two runs. So Mallory Franklin went down in 104.72 in her first run to put her in fourth position. She's sixth overall at the moment, 152.41 seconds after missing that last gate. You get a 50-second penalty for missing a gate. You get a 2-second penalty for nudging one on the white water. This is the canoe, so they're kneeling down at the moment. And we're just watching Jessica Fox, who's the number one in the world, the Australian, come through to the last section of her run. She nudged gate 7, so she's lost 2 seconds there, but she's comfortably qualified anyway. She was second fastest after the first heat, so she'll be through. She'll be fine, Mallory Franklin, but she didn't set the world light there in her heats. And we're still waiting for Joe Clark to go in the kayak on his second run He has to put down a clean run because he is at the moment outside of the qualifying places. He's 23rd of 24, so his second run needs to be a good one.
Yeah, John, I spent a good afternoon watching the canoeing the other day, and Mallory Franken is the reigning world champion, so doesn't need any advice from me. But it's a whopping penalty if you miss a gate. Would you not be tempted to try and hit it with your paddle on the way past, so you'd be guilty of nudging it rather than missing it, or is that?
What they do is it's
as
so
ridiculous as it sounded when I said it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's so precise on the way down that what they do is there's a couple of the downstream gates where it's like a really small chicane in between the two gates. So they try and line up the canoe or the kayak in line with the two gates, and then just use their upper body, their torso and their head and their neck, and there are a lot of neck injuries and abductor injuries in this sport, to just try and bob their head through the gates. And what she's done is she's just sort of limboed her head towards the last gate, and she's not got the whole of her head through the gate. So it's rare. I don't think I've seen anyone miss the last gate over the last 3 days of competition, so it is rare, but she's just been doing what she's been doing for the rest of the competition, really. She just missed it.
Yeah, OK. Well, look, we'll keep up to date with that. Cheers, John. Yeah, 50-second penalty if you miss a gate. Pretty much game over for that run anyway. We mentioned this earlier on. Nathan Hales has won Great Britain's third gold medal of the Games. It was in the trap shooting this morning. He hit 48 shots out of 50. That's a new Olympic record, and it's Britain's first shooting gold since London 2012. He's been speaking to the BBC's Lewis Coombs.
Nathan Hales, Olympic gold medalist. How does that sound?
Great. It's absolutely amazing. Still can't quite believe it.
When you've got dreams of being an Olympian and winning gold medals, what's it like to finally realise that? Not many people get to do that, Nathan.
No, I'm not sure I quite have realised it yet. It's just been an amazing experience. It's just been absolutely unreal.
Your sport, more than most, is about staying calm with adrenaline coursing through your body. How do you manage to keep your composure?
It was very difficult the whole way through, especially when we knew who was in the medals. And it was very, very difficult, but tried to stay grounded the whole way through, stuck to my routine, used breathing techniques that we do with our psychologists. So.
Yeah, a new Olympic record to boot as well. What a way to do it.
Yeah, I didn't quite realise that until someone mentioned it earlier, but yeah, it was absolutely great.
When you're wearing your ear defenders, can you hear the screams and the whoops from the crowd? Because there was plenty coming from the GB direction.
Yeah, could hear plenty of shouting, which was great as well. It just spurs you on that bit more.
Who did you have here today supporting you on?
My whole family, some personal sponsors, the whole team, all our support staff. Yeah, pretty much half of my family. My little baby girl, my girlfriend, and our little boy as well.
Fantastic. These are the moments to cherish, aren't they? A first gold for GB since 2012, and it's you that's done it. What does it mean to you to be that person?
It's absolutely a dream come true. It's something I set out 10 years ago to achieve. I worked with Peter Wilson, who was London's gold medalist, on the build-up over the last couple of years, which has been a great help as well.
Yeah, and now you've won the gold, you've got to figure out how you're going to celebrate.
Yes, yeah, got to work all that out when it all sinks in, and we decide what we're up to tonight. But yeah, we'll definitely be celebrating.
You've come through the pathway programme of British shooting. You are the legacy. You're what's meant to happen. How does that feel?
It's absolutely great. I mean, the pathway's an amazing opportunity for young kids to get involved and have the opportunity to work all the way up from the bottom to the top, which is great, and the support we get is absolutely amazing, and it wouldn't be possible without British shooting, UK sport, and the lottery funding as well.
Yeah, you don't get much higher than a gold medal winner at the Olympics. Congratulations.
No, thank you very much.
Brilliant. Nathan Hales with Britain's third gold medal of the Games. Now, the continuing saga of the River Seine now, and the president of World Triathlons told the BBC that there is a 60% chance of the event going ahead tomorrow. The water was deemed not clean enough to swim in for the third day running. Who we thought could we put on this story? Who's best suited? Maz Faruqi. You've not been dipping your toe in, have you? You've been dipping your toe into the story, I think, Maz.
Yeah, well, taking from what World Triathlon's saying today, 60% chance it'll happen, conceding there quite a high chance that it's not going to happen, neither the men's or the women's. Obviously the women's scheduled for 8 a.m, was always scheduled for 8 a.m. local time tomorrow. The men's now scheduled to take place at 10:45 after the women's race. But it's a situation, isn't it, Tony, I think we can all agree on, in which we feel so sorry for all the athletes involved. I couldn't sleep last night wondering whether or not the men's race was going to go ahead today. I was going to be commentating on it this morning, so I can only imagine. Clearly I wasn't competing. So for the triathletes, how on earth have they been feeling, trying to prepare for an Olympic final, trying to visualise an Olympic final, whether it's going to happen in these circumstances? Outspoken views shared on social media. You know, Max Stapley, a triathlete not with Team GB out here in Paris, but the boyfriend of one of the women who's due to line up tomorrow for Great Britain, Kate Waugh, who's making her Olympic debut, or due to make her Olympic debut. He posted earlier on social media, pathetic, zero respect for athlete welfare and investment, not being able to hold a triathlon in the country with the most tried and tested venues in the world is inexcusable. The other thing to mention, Tony, is that we're not expecting the weather to stay dry today. Clearly more rain won't improve the situation, and we've got weather warnings put in place around Paris this evening for rain, for thunderstorms, perhaps even hail. So that's certainly not going to improve the water quality. A reminder that Friday's the backup day if they don't think the water quality in the Seine is good enough still tomorrow for these finals to take place. And the event could still perhaps take place as a duathlon, so just the cycling and the running elements, if on Friday they decide the water quality still isn't good enough then.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to hear from World Triathlon President in just a second, but Maz, that's really embarrassing for the organisers. One wonders why they maybe didn't think of a plan B, because there were long-term worries about this, weren't there?
There were, and obviously we talked an awful lot about the amount of money that they have invested and pumped into this. Forgive, I've realised I've used the wrong language there, but to try and get the Seine clean for this triathlon, over €1 billion. You know, the idea of this route was that it's one that's very central through the streets of Paris, very scenic, taking in all the famous landmarks that we're used to seeing, or all the places you visit as a tourist when you go around it. It's supposed to be an urban route based around the central component of that being the Seine, the pontoon where the triathletes dive into the water, and then that's where the transition phases take place as well, where they then get ready for the cycling and then for the running. So it was always the vision, if you like, of the organisers for it to take place in the centre of the city. But as you say, it maybe would have been pertinent to plan perhaps for, if there was going to be rain, as we saw very heavy rain over the weekend, to have a plan B outside of the centre so that all three disciplines of this can take place. Because if it is only going to take place with the two elements of the cycling and the running, whoever wins that gold medal is always going to feel like they've got an asterisk next to the name, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Maz, we'll be back with you shortly. You're keeping an eye on that for us. Well, I mentioned we'd hear from the World Triathlon President, Marisol Cortado. He's been speaking to BBC Sport News correspondent Laura Scott.
We have now seen the familiarisation cancelled twice, and today's men's triathlon moved.
Yes.
A lot of people will be disappointed and their plans disrupted. What is your message to the athletes who have trained for years?
Well, at least to tell them that we are very sorry about what's happening, but they really know that the weather conditions we are not controlling. The situation that we face here is that at one point, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or 7, we decide that we want to be in the center of the city, as it was the situation in London. If you remember London, we have also a problem with the algae inside the water. Until the last minute, we were like we are now. Yeah, fortunately, we don't have to postpone or that, but it was really very difficult. Then in Tokyo, we have a problem with the heat. It was in the levels, in the highest levels, just to be able to compete. Then we are accustomed to this. This is our sport, and we are outdoor sport. And when you have an outdoor sport, you depend on God, let's say.
The contingency is for a duathlon if you run out of days. But what about the athletes who are strongest at swimming? Is it fair on them?
For me, just to use the word fair in this situation makes me difficult just to use that, because at the end of the day we are talking about 3 legs of 2 of the legs, running, cycling, and again running. It's also a problem as there are more people that they in a circuit they can have a mountain, and there are people that is better going up and etc. I think I put it in this kind of environment. We are going to exhaust all the possibilities of triathlon. We are going to use an even more days just of contingency in case, because this is something that is going to go down. Then we at the end of the day we are going to swim in the Seine, but probably later.
Should it have been somewhere else, not in the Seine?
It's impossible, because now we have all the setting, and the setting here is important also. It's very important for everyone and for the athletes.
That is Marisol Cortada, the president of World Triathlon. Maz, I'd not really thought about it from that perspective. It's all right to say let's do a duathlon, but if swimming's your specialist subject, I appreciate the scoring's different in each event, but if that's your strong point, you're not going to be happy.
No, exactly, and also the swimming in this particular triathlon, Tony, I think was one that was going to be very tactical, very interesting. You know, it goes without saying that there are strong currents in the River Seine, and that was something that the athletes were going to try and use to their advantage, particularly if they were due to sort of take off or dive in, if you like, from the middle of the pontoon. So it was going to add an extra element of intrigue to it. And the other point I think to raise particularly is, as we heard in Laura's interview there, 2 days of familiarisation swims, if you like, have been cancelled, and that isn't a big deal for some of these athletes. And you include some of the big medal contenders for Great Britain who won test events that took place along this very route in Paris last year, but you're talking about some of the triathletes who maybe haven't had a chance to get used to the course, get used to the swim. Those strong currents are going to be big factors. So, you know, if these events are able to take place as the organisers envisaged, and in truth I think that's something we all hope that they will be able to, that is going to be, I think, something that we're going to see, that some athletes will be very, very happy and know what they are expecting from the water segment of this race, and other athletes might not. There's so much uncertainty around this race, Tony. I still am not convinced that we're going to see these men's and women's races held tomorrow.
Well, look, fingers crossed, Maz. Thank you. Yeah, you're right about the weather, though. It's predicted to hit. Well, I'm here at Roland Garros, big tennis day today, and the sky at the moment is blue. The temperature is high 30s or mid 30s. It is 36 degrees at the moment, yet we're told it's going to hailstorm at 6 o'clock. Go figure. However, right, so I'm on centre court. Well, not centre court, blimey. Philippe Chatrier, which is their equivalent of centre court. Nothing's happening here at the moment, but everyone outside was celebrating if they had a ticket for the Suzanne Lenglen court, because it's pretty much a Willy Wonka golden ticket for the tennis today. Jonathan Overend.
Yes, I mean, I don't really. I mean, this is slightly awkward, isn't it, Tony? I don't really know what to say. I mean, it's the unique way the Olympic Games is organised from a broadcasting point of view that we won't really get into. But you're in one place, and over here on court Susan Longland, I mean, just listen to it, just to rub it in a little bit further. What an atmosphere for Rafa Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz, partnering up for Spain. They've won one match already in the men's doubles. The place is absolutely rammed. And of course it could be Rafa's farewell. There he was with the torch on the opening night, getting it from Zidane. And Alcaraz, there he was here at Roland Garros, winning the French Open not so long ago, and then going on to win Wimbledon as well. But as a doubles team, this is where the Olympics is so unique from a tennis point of view. You know, you just wouldn't see this at any other event other than the Olympic Games. And the fans, as you can hear, are most definitely making the most of it. They play the Dutch team of Griekspoor and Koolhof just in the knock-up at the moment.
Yeah, with Evans and Murray to come. You're right, Jonathan. I'm on Philippe Chatrier. For company, I've got 4 pigeons and a bloke using a hosepipe on the clay. come to Paris.
It's a very high-tech hosepipe, I can tell you, Tony. I mean, you're privileged to see a hosepipe of that standard. But Murray Evans later, as you say, his court has gone on very long today. There was the Jack Draper match, which went to 3 sets. He lost to Taylor Fritz. There was the Jasmine Paolini match, the French Open and Wimbledon finalist, who lost surprisingly 7-5 in the third to Anna Schmidlova, despite serving for the match, Paolini, in that one. Coco Gauff has also gone out today, the United States flag bearer. So there's a lot happening. And also in doubles action, looking forward to the Heather Watson-Joe Salisbury mixed doubles match a little later on. And Bolter and Watson are actually in the women's doubles at the moment on one of the outside courts. So loads happening as we head towards the late afternoon here at Roland Garros.
Great. Cheers, Jonathan. Yeah, lots more tennis to come then throughout the afternoon and evening here on 5 Live. Now the golf gets underway at the Olympics on Thursday. It takes place at Le Golf National, which was the Ryder Cup venue in 2018. In the men's event, Team GB will be represented by Tommy Fleetwood and Matt Fitzpatrick. Charlie Hull and Georgia Hall are the female competitors. Rory McIlroy will represent Ireland. He's been speaking to the BBC's Stephen Watson.
Where does the Olympics sit now in the game of golf, do you think, for you?
Honestly, I'm still not sure. We have our 4 majors, which will always be the 4 majors, but I think as time goes on and as the Olympics becomes a bigger part of our sport, it'll obviously mean more to the sport. I was really close to winning a medal last time, and was said I'd never tried as hard to finish third before in my life. So once you're in there, and especially if you're in contention for a medal, you feel the buzz of it, and it's really cool.
Do you ever think an Olympic gold medal could sit alongside a major in golf?
I think it's hard to say because even this week with the way the qualification system works, not all the best players in the world are here. So you'd like to think that if you're going to win something that's really prestigious in the sport, that you want all the best players playing, and that doesn't quite happen here. But it's still very meaningful, and if I were to win a medal, and especially a gold medal, it would mean a lot to me.
And are you hoping a good week here can really kickstart a very positive end to your own season?
Yeah, I hope so. It's been a pretty good season. Obviously coming off the disappointment of Troon. But yeah, there's a lot of big events that are still left to play. Obviously here, and then trying to finish off strongly over in America with the FedEx Cup, and then trying to finish off strongly in Europe, and try to win the race to Dubai as well. So there's still a bit to play for. Obviously the majors have come and gone, but I've probably got a good 8 to 10 tournaments left, and I obviously want to finish the year off on a positive note.
Rory McIlroy there speaking to the BBC, while our golf correspondent Ian Carter joins us now. Ian, hello to you.
Hello, Tony.
Interesting listening to Rory there. He's all over the place at the Open, wasn't it? I suppose it's difficult to predict how he will perform this time.
It is, and extraordinarily, he was playing at St Andrews at the start of this week, but now over in Paris, getting his preparations. He said actually that sort of recreational round that he had at St Andrews was the first time he'd touched a club since missing the cut at Royal Troon. Very difficult to say how he's going to go, but it was very clear, I think, in Tokyo 3 years ago, how he had completely changed his view of Olympic golf. He really didn't have any enthusiasm for it when it came back in Rio in 2016. He cited Zika as the reason not to go to those games, but really he just didn't like the pressure that it brought, because he had to make this choice between playing for Great Britain and Ireland, and he's always trodden a very careful path as far as that is concerned. But I do think that the way that he has changed his view of golf in the Olympics really mirrors the way the sport has changed its view. You go back to Rio, there were only 6 of the top dozen players in the world who competed in the Olympics. This time we've got 10 of the world's top 15 players in the men's competition, and those that are missing are simply not there because they're Americans, and already the maximum 4 spots had been taken in the American team. So there's much more enthusiasm, and this is going to be the strongest men's Olympic golf event that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mentioned the venue itself, Ian. Europe thrashed the USA back in 2018, so happy memories for some of the players. What do we make of Team GB's prospects then?
Well, I think they're pretty decent. Tommy Fleetwood's had a very good season without really having the big win, but he is very highly motivated. He's spoken about his sense of pride of playing for Great Britain as he did in Tokyo 3 years ago. So he will be looking to go well there, and had a wonderful Ryder Cup when he made his debut for Europe back in 2018, when he and Francesco Molinari swept all before them in the first 2 days of that Ryder Cup. Matt Fitzpatrick's been a bit up and down, a bit more down than up of late, but again, it could be that playing for your country could really reignite his season. So we wait to see how they go. As far as McIlroy's concerned, he's playing for Ireland, and he's playing alongside Shane Lowry, who said what an amazing experience it was for him in the opening ceremony, being the flag bearer for Ireland.
Ian, for now, thank you very much. That's our golf correspondent, Ian Carter, looking ahead to the golf then that starts on Thursday. The tennis is well underway here at Roland Garros. My first visit, Jonathan. It's a beautiful part of Paris, unsullied by tennis action where I am at the moment. But
yeah, it's a well-to-do part of the French capital, isn't it? There's tree-lined boulevards and long, wide-open paved roads, and you're close to the Bois de Boulogne with Longchamp, home of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, the famous horse race as well. So it's a lovely part of town. You feel like you're on a little bit of an escape from the maddening city centre, don't you? And, and it's
nice. It's a great atmosphere coming here. A lot of excited tennis fans because of the lineup, which we're going to talk about in a second. Alcaraz and Nadal underway. Lots of Brits knocking around, and I've spoke to a few of them. We'll hear that later on. But I bumped into Leon Smith as well, the Davis Cup captain, who was wandering around earlier on. He's looking forward to Andy Murray. I suppose we can talk a little bit of Andy Murray now. Maybe we should just update everyone on the match underway at the moment, though, that we can hear in the background, Jonathan.
Yeah, early stages of this eagerly awaited second round match for the Alcaraz-Nadal doubles partnership, representing Spain, of course. Early stages against the Dutchman Talon Griekspoor and Wesley Koolhof. Griekspoor and Koolhof have won the opening game. Alcaraz is serving first for Spain, and not a seat to be had on court Susan Longlon. And down on court number 6, Tony, that's where Katie Boulter and Heather Watson are playing in the women's doubles, and they've made a strong start against the German pair, Angelique Kerber and Laura Siegemund. 4-2, Boulter and Watson lead in the first set of that one. In fact, they've just won the 7th game as well, so 5-2 to Boulter and Watson.
And if we just turn to Andy Murray and Dan Evans, who are coming up later on, Jonathan, when I was speaking to Leon Smith, who's a good mate of Murray, and he was telling me kind of how he's approaching all this. I was having to ask the fans here, how will you feel if this is Murray's last match, which it could very well be, but obviously he said Andy Murray will not be thinking that going into it. His mindset will be he wants to elongate time because he loves the Olympics, said Leon.
I bet he was thinking it at 9-4 down in the deciding tie-break 48 hours ago. I mean, that was extraordinary. I mean, to win the last 7 points of that match. I mean, at any time, on any court, in any place, to win 7 points in a row is an extraordinary effort from match points down. But to do it when any one of those 5 match points could have been his last ever point. So in isolation, when you think about that, and the pressure of playing those shots, not just for Andy Murray, but also for Dan Evans. I mean, missed that drive volley, ambitious drive volley that he took on one of the match points, and then his mate Murray, that's it. He's done and dusted. But I think things can work in a strange way psychologically there, Tony. Don't know what you think about this, but, you know, having had that massive, monumental scare in the first round, could it actually sort of shock the system to such an extent that they go into every match now feeling top of the world, top of the Eiffel Tower, top of the draw in the men's doubles, almost like, right, we can win this now. We could win the gold medal. I think it's distinctly possible.
Yeah, just before we move on to a bit of kayak info, Jonathan, what about the Belgians they're up against? Are they any good?
Well, yes, they are, and this is the problem. And when I say it's distinctly possible that they could believe that. Could they actually win it? Well, they've got to get through today's match against an established doubles pair. Gillet and Vliegen reached the French Open final last year, and they won the Monte Carlo Masters title this year, and both of those events on clay. So they're very handy. They're an established team, and Murray and Evans will have to play really well to beat them.
Okay, what's happening on in the Nadal-Alcaraz match? Just find
they're high-fiving. They have won their first game, so it's one game all in the opening set. What I don't understand is why they're wearing different Spanish shirts. Rafa's has a hint of gold, and Alcaraz is just plain red. But there we go. Probably something from the commercial team. But it's entertaining stuff.
Home and away, third kit maybe, I don't know. Right, cheers overs, back with you very shortly. We'll be in and out of the tennis all evening here on 5 Live. Let's turn though to the kayaking. John Akers is watching this. Joe Clark in action in the men's kayak single heats, John.
In about 15 to 20 minutes time, we think, Tony, something like that, and he's got work to do. So how it works is there are 2 runs in the heats for this event, and there are 24 paddlers going down the white water with the huge crowds, 12,000 people watching in the stadia around this whitewater course. So he at the moment is last. He got a penalty on his first run. It was a retrospective one. He missed gate 6, so his time 1:36.89, and the leading time from Castric, the Frenchman, is 83.71. That was from his first run. So Joe Clark has got to go not clean. He can clip gates, I think, on the way down, but he's got to put a run together where he goes through every gate. Or the former Olympic champion from Rio and the world champion from last year, and arguably the favourite, along with Priskovic, the favourite for the event, could be going out of the Olympics. So he'll be nervous, he'll be getting ready, and we'll bring you that one in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is very nerve-wracking watching and listening to the kayaking. That's interesting. He won that medal in Rio, John, but then didn't make the team for Tokyo. That sounds pretty brutal, or he had a sudden dip in form. Do we know what went wrong for him then?
It wasn't a dip in form. He was the world number 1 when he didn't qualify for 2021 Tokyo Olympics. And it was just how they did it, the qualifying in the end. They weighted the European Championships really heavily, and he didn't win in the European Championships. But as we've seen so far, you miss a gate or you clip a few, it's really fine margins in this sport. It was controversial. He didn't go. He was devastated by that, was Joe Clark. But he's got a chance to defend a title, if you like, that he won 8 years ago when he wasn't expected to win it when he was a young man. He's 31 now, so this is big for him. This next 15 minutes, big for Joe Clark to see if he can get himself into the semi-final.
Right, we'll be back to you for that run, definitely, John. So hold your thoughts there. Let's just talk swimming. Later this evening, Kelly's going to take you through all the action from the Défense Arena. Alistair Bruce-Ball and Steve Parry were poolside for this morning's swimming session, as they've been for all of them. Let's hear from them now about who to watch out for tonight.
So it's 2 silver medals in the pool so far for Great Britain, but there is a really good chance of a first gold tonight. The men's 4x200 metres freestyle relay team will defend their Olympic title. Looked very good in qualification. The quartet were James Guy, Jack McMillan, Kieran Bird and Tom Dean. Steve Parry was part of the commentary team this morning, will be part of the commentary team tonight as always, alongside Karen Pickering as well. Steve, pretty impressed with Great Britain looking good for a gold tonight, you think?
Ali, I got a huge smile on my face. I was loving the performance that the guys put in this morning. They were so dominant. It's unusual to see Great Britain dominating the yellow tracksuits, yellow and green tracksuits of Australia so much, and it all came from James Guy, who set the tone on the first leg. He absolutely destroyed the rest of the field, finishing a body length ahead of everyone else, and now we know that all 4 of them are on song, that they're all in form. And that can give us huge confidence as they go into the final tonight. Now, you can't put the gold medal around the neck just yet, because the Americans are wonderful racers, the Australians are wonderful racers, and then there's the ever-present threat of the disqualification by going too early on a takeover when everyone gets excited. But we're in a very, very strong position.
How important as well, Steve, so you've been part of British Olympic teams, you won your bronze medal Athens 2004. to get a gold on the board. Great Britain will go in as favourites, but in terms of the rest of the meet and how it could develop for Great Britain, how important to get that gold when you're expected to get that gold.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. 20 years ago, winning a bronze medal, that was deemed as a huge success. Great Britain hadn't had any medals in 8 years, and a medal of any colour was considered good. Myself and Dave Davis having bronze medals. You know, we saw the other day Adam Peaty not happy at all with a silver medal. The guys think in terms of being champions, winning lots of medals, and that's the reason Great Britain got 8 medals at the last Olympics with 4 gold. They actually finished the best team in Team GB, which was great to see. So the mentality has changed, the performances in the pool has changed, but this event epitomises the whole of Team GB. They've had a great approach to the relays, and to be able to take out huge swimming nations like Australia and America is massive.
And just in terms of team selection, the 4 men that will compete for Great Britain tonight, how difficult, having seen that swim, is that going to be? You're already shaking your head at me.
Shaking my head. There are no questions to be asked, really. I mean, if you look at the splits that he did, Guy went out and did a blistering 1:45.0. He would have been in the mix for medals yesterday. Now, at 28 years of age, he was the one that I was worried about, because he's done it before multiple times, and I thought, can he carry that forward to the Olympics? And he can, and that's why I'm excited about it. Macmillan and Bird, they went 1:45 and 1:47 respectively. So Macmillan's asking the question against Tom Dean, who swam 1:44. He's actually faster than Dean, but looking at Tom Dean's stroke, to me it looked like he was just doing what he had to do. I cannot see the Olympic champion from 2020 on the individual 200 meters missing out on the final tonight, and I think it was team orders. Just do what you need to do, Dino.
Let's look at some of the other events coming in the pool this evening, Steve. 3 medals up for grabs tonight. Semi-final action as well in the 100 metres freestyle. Matt Richards in the men's and Anna Hopkins in the women's 100 metres freestyle. Matt Richards obviously already has the silver medal from the 200 free, and he really pulled the performance out of the bag in that final last night. Again, do you think more to come from him in the 100?
Yeah, Matt seems to work into the meet. He got better through the rounds on the 200 free, and I would expect him to do the same on the 100. But it's incredibly competitive, that 100 metres freestyle. You got Pan from China broke the world record earlier in the year. You've got an uber talented Popovic from Romania who won the 200. 100's arguably a better event for him. It's an extremely tall order for him to get into the mix for the medals, but I wouldn't put it past him. He surprises me at every turn.
And would that be the same for Anna Hopkin in the women's 100 metres freestyle?
With Anna, I think a success for her will be making the final. But you know, she was in great form. She really led off, used her speed. She led off really well over the first 50 this morning, and let's hope that she can make it through to the final tomorrow night.
Now, something you don't often see, and we might get to see tonight, in fact you've never seen, an Irish man has never won an Olympic gold medal in the swimming pool. The men's 800 metres freestyle tonight, there is a real chance of that. Daniel Whiffen from County Armagh is the world champion in the 800 and the 1500 free. He has a great chance of doing something no Irishman has ever done before tonight. That is going to be worth a listen as well.
That is going to be a right old ding-dong, that event. That 800 free. I mean, this is a distance event, but they swim it like sprinters. I mean, the speeds that they're going are incredible. They're well under a minute for each 100 metres. Do not discount Bobby Fink. He's an incredibly talented American with a blistering last 100 metres. Whiffen is going to need room if he's going to win that event, but how great for an island, never mind winning, how great if he can pick up a medal.
Yeah, Mona McSharry already has a medal, bronze medal at this Olympic Games, so Ireland looking strong. We're going to finish on the main man though, and if if our listeners needed any further encouragement to listen tonight, Léon Marchand is the reason. So he continues to swim now in the 200 metres butterfly semi-finals, 200 metres breaststroke semi-finals. He's trying to do the double, having already won a gold medal in the individual medley. Incredibly difficult to do, Steve, as you're about to explain. But the atmosphere, particularly during his 200 metres breaststroke, was incredible for a qualification heat, and it will go up a notch again tonight.
Well, it really will. And what's phenomenal and really surprising about what Léon Marchand is doing is he's doing multi-eventing, but including breaststroke events, which I've never seen before. We've had multi-eventers many times on freestyle, backstroke, butterfly. They're events that you can usually multi-event. He's throwing a breaststroke mix in there that's never happened before. Nobody has ever got medals on breaststroke and butterfly events at the Olympics. Now, his breaststroke was phenomenal. I was genuinely surprised at how he dominated the field. He's going to have it tougher on the fly events, but I expected it to be the other way around. But it was a thing of beauty watching him go on that 200 breast.
So that is semi-final action for him tonight. The key time for you, don't miss a thing, but the key time for you in terms of the best gold medal hope for Great Britain, 9:15 UK time. That is the men's 4x200 metre freestyle relay as Great Britain attempt to defend their Olympic title.
That is Alistair Bruce Ball, Steve Parry looking ahead tonight at La Défense. Serena Kelly Cates will be there. Leon Marchand, the French guy, I was there. I was lucky enough to be there the other day for one of his heats and the roof came off. Always an amazing moment. Potential Team GB medal hopes tonight in the pool. Something to look out for. Potential, there might be some GB success very shortly, as in progressing at least to the semi-finals in the men's kayaking. John Akers is watching. John, we had bronze success for Kimberly Woods on Sunday in the women's slalom. Let's hope Joe Clark can do the same. How far are we away?
Not far, about a minute, something like that, Tony. It's been a really good whitewater game so far for Team GB. Kimberly Woods, as you mentioned, with the kayak bronze, which was overachieving for her, and then you could argue as well for Adam Burgess, the silver yesterday in the canoe, the C1, maybe overachieving for Adam as well. He was in gold medal position for quite a bit of that. It was brilliant watching his face as he came across the line. He made up so much time in the second section of the course to get that medal, and tears, and it was just great to watch. So there's lots of confidence within this group at the moment. We've seen Mallory Franklin. She has qualified for the C1, the canoe. She's qualified for the semi-final. She wasn't the quickest, but she was comfortable enough, and we're about to watch Joe Clark then in the next 15 seconds or so get underway at the Vers-Suman Nautical Stadium. 12,000 supporters. They've brought forward the events just a little bit because of some inclement weather that's coming in, but the sun is shining at the moment. Is it going to shine on Joe Clark? You'll hear the beeps in the background, and that means that it's almost time for Joe Clark. It's not going off yet, actually. It's the Austrian first. In fact, we've got a few till Joe. The Austrian, Uschmotz, is going now. And then we've got... who have we got next? We've got Duguid of Switzerland still to go as well. Kastrick himself, the leader, the 19-year-old. So we're still looking at about 5 minutes for Joe Clark, but I've set it up nicely.
Yes, yeah. I could now expand on my 5-minute knowledge of Joe Clark, but I think we're going to go to the news. But just John, the kayaking and the canoeing, just a little bet I've had with myself. I was watching Team GB, men and women in the gymnastics the other day on the pommel horse, thinking they've got some upper body strength. But I guess the kayakers and the canoers could give them a run for the money.
Just to give you an idea, I was speaking to Adam Burgess' dad yesterday, who got the silver medal in the canoe, and when they were at home watching TV, everyone else would be lounging about on the sofa, Tony, and Adam would be sitting cross-legged on one of those giant exercise balls that you see in the gym. He'd just be sitting cross-legged on one of them, watching TV for hours on end, just keeping his balance on one of them for that core strength. You really do need a lot of strength, you're right, for this event, but that gives you an idea. And some of the things that Kimberly Woods was doing in the gym coming into this as well, about half an hour for 100 pull-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 burpees. I mean, just different incredible league. Amounts, different league, incredible
different
fitness.
League. Right, well, look, we will be back to you when Joe does get underway. We're going to break now. We'll be back with John very, very shortly. Let's get the 5 Live News with Stuart Clarkson.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Tony, thank you. Good evening. Police have released the names of the 3 young girls killed in a mass stabbing in Southport yesterday. They were 6-year-old Bebby King, 7-year-old Elsie Stankham and 9-year-old Elise Aguiar. She died in hospital early this morning. 5 other children and 2 adults are still in hospital after the attack at a holiday dance class. A 17-year-old boy is being questioned. Merseyside police have said it's not currently being treated as a terrorist incident. Well, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has been to Southport this afternoon to lay flowers at the scene and meet emergency workers.
I think it touches a nerve with the whole country. It's awful to contemplate what happened. I think about the families, the friends, the loved ones, those directly impacted, and of course the wider community here. There's no pretending, I think, that anybody in the country is not untouched by what happened yesterday.
The radical preacher Anjem Choudhury has been jailed for life with a minimum 28-year term for directing Al-Mahaj Jaroon, which is designated as a terrorist group by the UK. Choudhury, who's 57, has also been found guilty of encouraging support for the group online. The Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, has announced plans to build 1.5 million homes in England over the next 5 years. She told the Commons there'd be mandatory housing targets for local areas and that the planning system would be changed. The Conservatives say that would remove power from local authorities. A public inquiry's been opened into the Omagh bombing, with the chairman, Lord Turnbull, promising to pursue the truth about whether it could have been prevented. A car bomb planted by the dissident Republican group, the Real IRA, killed 29 people in 1998. And a new UK-wide compensation scheme has been announced for sub-postmasters who were convicted in the Horizon IT scandal and then have had them overturned. They'll receive an immediate payment of £200,000 and can negotiate for more. That's the 5 Live News. Orna's here now with a look at the travel.
Thanks, Stu. The M1 is closed it's in Buckinghamshire, heading up to Northampton, 14 Milton Keynes to 15 is where a vehicle overturned. The M1 again, and you've got queues because of the roadworks there, but also you've got a breakdown, 1 lane closed at junction 13 at Bedford. The M1 and West Yorkshire queues on the southbound side at 39 for Wakefield. That's recovery after a breakdown. The M62 westbound queues at 21 at Milne Row. A vehicle caught fire, so 1 lane's closed. The M8 in Edinburgh westbound at junction 2 near the M9. A vehicle's caught fire, partly blocking the road. And the M25 clockwise, junction 15 near the M4. That's the scene of the accident, with the queue stretching back to Heathrow Terminal 4. That's junction 14. And the M27. The roadworks are causing delays at 9 Sedgensworth, with 1 lane closed towards junction 8 at Bursledon. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Whatever you're in the mood for this summer, find it on BBC iPlayer.
Aha! I'm in!
Dive into explosive US box sets like Suits.
The bar tried to get me to take over as managing partner. They can't do that. They can and they have.
Buckle up for original comedy with Black Ops.
This sounds dangerous.
It is. We'll do it.
Kate, will you stop just saying we'll do it? Or binge on gripping drama like Kin.
We're going to have to increase revenue, and that will mean expanding out of Dublin.
If we don't find a new supplier, we're finished.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Tony Livesey.
On BBC Audio 5 Live.
Yes, welcome back to Paris, everybody. Great Britain have their 3rd gold of the Games, and it's coming to shooting.
Nathan Hales takes his 47th and makes it, so he is 4 ahead. 4 ahead, that is the gold medal for Nathan Hales of Great Britain. He cannot be caught. He cannot be caught.
The women's team gymnastics final gets underway very shortly. Team USA will be led by one of the biggest names in the sport.
Simone Biles for the USA. They know they've done it. There was never any doubt. And the USA defend their Olympic title.
Well, Team GB took bronze in Tokyo. What are their chances of medaling again? Let's ask Eleanor Oldroyd.
Well, they'll have to improve massively from their qualifying performance, but they're in the final and the clock resets to 0. Realistically, though, it'll be about who's getting silver and bronze behind the USA.
There's a star-studded day of action here at Roland Garros. Jonathan Overend's watching.
Loads of star-studded doubles to be played over the next couple of hours, Tony. Nadal Karaz currently on court. Susan Longland, 2 games all with Griekspoor and Koolhof. Katie Bolter and Heather Watson in charge. A set and a break up on the Germans, Kerber and Siegerman.
Excellent. Yeah, lots of exciting tennis on the way. And also there's a big night of swimming to come as well, with hopefully more Team GB success.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Tony Livesey.
On BBC Audio 5 Live.
Now, surely we've bought enough time for John Akers in the kayaking. John.
Joe Clark is away on his run. This is crucial for Joe Clark because he's last as it stands. He powers his way down the white water. He's the world champion. He was the Olympic champion as a 23-year-old in Rio. He missed a gate on his first run. So this is kayak. This is K1 as it appears in canoe slalom. So this is the single kayak. It's a double-bladed paddle, and he's sitting in the canoe. It's pale blue with a pale blue helmet. Joe Clark, wearing the number 3, is clean so far through the first 35 seconds of the course. He's into a reverse now, where a lot of people, an upstream gate, have had a few problems. Let's see his first split time. He's a second slower than Castric, the Frenchman, who was very, very quick. 3 seconds quicker than anyone else on his home water, the 19-year-old. The French, Gestin, of course, won in the C1, the canoe, the other day, and Joe Clark's going well. He missed that gate last time. I think he's made it this time. He's 1.72 seconds slower, but the times don't matter at the moment. He'll just be trying to get himself into the semi-final. He's clipped gate 20. That shouldn't matter. He's into the last 2 gates. Got to get his head around that one. That's the one Mallory Franklin missed, and now he puts the power down, Joe Clark, and he's 3rd quickest, despite the penalty, and a thumbs up and a puffing out of his cheeks, and the Union Jacks flutter in the crowd. That is a massive relief. Obviously, he went down clean in his first run, and then we saw a retrospective penalty, but I didn't see anything untoward on that run, Tony. So fingers crossed, Joe Clark is into the semi-finals.
Brilliant. Great stuff, John. I don't think I'm cut out for this job. I don't get too stressed watching this sort of thing. All those years of practice building up to the Olympics, and it's all on one run. But great news from John Akers. Brilliant. Right, let's turn to now the women's rugby sevens. Great Britain are playing Ireland in the 7th and 8th place playoff. Sarah Orchard's watching this for us with Rugby World Cup winner Kat Merchant. Sarah, are you going to take us through a little bit of the action?
Yeah, thanks ever so much, Tony. Hopefully not too much stress here for Great Britain fans. Great Britain leads 7-0 against Ireland. Now, this is a placings match. Great Britain cannot progress any further in the tournament. The bronze medal match is decided, the gold medal match is decided. Great Britain just didn't do well enough in their quarter-final. We're just watching an Irish scrum at the moment, 5 metres out from the Great Britain line. The Irish have just been playing with only 6 on the field after they had Stacey Flood sent to the bin for a head contact, but they're back up to a full complement now. They're pushing around the outside. They get their first try then of this 7th-8th playoff. It's touched down in the end by Megan Burns and Kat Merchant looking on. This is quite a tight contest between these two.
Yeah, it is a tight contest, and I always think these playoff games are really, really tough mentally, because you go to an Olympics, you want to place, you want to get a medal, and so when you're playing for 7th, 8th, it's really difficult to get that motivation up. But both teams are really going for it. You can see that they've had their individual line breaks, but yeah, GB have not performed this tournament is sort of an understatement to go with it, but they'll want to finish on a high, so they definitely won't want to lose this.
Well, there's no conversion there by the Irish, so it remains at Great Britain 7, Ireland 5. Worth saying that these two did actually meet right at the start of the Rugby Sevens tournament. They met in the pool stage in round 1, which GB did win 21-12. And we have to be honest, Kat, that was a little bit of a surprise, because this has been Ireland's Rugby Sevens season.
Yeah, I thought they might have put up a tougher opposition for GB, but GB just started well, and then I think they got into the swing of it. But this game now looking much closer.
Interesting decision here by Great Britain. Ireland's restart didn't go 10. GB have decided to play it, and Shekels is now off and flying. She's got support by Jazz Joyce, who's just escorting her down towards the try line to extend Great Britain's lead. It is Jade Shekels who touches down, the 27-year-old. Very happy with that effort. I think that's her first try of this whole Olympic tournament. She's been there or thereabouts and assisting a few players, but nice for her to get the power to actually get one on the biggest stage of them all, Kat.
Yeah, what was nice about that as well is she worked really hard to get back into that position on the blind side, so it wasn't marked, so then a just clever pass to her. But you've got to shout out, Jasmine Joyce is one of the star players, I'd say, from this tournament in terms of her brave tackling. But she was jogging alongside her then. She's so fast.
Well, we're just seeing to see if that conversion goes through. It does. Meg Jones adds the extras. So it is Great Britain 14, Ireland 5. That was the hooter that went off. So we're at half-time I think they're going to restart it. Because the try was scored before that hooter goes, they do go for the restart as well. So Isla Norman-Bell, she just gets it back and underway. It's a bouncing ball. GB are going to play this. They might as well. It's Jazz Joyce who has it once again. She really is a star. Not just of Great Britain Sevens, but also of Welsh rugby. She's a real household name back in Wales, just as Ireland try and steal that ball back on the floor. It's Flood who went to try and grab it, but she's done it illegally. So penalty to GB that they try and take quickly. But our referee Miller, very keen for it to be taken from the right place, Kat.
Yeah, and I think you have to in sevens, because otherwise people are back in the right place. So it is important that it is there and that the ref can see it. But it's nice to see that GB are wanting to play. They're not trying to slow it down, because it's still pretty tight in there, so they're going to want to keep ball.
OK, so this is still the first half. Great Britain 14, Ireland 5 in the women's rugby sevens, 7th, 8th placings. And we are just waiting to see what happens here. Oh, it's Meg Jones. She's off and away. She's already scored one. She's going to score another, both of them underneath the post. And Meg Jones is just a name that we are going to be saying so many times, not just here on the 7th stage, but building up to that Women's Rugby World Cup next year. She has all the skills.
Well, in the 15s game, everybody was talking about her so much. She was just outstanding. Could have been player of the game nearly every game she plays. But in this is where she shows her true class as a player, because these games are tough, mentality-wise, as I mentioned. But she's just made 2 line breaks and 2 scores, and she's not one of the speedsters. She's very, very skillful player, and she's not slow, but she's not one of your gas runners out wide, yet she is working so hard, and to get those 2 tries right now just shows what she's about.
Yeah, and that's 3 tries for GB then in the first half. They've converted them all as well. So that is Great Britain 21, Ireland 5. Just a quick recap there, Kat, then. So GB looking strong for this at the moment, but this ultimately is not the game that either of these sides wanted to play in.
No, definitely not. They wouldn't have been expected. I think the biggest one for GB was losing to China. I think that was a big shock, and they wouldn't have expected that. So they would have been expecting to play in the one playoff up higher. But this is a team that's come 4th twice in the Olympics, so they wouldn't have been expecting to be in a 7th, 8th playoff at all. They'd have been wanting to get a medal. Disappointing for them. Ireland, they did peak at the right time, but just not this tournament.
Well, we've got another minute of half-time here, so let's quickly go and drop in on the gymnastics. Ellie Oldroyd.
And the Great Britain gymnastics women's team just being introduced to the crowd here. Becky Downey, the most experienced gymnast in the team. Alice Kinsella, who won bronze in Tokyo with the team. Georgia May Fenton, and then the 2 youngsters, 17-year-old Ruby Evans, 16-year-old Abigail Martin. We will have Team Canada introduced. We've got Japan, Brazil, China, Italy, and in a few minutes' time, the noise Lewis Smith for USA will just take the roof off this Percy Arena.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that 90% of this crowd is American. We just spotted Serena Williams in the audience as well. So all the stars here again, and I think America are going to bring it nice down.
Yeah, they are. Tony Estanguet is sitting with Serena Williams. He is the man who brought the Olympic Games to Paris and has organised them here. Michael Phelps as well, the great swimmer, is in the crowd. Japan now just taking their wave to the crowd as well. What are you expecting from the GB team, first of all, Lewis?
I think a little bit like the men's team final. I think that the girls just need to do their routines clean. There doesn't need to be any heroics. I don't think realistically we're going to be pushing for a gold, silver or bronze. But I think if you can do your routines clean and then try and consider yourselves to be top 5 in the world, I think that would be a really good aim to go for. So I think they're in a realistic chance, pushing Canada and Japan to try and squeeze into that top 5 position. But yeah, I think clean routines and they'll be very happy.
And one of the big changes, of course, and one of the big problems for this GB team is that Jessica Gadarova, who is a world-class gymnast by any standard, is missing, injured. Ondine Achampong, who is the British champion, is also missing, injured. So you've got a mixture of, kind of real youth. I mentioned 17, 16-year-old in there. You've got 2 23-year-olds in Alice and Georgia May. And then you've got Becky Downey, who has been out of the group, really, for quite some time, but coming back to try and fulfil her Olympic dream at last.
Yeah, it's a real diverse team we've got, and I think it will certainly pay dividends for Ruby and Abigail down the line for the next Olympic cycle, having this experience under their belt. But yeah, I mean, they're in good hands with Becky. She's got heaps of experience. Georgia May Fenton, she looks like a seasoned professional already. So yeah, I mean, I think they're excited. I mean, they looked all smiles as they came out and presented to the crowd. So yeah, I think we're going to be ready for a good competition.
Yeah, GB will go floor, vault, uneven bars and beam in that order. Italy just waving now to the crowd. They will win their first ever team medal since 1928 if they can do that. Italy, if they can hold on to the third place that they achieved, second place rather they achieved in qualifying. All right, stand by your beds, because about to appear the United States of America. Simone Biles just goes rushing on. She can't wait to get started.
Listen to the roar.
It's an unbelievable atmosphere in the Bessie Arena. For Jordan Childs, Jade Carey, Sunny Lee and Hesley Rivera, but most of all, of course, for the greatest of all time, the tiny white tracksuited figure of Simone Biles. Can't wait what we're about to see what we're about to see, Tony. It's going to be electric.
Yeah, it's really interesting listening to Lewis's response there as well to the reception, because obviously he's been out there and done it. And Lewis, just for the casual listener who's not particularly au fait with gymnastics, just how big a star is Simone Biles and why?
I mean, that was like sitting at a rock concert. The reception that the American team have just got, they're in a whole different league and a whole different level of stardom. And it just goes to show the success and the vibrance that America bring to gymnastics nowadays is like no other country. They're used to performing, they're used to, giving it extra and showboating a little bit and giving it for the crowd, and that just resonates. And when you've got, teens of medals in your pocket, and you draw that crowd in and everyone wants to see you perform, it's just avalanched into what can only be described as a spectacle.
Yeah, and again, I'm asking on behalf of the casual listener, Lewis, here. She's got lots of moves named after her, hasn't she? So why is that so special as well? And she's got more than most, I presume.
Yeah, I think she's got.
She's got five.
She's trying to get five. I think she's got 4.
Nellie Kim is the person with the most eponymous moves, because she had 7. The great Russian gymnast. Sorry, just throwing in a bit of nerdish research here.
No, well done.
It's nice to leave your mark in gymnastics. I mean, Simone's done that anyway with her achievements, but to have a lasting, name or skill named after you, it's just like a nice little touch, an extra accolade to have. So yeah, athletes, they try and push the boundaries, invent new skills, and I'm sat next to an Italian gymnast, Igor Cassina, and every gymnast almost does his skill on the high bar, so he gets to watch his legacy continue as a gymnast, as a
just
spectator.
on that, and stop me when I become too idiotic, Lewis, but when you're training at such a level as you have done, is it as simple as saying, I think I can try this, it's never been done before? Would you know whether it's done before automatically? Would you learn a new move incrementally? How does that process work, where you turn it round and say, I'm going to try something for the first time?
Well, it's hard to keep on inventing new skills, because you'll reach a point when everything's kind of been done. But at the minute, it's almost like making iterations, and because the women's gymnastics is constantly evolving, they're now starting to do some of the skills that usually only the men could have done in the past. And so Simone Biles has done, she's ran down the vault and she's done a backflip onto the vault with a double pike somersault off. No female has ever done that before, and it's been done a few times by a few males, but she is the first female to do it, so that's been named after her. So sometimes it's about making small changes on already pre-existing moves, and then sometimes you can do something for the first time ever that's never been done before. But yeah, I mean, you've got to push the boat out and see what's possible, when you're training.
We've just seen her do one of her warm-up vaults, Tony, and that was quite a significant moment, because if you remember in Tokyo, 3 years ago, it was at that point in this team final that everyone knew that all was not well with Simone Biles, because she looked really unhappy after her first practice, and then the very first vault she landed it way off the mark. She pulled out and didn't do the kind of extensive skill that we were expecting to see, and everyone went, uh-oh, this is not good, this is not good. And then we know what happened after that to Simone Biles.
Well, look, we're guaranteed some quality. Ellie, that's a new skill. You've been learning that in the quiet.
Listen, I've been practicing my trumpet quietly to myself in my room when I've been trying to get my voice back. You know, it's part of the vocal training.
Blimey. Well, if you can do that every time I come on, I'd love that. Thank you. Right, back with Ellie and Lewis at the Livesey Arena very shortly. Top class sport there tonight. The floor, the vault, the uneven bars and the beam in the women's team action. There's top class sport as well here at Roland Garros. Jonathan Overend is watching two of the greatest, the new boy and the old boy in action. Jonathan.
The old man and the kid, Rafa Nadal and Carlos Alcaraz in tandem on court Suzanne Longlon with not a single seat to be had, and they are leading 4-3 with a break of serve in the opening set against Talon Griekspoor and Wesley Koolhof of the Netherlands. Katie Bolter and Heather Watson in partnership for Great Britain are going well on court number 6 against the experienced Germans Angelique Kerber and Laura Siegemund. Bolter and Watson won the first set 6-2, and they're 3-2 up with a break of serve in the second set. Watson will be back on court later for mixed doubles action with Joe Salisbury. Andy Murray will be in action with Dan Evans for their second match, and on a day of some surprises here at the tennis, Tony. Coco Gauff, Jasmine Paolini out of the women's singles, and in the last few moments Maria Sakkari also out of the women's singles, beaten by Marta Kostyuk from Ukraine, who was throwing an underarm serves, and she collapsed to the court. She's got clay all over her back, Tony. She's having to brush it off at the moment. Scenes of wild celebration from the Ukrainian as she completed that victory in the last few minutes.
Brilliant. It's time to welcome, and I always love to do this, Annabelle Croft to our Olympic coverage. Hello, Annabelle.
Hello, Tony. How are you?
I'm great. Brilliant to speak to you, Annabelle.
You too.
And a lot to get the old juices flowing tonight. Alcaraz and Nadal, first of all. You tell again. I'm asking the question about the casual tennis fan. Have they played together a lot? Because the Dutch opponents, they're holding their own, aren't they?
Well, they really are. I mean, Alcaraz and Nadal, obviously a big draw. Everybody's so excited to see them in action. You've got youth with experience on the court. And actually, I'm watching it right now, and I think there's quite a lot of extra nerves and tension, particularly with Alcaraz, actually. He just looks as if he's so fired up to play this Olympic Games with his great idol. But I think there's extra nerves. He's been shanking a few volleys at the net. They do have the break, as Jonathan said, but there is still extra tension in this match, but it's still a lot of fun.
Yeah, and they're going to shout in my ear in a moment if Simone Biles gets on the vault. So I think we can squeeze one very quick one in. Just looking forward to Andy Murray tonight. Could be his last match. We have to caveat that. Annabelle, how much are you looking forward to this one tonight?
I am so looking forward to this one, Tony. I really hope it isn't his last match, and I think there's a great possibility that Dan Evans and Murray can do what they did the other night, which has come through again. Remember, they saved those 5 epic match points, which is just extraordinary, but it's very Andy Murray to do something like that. It's whether his body can pull up from a match like that with all the adrenaline, and I'm sure he felt a bit stiff after that, but if he can loosen up the body and sort of get firing up again, then who knows. I think they're up against a pairing who are very good on clay, who've been in the finals of the French Open before. They've won a big Masters Series event on clay in Monte Carlo this year as well, but I would say that the experience is with Murray and Evans. They should get the job done, but you never know, as you've been talking about with upsets galore in the tennis, you never quite know what's going to happen.
Annabelle, welcome aboard. Annabelle Croft then,
Thank
and Jonathan over and keeping their eye on the tennis here at Roland Garros. Let's head back to Lewis Smith and Ellie Oldroyd, though, at the Livesey Arena for some brilliant gymnastics ahead.
Yes, competition is underway in this team final, and we've seen the first routine from GB on the floor. That was Ruby Evans, who scored 13.1, and we've all got these little handheld fans around because it is such a boiling hot day today, and even though there is good air conditioning in the Livesey Arena, just seeing the gymnasts fanning themselves as well. We saw Jordan Childs, who was the first to go for Team USA on the vault, and this is a very strong piece of apparatus for them. They would expect to go off to a flying start. 14.4 Jordan Childs, the first thing, with an execution of 9.4, so that's almost as good as you can get, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the judges couldn't really take anything off. I think it was quite generic at that point. But yeah, the Americans will be very happy with that start on vault. Yurchenko double twist, and then obviously Ruby on floor. Great start for GB. You know, her choreography staring into the eyes of the judges, trying to coax all the temps out of them. But yeah, GB will be very happy with that start.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to, it's the different skills that are involved, isn't it? Because you've got that strength, that explosive power that you have in the vault. That's Manila Esposito from Italy, because Italy qualified just behind USA. They go round together in rotation. GB go round with Romania, so we're watching the Romanian gymnast on the floor at the moment, who is followed on from Ruby Evans. But you've got to have eyes everywhere, haven't you? 4 different pieces of apparatus. We also saw one of the Brazilians, I think it was actually Lorraine Oliveira, who's about to go now on the uneven bars. She fell in her warm-up, and she looked really as if she'd hurt herself quite badly.
Yeah, I think it just shook her up a little bit. She kind of rolled off the matting, not wanting to get up. We saw some tears. But the Brazilians are ones to watch, so they could. I mean, they were second last year at the World Championship, so they'll be looking to put in a good performance. But
yeah,
she's going steady on the bars, good turns, hitting handstands.
Yeah, and Rebecca. Oh, yeah. Rebecca Andrade as well, who is I think one of the best all-around gymnasts in the world as well. I think the Brazilians didn't really pull out their best performance in qualifying, so they qualified relatively low down in 4th, but less than 4/10 in qualifying between 2nd and 4th, so things could change an awful lot. We're going to watch over on the vault now Jade Carey from the USA, so she's one of the gymnasts that's come back for these games, having won the silver medal, because that's the extraordinary thing. We talk about what happened in Tokyo 4 years ago, and the fact that Simone Biles could only complete her first vault, and that was the only score that counted, because then she left the floor, so the other gymnasts had to step up and do all the apparatus in her place, the things that she would have done. Somebody else who hadn't planned to do that would have had to have done it. But they are a real team, aren't they, this USA team? I
mean, they are incredible. And it shows you the depth of their squad, the fact that their top gymnasts can still walk away and leave the arena, and the rest of the team can pick up where Simone has obviously dropped out, and still come up with the goods to win medals at the Olympic Games. So yeah, Jade, she didn't look quite herself, did she, in the qualifying?
No.
And then we did see an announcement saying that she hasn't eaten properly for a few days, and hopefully she's back to full health, but she's making her way down the vault now. Wow, the round off, half turn on, 1.5 off, smiles from ear to ear. Another great start for the American team on vault.
Yeah, she looked so much better than she did in qualifying. She was, as you say, white as a sheet during that qualifying competition. We looked quite worried about her. At one stage we were trying to lip read and see what she was saying, but she said, I just don't feel at all well, and but that is an incredible skill, isn't it? She looked very, very tidy as well.
Feet glued together. Yeah, she'll be very happy with that.
She's the Olympic champion on the floor from Tokyo 3 years ago. And here's Abby Martin, 16 years old, the youngest member of this team on the floor now.
She just really needs to go out there and enjoy this moment. Get GB off to another good start. Tumbles down the diagonal, round off flick, double twist and double tuck, sticks it dead. Well done, Abby Martin. Into her choreography. I like how the gymnasts kind of work it towards the judges, give them that playful vibe.
Would you have liked to have been able to dance to music?
I would love it. I'd throw in some Michael Jackson moves, if I'm honest, a little bit of a moonwalk. Abby Martin tumbling again, big double straight, tiny hop back, but very clean, very consistent work she's doing now, guys. She's doing very, very well.
It's the exuberance of youth, isn't it, really?
It is. I mean, she's so young and so confident. It's quite rare to see someone so young deal with being in the Olympic Games so well. She makes her way in the tumble, straight front, step out, round off flick, double tuck somersault. Oh, she's moving well, Ellie. She's moving well. She'll be very happy with how this is going. Compulsory spin work on the floor. Come on, Abby. Last tumble. bring it home. Round off flick, double pike, great landing. Well done, Abby. She'll be chuffed with that, I think. Good job.
Lovely finish from Abigail Martin from Paynton in Devon. Her first senior year for Abby Martin. She's only just done her GCSEs.
She'll be a hero when she goes back to school.
Yeah, and they're dressed, the GB team, in, I think you call them petrol blue leotards with just sparkles, lots and lots of the sparkly rhinestones, all in strips down the bodice as well. But she's getting huge hugs.
Very happy.
Oh, she's so happy. She was so unhappy at the start of qualifying because GB started on vaulting qualifying, and in her warm-up she just kind of mistimed her takeoff and she ran straight into the vaulting table and really obviously knocked a bit of wind out of herself and had to be comforted by her teammates. But she has really cheered up a lot, and we'll wait for the scores. The score for Jade Carey on vault, by the way, 14.8. And Abigail Martin, that was good work. I mean, really good work. You can tell that the USA are going to be well ahead very early on in the competition.
I do wonder how the Italians are going to feel going around with the Americans, because you can take it in two ways. You can absorb some of the cheering and the atmosphere that the Americans bring, or you can kind of think, oh, what have I got myself into here? This is not quite what I expected. So it'll be interesting to see how the Italians handle going around with the American team. But you can see Simone made her way up onto the podium.
Yeah, she is just calmly waiting to get into position at the end of the runway. I wonder if there are any thoughts in her mind of what happened 3 years ago, because that was such a trauma for everyone, when she said she just didn't know where she was going to land, whether she was going to land on her head, on her feet. She called it the twisties, and it just really came perhaps after so many years of trauma. You've got to think about the story that took Simone Biles to that position to be the greatest gymnast in the world, adopted by her grandparents when her mother couldn't look after her children, and then part of the abuse scandal involving Larry Nassar, the USA team doctor. It's unimaginable trauma that Simone Biles went through.
And it's important to remember she's human. Yeah. It's easy to sometimes get carried away with the atmosphere and the expectation of these athletes and think that they're superhuman, but really, when you peel back all the cameras and action, it's a human being, and it can only take so much.
27 years old, here she is. Her first routine in this bid for gold.
Charging down that vault run. Half on, 1.5 off, slight pop back. 3 out of 3 for the Americans on vault. The crowd are going insane. They'll be very happy with the way they've just started, I think.
It wasn't her big routine. We might see that later in the competition, particularly when it comes to she's in the vault final, isn't she? She's in the vault final. Yeah, she's in all the finals apart from the uneven bars and potentially the all-around as well. She's qualified for that. She is the greatest. She has got the potential to win 5 medals here for USA. Lewis just shaking his head beside me and just watching her landing slightly off centre. But still, that is a much more positive start than she had 3 years ago.
I don't think it's necessary for her to do the biggest vault and the most difficult and risk any kind of injury or fall, especially when the Americans qualify 3-4 marks ahead of second place. So playing it a little bit safe. I mean, if you can call that safe, a half on or 1.5 twisting.
Looks pretty unsafe to me, I've got to say.
So, but yeah, she'll be very happy with that.
Let's wait for Simone Biles' score. We've got 13.466 was Abby Martin's score on floor. So a good solid start for GB so far in this competition.
Yeah, and it's 2 temps up on her qualifying score as well, so she'll be very happy with that. And Ruby a couple temps up on her qualifying score as well. So GB up a little bit from qualifying. Well done.
14.900 for Simone Biles, 5.6 difficulty, 9.3 for execution. And that is the first rotation done for USA. They rattled through the vault really quickly, Tony. But I think Simone Biles is up and running. with all of her teammates and this passionate crowd. I mean, we've said that I'm not quite sure exactly how tall Simone Biles is. I think she's just under 5 foot, probably maybe 4'8". 4'8" she is. And I don't know how tall Michael Phelps is, but he's in the Livesey Arena this evening to watch her. So you've got possibly the tallest goat up against the smallest goat, or not up against, but in the same room as the smallest goat.
Great. We'll be back with you guys very, very shortly indeed, from the air-conditioned splendour of the Livesey Arena to a boiling hot Roland Garros here in France. Just the Philippe Chatrier court is filling up in front of me here. People are just fanning themselves. It's 30 odd degrees. It's boiling out there, Jonathan, but the Spanish Dream Team doesn't seem to be bothering them.
No, they're doing well, aren't they? Nadal and Alcaraz, a little bit nervous at times, but Nadal in particular played some wonderful volleys during the opening set of their second round match, and they've won it by 6-4 against Talon Griekspoor and Wesley Koolhof of the Netherlands. So one more set to go for a Nadal-Alcaraz victory out here, being cheered on by a capacity crowd on court Suzanne Longlon. Meanwhile, excellent news coming in from just over your shoulder, Tony, court number 6, because Katie Boulter and Heather Watson, the British pair in the women's doubles, have won through against an excellent German team, Angelique Kerber, a couple of times Grand Slam champion in singles, and Laura Siegemund. 6-2, 6-3 was Boulter and Watson's victory, so they move on in the women's doubles. Watson will play again pretty soon, actually, with Joe Salisbury in the first round of the mixed doubles, and once Alcaraz and Nadal are done, that will Andy Andy Murray and Dan Evans onto court Susan Longman.
Brilliant. Annabelle Crofts listening in. Boulter and Watson, good news there, Annabelle.
Very good news. And as Jonathan said, Kerber is a very experienced singles player. OK, she's been off the tour for a bit and coming back, and then announced that she's going to retire again and has had a child. But even so, it's still an excellent win. And I think that, Watson has always had some very good results in doubles over the years. She's won a couple of tour titles, and I think they've obviously gelled well together. So that's excellent news for the British pairing.
And just looking ahead to tonight, Annabelle, I mean, I appreciate Alcaraz and Nadal are on court, and we should be focused on that, but you can't help but forward to Evans and Murray later, and the more I hear about their Belgian opponents, the more worried I become. So calm me down.
Well, I just think that they've had mixed results. The pairing that they're up against, Gilles and Vliegen, they're both ranked around 35 in the world. They've been a little bit higher than that, actually half that ranking, 18 and 17. One of them, Gilles, is about 33 years of age. He's got one title this year in Monte Carlo with his partner that he's playing with today. And as I mentioned before, they have reached the finals of the French Open a year ago. They won that tournament title in Monte Carlo. They got to the quarters at Roland Garros again this year, and the quarters in Rome, which is a clay court event. It feels to me like they're more specialised on the clay surface, which could potentially be problematic for them, but they have mixed results. And I feel like, Murray and Evans are such gritty competitors, and we saw that the other night when they saved those 5 match points. They didn't play well at the start of the match by their own admissions. They were a little bit all over the place, to be honest, but once they got their game together, they really started to fire up, and I think they'll take a lot of confidence, and I think they'll start the match a lot better today.
Tony, have you read about the connection between Andy Murray and Simone Biles?
No.
Seeing as Biles is in the Livesey Arena, Murray is almost a champion of a new Olympic discipline, which is pin collecting. So the little pins that you can collect from teams and broadcasting. But anyway, apparently the Simone Biles pin, and yes, there is a personalised Simone Biles pin, is one of the rarest at these Olympic Games. And Murray, the old thespian, has managed to get hold of one. I don't know how, but he's managed to get hold of a Simone Biles pin, and he's very, very chuffed with that. So he thinks he's won before he's even taken the court.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got to go to the rugby in a second, but I was speaking to Leon Smith, his mate earlier on, Davis Cup captain. He was saying he just loves the Olympics. We're all so excited he was to be on the boat at the start of it all, but he just loves everything about the games, and that's brilliant to see from someone who's so senior in the world of sport. Right, Overs, thank you. Keep me updated where the action is, because he's still got the hose pipe out here on my court. I've not seen a tennis ball hit in anger today. We'll be back here to Roland Garros very shortly. Let's head to the rugby sevens now. Kat Merchant alongside Sarah Orchard. GB have been in action in the 7th and 8th position match.
Yeah, that's right. So it's the last day of the women's rugby sevens, and Great Britain's campaign is now over. It's good news. They have finished with a win. They finished 7th. That's after they beat Ireland 28 points to 12. A good performance from them, but disappointment there for the Irish, who came into this with a world ranking of 5th and have ended up finishing 8th. But Kat, the big question that will come off the back of everything of this from Team GB is the GB men didn't qualify, the women have come in and they finished 7th. They have to just make a decision ultimately if they want to fund sevens going forward and how much focus and attention they're going to give it.
Yeah, it's exactly that. If they want to medal, if they want to compete with the likes of Australia, Canada, New Zealand, then they will have to fund it and commit to it. But the worrying thing of performances like this one are the ones where they go, maybe we don't then fund it. But yeah, it's a tough call.
It really is. Right then, so GB finished 7th, Ireland finished 8th. We're currently watching France against China at the moment, the host trying to finish on a high in the 5th, 6th match. But the big ones are this evening. The bronze medal match, that's at 6 o'clock. USA against Australia, and then 6:45. New Zealand's women will defend their Olympic title in the gold medal match against Canada.
Great. Was Sarah, were they singing "Oh Champs-Élysées Where You Are"? I've got something in my headphones and I don't know where it's coming from. Was it yours?
I'll be honest, I couldn't quite clearly hear it either, if I'm totally honest, but the singing at the Stade de France has just been constant. It's either La Marseillaise, they play out the bangers as well with the DJ. It's a permanent party at the sevens. That's the main thing.
Lovely. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Kat Merchant there. Yeah, "Oh Champs-Élysées," beautiful. Right, let's go back to the Bercy Arena, the gymnastics. Lewis Smith alongside Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, we're just coming to the end of this first rotation in the team final, and we're watching the last gymnasts on floor and beam at the moment. And so far, from a GB point of view, Lewis Smith has been keeping a close eye on the scores, and they've all improved from qualifying on the floor, which is good, which is really good news.
Yeah, Alice has just finished up her floor routine. I mean, the crowd were clapping along, and she'll be very happy. She's nearly a mark up from her qualifying score. So I think all GB done about 1.5 marks up from their floor routine from qualification in this team final.
Yeah, which is excellent, because they were they're pretty much well off the pace in qualification, weren't they? They were 6 marks, full 6 marks behind China in 3rd place. So every little kind of incremental improvement will help towards, I mean, what is probably a fairly unlikely medal chance, but you know, let's keep our fingers crossed. We're going to keep hopeful. We're going to keep positive.
It's early days, isn't it? It is early days, but stranger things have happened in sport, Ellie. And if the girls could get a medal now, we could just add it to one of those times.
Absolutely. And we've been watching the USA, who have now got not quite a long wait. Actually, that's the thing. If you start on vault, you then sit down for quite a long time, because vault routines obviously take seconds, and other routines can take a minute or so.
Yeah, they'll have a little wait. They might enjoy it. I mean, the Americans love soaking up the atmosphere and looking out into the crowd and maybe doing a little bit of showboating, but they look quite poised and relaxed there, just biding their time.
Yeah,
wait until they get the bars.
Sunny Lee and Simone Biles look like they're sitting in a pavement cafe just waiting for a cafe canto arrive, don't they?
Another day at the office for them, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. So that is the end of the first rotation here, Tony. So USA currently leading the competition on 44.1, followed by China in 2nd, Italy 3rd, Brazil in 4th place, and GB are 5th. So they've moved up a couple, which is a positive start. And we will see how this unfolds, because this is only part 1 of a 4-part final. So come back to us and we'll let you know what happens next. Go on, you've got a question.
No. Well, I've got a question for Lewis, but I'm just glad I'm at Roland Garros, so I can't see him roll his eyes, Ellie, when I ask it. But it's just
far too nice to do that.
Yeah. So we've got the 4 items there, 4 elements: floor, vault, uneven bars, and beam. Lewis, yeah.
Yeah.
At a world level, I guess it's all the same, but do they have degrees of difficulty? Which of those is deemed to be the most difficult, do you feel?
Well, the Olympic order is vault, bars, beam and floor, and I would say I mean beam is tough. Beam is very tough. I mean, vault, you can kind of channel all your adrenaline and charge down and do something explosive, and it lasts 3 seconds. Floor is the same but lasts a minute, whereas beam, you're trying to balance on something, the width of 2 credit cards pushed together, and it's terrifying. I would hate to do beam. It's scary. So I think beam is probably the most difficult apparatus for the women's.
I would hate to stand on the beam, let alone do a tumbling sequence on that, kind of round off some flick-flacks and all the things they do. I did somewhere have the dimensions of the balance beam, Tony, if you want that.
Oh, I'd love the dimensions of the balance beam.
Yeah, it's 125 centimetres high, so it's 1.25 metres off the ground. It's 5 metres long, and it's 10.16 centimetres wide, so that's 4 inches wide, which is not much at all, is it?
So we said 2 credit cards, did you, Lewis?
We think 2 credit cards side by side.
Yes, widthways credit cards pushed together.
Put them together side by side.
I think everyone should be able to, if they've got 2 credit cards, sure, practice that. Now I've got my hotel key and my tube pass, and I'm doing it now. That's pretty intense, isn't it? You've tried it. I mean, Lewis, we talked about falling in piles of foam at Beth Tweddle's gym the other day. I've done that. Even with all that protection around you, it's pretty terrifying. And to think you're trying to do a somersault as well from a standing start, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I've torn ligaments in my neck, landing on my head in a foam pit. So this, it's there to kind of cushion the fall a little bit, but it's certainly not a get out of jail free card if you have a funny landing on it. But gymnastics is a tough old sport, and I think what's amazing about this sport is when we can make it look easy, that's when you're doing a good job, because it is called artistic gymnastics, and we do try and put a level of artistry in that, and we train 6 days a week, 30 plus hours a week, to try and make it look as easy as possible. And sometimes I think people can sit at home and go, oh yeah, I could give that a little bit of a go. And it's just a testament to how hard these guys train.
Yeah, well, we've got to get the next generation along as well, haven't we? Guys, back with you very shortly. Ellie and Lewis there at the Bercy Arena for the gymnastics. It's been a brilliant day. Yesterday was a brilliant day for Britain's equestrian team, a team gold and an individual bronze. Today, the dressage got underway. GB are currently in the silver medal position. It's the halfway of stage of the team event. Becky Moody qualified for the individual dressage final on her horse, Jägerbob 2, and she spoke to Sonia McLaughlin.
Well, goodness me. She comes in on her Olympic debut and she qualifies automatically for the individual final and helps Britain into silver medal position at the halfway stage of qualifying. Day's gone quite well, isn't it, Becky?
Not bad. Yeah, I mean, what a stadium, what a crowd, that was amazing, and my horse was just a superstar, so.
How nervous were you going down the centre line?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 11, there was a tiny, tiny bit of vomit.
It's really important, isn't it, that you might be nervous, but Jägerbob doesn't read that. So how did he get on, do you think? Because it's his first Olympics as well.
Yeah, I mean, he went round the edge, and he was also a little bit like, oh, mum, this is weird. But, I think we help each other out in a situation like that. I can give him a pat, and he's like, oh, okay, we're good, and then that makes me feel better. So, yeah, I know him so well that it's, we can help each other out.
Were you having at any stage a little pinch me moment, just looking around and thinking, I have arrived?
Afterwards. Not before. Before it was too focused. Too thinking about what was to come, but afterwards, most definitely.
Because we knew you were coming anyway as a travelling reserve, and then through circumstances around Charlotte Dujardin, you got the call up. How difficult or otherwise has been managing that?
Obviously it is just a really sad time for the sport, but my philosophy was I just have to focus on what I was doing and the job that I had to come and do. So if I'm totally honest, for my sake, for my horse's sake, for the team's sake, I switched off a little bit from that and just really focused on my preparation.
Yeah, and going forward, because there are really a lot of people going, I haven't heard of Becky Moody, but you came out there, rode a supreme test. How confident are you that you can now help this team get onto that podium?
We're certainly going to try our very, very best. You know, I have an incredible horse. He is just amazing. We have an insane support team behind us. You know, we've got incredible funding from the National Lottery, UK Sport. You know, the team behind us, I think, is second to none. I really do. So, you know, hopefully come Saturday, we're just going to be ready for it.
And very quickly, why he's called Jaeger Bomb?
Well, he was born 10 years ago. Might have been partial to a Jaeger bomb at that point in my life. But also my granddad, who was called Norman, but we all called him Bomb. So it was a little bit of a homage to him as well.
I love that. Well done to you. Very congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That was brilliant. Becky Moody there riding Jaeger Bomb. I said Jaeger Bomb 2. It could be Jaeger Bomb 1. I don't know how many rounds of Jaeger Bombs we've had, but definitely doing very well on Jaeger Bomb. Team GB silver medal position halfway stage, and Becky's qualified as well for the individual dressage final. Right, not riding Jaeger Bomb. But, by the way, but drinking a gin and tonic last night, I did see on the team WhatsApp group that was the size of you, Ellie.
I know.
You could have done 3 lengths of it.
Absolutely ridiculous. Well, we had a little evening out, didn't we, Lewis, last night? We went out with the TV team, with our TV colleagues, Christine Still and Craig Heap and Matt Baker. And we found ourselves in the pub round the corner from the Bercy Arena, which turned out to be the place that the USA men's team were holding their bronze medal winning party. So that was interesting in itself. But Christine said that she was thinking about having a gin and tonic, and I was thinking, that sounds very nice. I haven't had one of those for over a week since I left the UK. And so they said, what size would you like? And we both said, large. Thinking, okay, that means a double measure. What it meant was that the gin and tonic arrived in a Stein glass. So you know the glasses they have at the Oktoberfest in Munich? It was that much gin and tonic.
Yeah. I love the scale because you put it next to Lewis's pint and yours dwarfed it.
Made mine look like a little fizzy kids pop.
I thought you were on halves, to be fair, Lewis, when I saw that.
I was.
Yeah, so Chris and I, we did a sterling effort, I think you'd agree, Lewis, wouldn't you, that we sat there with our straws
I was very
and we
impressed.
just, got through those.
Well, you
massive,
have to take one for the team, Ellie.
I know, exactly. It's the kind of self-sacrificing person I am. But it was very interesting, actually. I think, Lewis, we commented on this last night, didn't we? The party for the USA men's team, because they don't get anything like the profile and the credit that the women's team get.
No, yeah. I mean, the atmosphere last night in that restaurant was great, wasn't it? They had such a warm welcome from friends and family and personal coaches that were there. And it was just great to see what a great competition it was for the men's yesterday, and for the Americans to get a medal, and for us to have a little taste of that reaction afterwards, with a little charcuterie board at me in the corner. And the Olympic
he's gone all
atmosphere
Parisian
here
already, Tony. With his charcuterie board. Yeah, but I think that was the other thing that struck me. Because the buzz around the women's team and the number of social media followers they all have, and the absolute superstars they are. And I'm guessing that quite a lot of those men's gymnasts could walk down the street pretty much anywhere and not get recognised at all, unless they bumped into somebody who's a massive gymnastics fan.
Yeah, I mean, the stardom and star power that the Americans have, the women's Americans, it's on another scale. They really are superstars, and I guess there's a little bit of freedom in that anonymity as well that the men might have. They can probably have a couple beers when they're finished and not have to worry about who's got prying eyes on them. So, yeah, I'd say take the good with the bad.
Yeah. Apart from Matt Baker, of course, our TV colleague, who was such a fanboy. It's just ridiculous. I mean, people who know him from presenting Country File or presenting Blue Peter back in the day, but huge gymnastics fan. I mean, he was just absolutely beside himself with excitement, wasn't he, meeting the USA team?
Yeah, he had a nice time meeting the guys, and it was actually nice for me to see that from an ex-gymnast point of view, because part of me always used to think that when you do interviews with presenters and things like that, it felt kind of that was what they were supposed to do, and it was their job. And it was nice to see Matt come away and start talking about the gymnastics.
Brodie Malone said hello to me.
Yeah, so it was really cool to see, and how into it kind of all you guys and the journalists get behind the team and the athletes. It was nice to watch.
And that's the funny thing, actually, because every single person that I know, I've worked in sports journalism for 40-something years now, nearly 40 years. It makes me sound very old. And I do it because I love it, because I always wanted to do it. It was my dream. So, we're all behind every single thing, pretty much. That, it doesn't mean we're not going to criticise sometimes, but generally speaking, we love sport. We do this job because we really, really love it.
Did you criticise me?
I would never criticise you, Lewis. Of course
Thank
not.
you.
Certainly not now I know you. So we're just back in the competition, just to focus on that for a moment. And so we've now got GB on vault. So they have moved around this Bercy arena, and they're going to be putting down the best vaults that they can bring to this competition. I slightly overestimated where they were at the end of the rotation because I had a couple of scores still to come in. So they're still in 7th place, but they've definitely progressed in terms of the gap between them and the teams above them from the qualifying rounds. But just to repeat, of course, that the scores don't carry over to the team final. So everything you did in the qualifying doesn't matter anymore. It was just simply a question of getting into the final and doing the very best that you can. USA are going to be on uneven bars as well. And Jordan Charles will be first to go on this piece of apparatus. What do you want to watch? I'm kind of thinking that we've got Georgia May Fenton about to go on vault for GB. We've got Jordan Charles about to go over on uneven bars. I think we should watch Georgia, shouldn't we?
You watch Georgia, I'll watch bars, and then we've both got the information that we need.
So yeah, Georgia May Fenton. So she is one of the more experienced gymnasts in this GB team. She's 23 years old. She didn't go to the last Olympic Games, but she is very much one of the heart of this team, I think. I tell you what, you watch Jordan. Go on then. You're watching Jordan.
Yep, Jordan. She's off to a good start on the asymmetric bars. Big pike release and catch. The stoop full turn, hits her handstands, big pike catch her over the bar, straight to the bottom bar, building that connection bonus as well. Back to the top bar, a ginger on the bar, another release and catch, packed with difficulty. Just the dismount left. Fulling back out. Tiny smidge of a little hop, and she fist pumps and high fives her coach, and she's happy with that.
Yes. A little, actually, fist bumps from the Italians as well. So she's taking all of the celebrations wherever she can get them, and perfectly timed because Georgia May Fenton, 23 years old, from Gravesend in her first Olympic Games. She's a team silver medalist from the World Championships in 2022. She's relatively tall, handstand and handspring on to the vault.
1.5 turn. Again, a little hop on the landing. I think she'll be very happy with that vault there. Very clean, precise work from the GB guys at the minute.
They're going about their business in a very calm, measured way, I think. And so there was some emotion. They looked a little bit unsettled in the qualifying rounds. Just because I think maybe for all of them, this is such a new experience for the younger members of the team who haven't had that experience, particularly Abigail Martin, as we said, 16 years old. But you've got Georgia May and you've got Alice Kinsella, who is a veteran of Olympic Games. Alice also 23 at her second Games, and then Becky Downey at her third Olympic Games. So she made her debut in the Olympics, Becky, at the age of just 16 in 2008, when you were a young stripling as well, weren't you?
Yeah,
in your
I
first
was there.
Games?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were all a little bit like rabbits in the headlights in that Olympic Games. But what an experience that was, the Beijing Olympics. And then I mean, Becky has been instrumental in the women's team for so many years, and helping build those World Championship placements. And I think the British team they're settled now. Like you said, in the qualifying they were a little bit uneasy for the first two apparatus, whereas now they started on floor. They could use that adrenaline, and they seem to be taking it in their stride.
I think I've slightly revised my view on the colour of those bodysuits. I think I'm going to go for a kind of a lilac colour. Would you say?
Oh, I don't know about that.
With the rhinestones? Can you confirm that those are rhinestones?
It's one of those. Is it purple or is it blue?
Yeah, it's a kind of halfway between the two. I said petrol blue at first sight, but actually Georgia May Fenton's headphones match her leotard.
Yeah.
Which is remarkable styling.
It's very Georgia. She's very into her style and fashion and doing get ready with me's on Instagram. So there it is. The scores just come in.
13.8 for Georgia May Fenton. Alice Kinsella will be next to go for GB on the bars. So the kind of conversations that way that the teams, when they're going around in the team competition, some are talking to the others. Actually, there is and this age difference, actually, the age difference between the youngest members of the team. So Abigail and Ruby, just 16 and 17, still at school. Then you've got Alice and Georgia May, who are that bit older, at 23, and then Becky at 32. She's got an MBE, Becky Downey. She's such an experienced gymnast. She's got so many titles, so many medals from different competitions over the years as well, and at her third Olympic Games, you know, to bring everyone together and to get them to gel as a team. How important is that?
It is very important. It can be an incredibly stressful situation coming into what effectively is their dream, you know, the Olympic Games, and it's easy to kind of get caught up in the stress and the turmoil of how things can go wrong very quickly. But I think the guys are very well rehearsed in terms of training together as a squad. You know, they train together at Lillishore, doing their national centre training. So the girls are used to each other. They share rooms. They know how each other tick and when to talk and when to let someone have their own little space. And that's what they need. It's a pressurised situation out here in the Olympic Village and the training venues, and they will they'll be working well together as a team.
I mean, also there's the background to this that I don't know, the turmoil in British gymnastics, particularly women's gymnastics, in the last few years with the Culture Review, the White Review, which exposed, some really problematic behaviours among coaches in the past. And so currently they're without a head coach, this women's team for GB. So that is something that hopefully will be sorted out. But they're with a temporary coach, and Scott Hahn has stepped in, hasn't he, to look after the team for this Games.
Yeah, Scott Hahn is playing a kind of an overseeing role as a kind of a point, an anchor point for the coaches in this girls' team. But it would be good for them to have a head coach, a permanent head coach, and have that kind of authority and that figure in place to kind of help keep things on track.
So we're now doing the looking in two different directions at once thing. So Brazil are currently on the balance beam. We've got Alice Kinsella waiting to do her vault on the far side of the arena, and then over to our left, the 4'8" figure of Simone Biles is going to go on uneven bars. So actually this is the only piece of apparatus that we've mentioned that she hasn't qualified for the final. So this is very much, this is one for the team that she's going to be doing here.
Yeah, and she'll try and do her new skill that she's trying to get named after her, because she missed the opportunity in the qualification event. She was a little bit past handstand.
Right, I'm going to see if we can spot it now. Here you go.
Here we go at the start. The forward kip circle. She's missed it again. She's gone a bit too past handstand. Full turn into the pike catcher. She's swinging well. She always looks so consistent, Simone. Shap half to the top bar. Hitting those handstands, feet glued, no form breaks, fulling back out, little hop, and smiles from ear to ear again for the American team as she runs across the podium to get her chalk bag. She's over the moon.
She's absolutely fizzing with energy, Simone Biles. We're a bit worried because she had a bit of a calf problem in qualifying, but no sign of that now. High fives from her teammates. And here goes Alice Kinsella on the vault. In the meantime, handspring on and
double twisting straight Yuchenko, tiny hop.
I'm glad you said that, Lewis.
She did have a bit of a deep landing. Maybe
she's not looking happy, Alice, is she?
Might have just had a bit of impingement on her ankle, because she did land it quite dead. So although it looked a good landing for us, she might have just pinched those ligaments.
So it's kind of like jarred, like when you jar your elbows. That
yeah,
that
I think she drilled it into the floor. So in terms of a judging point of view, it was very good for her, because she didn't have any deductions. But it's a very deep compression on the ankles, and you can impinge all the ligaments around that ankle joint. So I think she might end up either walking it off, it's one of those walk-off type pains, or if it's really bad, I think they'll probably just strap it up. But
the pressure, we were talking about injury. Tony was asking, what's the hardest, what's the most difficult, what's the one you would least like to do? Is the vault the most painful? I'm just thinking the force that you're putting through your body when you land.
I mean, I can't talk from experience really on some of the girls' apparatus, but vault is if you've got tight Achilles and you're not someone who's got very flexible ankles, sometimes when you nail it dead and it's a really kind of shocking impact with the floor, you can tend to kind of bruise the ligaments a little bit around the ankle joints. But they've got good medical team there. She'll probably strap up her ankles, and she'll be all right.
14.4 for Simone Biles for her uneven bars routine. The Americans are looking ominously good. They're looking brilliant, Tony. I mean, as we expected that they would. We'll wait. Should we wait to see Alice Kinsella's score as well, perhaps, before we hand back to you in your very, very hot box?
It's just come in now.
Just about to land, we think, Alice Kinsella's score. 13.966 is the score.
Well, she'll be very happy with that. That's a great score. Just a shame she's got a little bit of pain in those ankles. Yeah.
There we go, Tony. That's how it's standing at the moment. We've got one more vault to come from a GB point of view on this rotation, and one more bars routine as well from Suni Lee for the US.
Ellie Lewis, thank you. Back to the gymnastics very shortly. We've got top-class action as well to come at the tennis here at Roland Garros. Andy Murray, no less, on the way very shortly. And Kelly later will be anchoring the coverage from the pool as well. There's some brilliant swimming action to come tonight as well as part of our Olympic coverage, so stay tuned. We're just going to break away from the Olympics for a moment to bring you a news update. It's 6:05.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Well, sadly, we've had the news today that a third child has now died as a result of the injuries she suffered in the mass stabbing in Southport yesterday. Elise da Silva Aguiar was 9 years old. The other girls who died yesterday have also been named. BB King was 6, and 7-year-old Elsie Dot Stankham was also a victim. Police say 8 other children suffered stab wounds. 5 are in a critical condition, alongside 2 adults who were critically injured as well. The town, and indeed the country, has been absorbing the shock and sadness of yesterday's events. It was a Taylor Swift dance class where the attack occurred, and her fans have raised more than £100,000 using the Swifties for Southport name for an online fundraising campaign. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, visited Southport earlier to lay flowers and to say thank you to the emergency services who responded yesterday. He's been talking to the BBC.
I think it touches a nerve with the whole country. It's awful to contemplate what happened, to hear for myself the experiences of the first responders, what they had to deal with. It's really hard to take in for anybody. It's not what any of them came to work for, but of course they're professionals and they deal with it. I think about the families, the friends, the loved ones, those directly impacted, and of course the wider community here. But there's no pretending, I think, that anybody in the country is not untouched by what happened yesterday.
You've talked about tackling knife crime a moral mission for your government. Is anything going to change? Is anything going to happen as a result of what happened yesterday?
I am very worried about high levels of knife crime, and I'm absolutely determined that my government will get to grips with it. But today is not the time for politics. Today is the time to focus entirely on the families who are going through such pain and grief, and on the wider community, and of course a time to say thank you to those that responded yesterday in the most awful of circumstances.
That was the Prime Minister speaking in Southport earlier today. Well, a vigil is taking place there right now to remember the victims of that knife attack yesterday. I think let's have a little listen in.
Tonight is not about labels or creed, but it is about standing in solidarity together in the face of terrible, life-changing events. We share our common humanity and we weep together. We cannot imagine the horror of what was experienced yesterday. We cannot imagine the trauma experienced by children, parents, and the massive ripple in the pond effect as the story unfolded. We do stick together. And represented here tonight are representatives from faith communities. Bishop of Liverpool is here, many representatives from first responders and from the hospital. The invitation this evening is to stand together in silence. We will be holding a minute's silence, after which there will be the opportunity to lay flowers, to light candles, or simply stand and respect. We remember those who have died. We remember those who are experiencing an overwhelming intensity of grief. We want to be together in the face of unbelievable events which we cannot even begin to process. I invite you now with me to hold a minute's silence as we reflect and return.
That's a minute's silence in honour of the victims of the stabbing attack in Southport. You can tell that emotions are running high. It sounds like someone's having a medical emergency as we pulled away there. The voice we heard was Chaplain Martin Abrahams, and that vigil was at a place called the Atkinson in Southport, I'm led to believe, which is an arts centre. I think now we can speak to our reporter, Livesey, who's on the phone in Southport. Livesey, hi. I mean, it's a redundant question almost, but what are people saying today? What is the mood there in the town at the moment?
At the moment, Tony, there are well over 1,000 people here gathered on the Atkinson Plaza on Lord Street, and that's the main road that runs through town, Southport Town Centre. As you say, they've been asked to come here to show their respects for the 3 girls who died following yesterday's attack, and to show support for the families of those girls, but also to offer support to everyone who was caught up in yesterday's atrocity. And the atmosphere down at Hart Street this morning was one of complete shock and disbelief. Disbelief that anything like that could happen here, or could happen full stop. As part of this vigil, there's going to be a quiet moment of reflection. Candles will be lit. Hundreds and hundreds of flowers have already been put on the plaza around the fountain in front of the Atkinson. And those flowers have been brought for those who were caught up in the disaster and those who lost their lives. There's also a book of condolence which has been placed in the Atkinson building, and members of the public are invited to sign that book. Now, the leader of Sefton Council has said that support for mental health going forward following this attack is absolutely absolutely vital. And she has said that tonight's vigil is an opportunity for the whole of the town to come together. Tony.
Livesey, listen, thank you very much. Livesey Prosser there reporting from that vigil in Southport. Yes, the leader of Sefton Council also said the offers of support we've had from across the world are much appreciated. And we mentioned earlier that Taylor Swift herself has responded with a message of sympathy. And as I said a few moments ago, her fans have already raised more than £100,000 for the victims who have been named. And we heard part of that vigil there. That was to remember Elise Da Silva Aguiar, who was 9, BB King, who was 6, and 7-year-old Elsie Stankham. You're listening to 5 Live. Tony Livesey with a news bulletin. We're going to return to our Olympic coverage very shortly, but we will keep across that story as the evening progresses here on 5 Live. It's 6:13.
this August. We're putting you at the heart of the action. Formula One, the 100, and US Open Tennis, all live this August.
Listen on BBC Radio 5 Live
and 5 Sports Extra.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
with Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Paris. This hour, we're going to continue to bring the, amongst other things, the women's team gymnastics final. Back with Ellie very shortly indeed. There earlier today, Team GB claimed their third gold of the Games. That came from Nathan Hales in the men's trap shooting. He broke the Olympic record. In the process, elsewhere, defending champion Charlotte Worthington is out of the BMX freestyle competition in the first round. Fellow Brit, though, Kieran Riley, is safely through to tomorrow's men's final. In the kayak singles, both Marilee Franklin and Joe Clark are through to the semis after today's heat. Still to come, Andy Murray and Dan Evans take to the court here at Roland Garros for their second round doubles match very shortly. They've got a pretty decent warm-up act, Jonathan Overend, at the moment.
Well, they've had a long wait, haven't they, Tony? It's been a very long day of matches on this court, Suzanne. Long credit to the spectators who've sat through it all, and they're not going anywhere because Carlos Alcaraz and Rafa Nadal are locked in a battle royal, really, with Talon Griekspoor and Wesley Koolhof from the Netherlands. Alcaraz and Nadal won the opening set, but it's tight in the second. Going with serve, Griekspoor, Koolhof ahead by 4-3. Alcaraz has just had to save a break point on his own serve. Rafa is really pumped for this. You can tell he's won Olympic medals before, knows what he's doing, desperately wants to see one out here over this tournament in Paris, a place he knows so well and has won so many Grand Slams in, of course, over the years. So it's one set to love, Alcaraz Nadal, but going with serve and tight 4-3 to the Dutch pair in the second set.
Cheers, Overs, and don't forget, stick with us, Andy Murray and Dan Evans on court after that match. Right, over to the women's rugby sevens, where the medals are going to be decided in the next hour or so. The bronze medal match is underway. It's the USA against Australia. World Cup winner Kat Merchants alongside Sarah Orchard.
Thanks ever so much, Tony. Yes, it's 7-all at the moment between the USA and Australia. So this is the bronze medal match. If it remains tied like this, we'll then go to what's called golden points. So basically the first point, whatever it is, will win the bronze medal. We're not quite at that stage yet, but you have to say, Kat Merchant coming into this, Australia were easy favourites, but much like their semi-final match where they were beaten by Canada, they are struggling.
Yeah, they're not keeping hold of the ball very well. They're getting hit backwards and then they're just passing it on to the next person, and it doesn't look as controlled as they have been previously. They always play very calm rugby and they've looked quite stressed.
Yeah, and worth saying that Madison Levi, who has broken the Olympic record for tries scored, 13 times she has touched down now in this Olympic tournament. Every time she gets her hands on the ball, there's about 3 Americans that jump on top of her to make sure that she doesn't go anywhere. Right then, so this continues. It's USA 7, Australia 7. 4 minutes to play to decide this bronze medal before we head into that golden point situation. And then coming up later at 6:45, New Zealand against Canada for the gold.
Sarah, thanks very much indeed. Back with Sarah and Kat later. We were talking earlier at the gymnastics, weren't we, about the ability to have a move named after you. So I'm going to go for it now with the 5 Live Olympics team. Conor McNamara has done an over-ender, which I'm going to try and work in, Conor, because he's here, there and everywhere. You've gone from BMX to football.
Yes, over-ending, under-ending, and currently watching the action at one of the jewels of the crown venues of French sport, the magnificent Velodrome in Marseille. New Zealand against France, final group game for these pair. The Kiwis beat Guinea 2-1 in their opening game, then they lost to the United States, so they need to take something from this game to keep alive the chances of progression. France have won both games they've played so far. Thierry Henry's team assured of progression with a point, but what's interesting is because in the other group Argentina have finished second, actually winning this group could be a bit of a poison chalice because you would get Argentina in the quarter-finals. Jean-Philippe Mateta is the France captain, and he is through to score for the French, the opening goal inside 19 minutes. What a brilliant end to the season he had in the Premier League with Crystal Palace. 13 goals in his final 13 Premier League games of the season, and Jean-Philippe Mateta has put France in front against New Zealand. France wearing their white shirts, The Kiwis, who normally wear white, are very reminiscent of their all-black rugby compatriots, but France have just carved through them there into the penalty area. Any suggestion Mateta was offside is nullified by the fact it was a back pass, so there won't be any long VAR review of that. Mateta dinking it over the goalkeeper, and Thierry Henry's team are up and running in Marseille. New Zealand 0, France 1.
Great stuff, Connor. Some quality over-ending. Thank you very much. I'll get it going if it kills me before the end of this Olympics. Thank you very much indeed. Kelly Cates will be with you in the next 15 minutes. She's going to keep across all the gymnastic action. There's a big night of swimming as well. Team GB favourites for gold in the 4x200 metres men's freestyle final. All that to come. But talking of gymnastics, let's get back to Lewis and Ellie.
Yes, well, at the halfway stage of this team final, GB's women have moved up to 4th place.
Yeah,
which is positive.
They're in a very good position, especially with bars to go. They're going to put in some really good scores, hopefully, with Becky and Georgia and Alice. But, I think we'll take that. I think Brazil had a bit of a scrappy beam. So Brazil have got some climbing up to do to try and get back to that medal contention. But they do have vault to go, which is obviously Andrade's speciality.
Yeah, having a scrappy beam, it sounds a bit like something that you go into the DIY store on a Sunday afternoon to try and sort out, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if they could have sorted out their beam by nipping into the DIY store, but they certainly won't be over the moon with how beam's gone, but they've still got 2 apparatus left to kind of pick it back up.
This is the thing, isn't it? Everybody has to go on beam at some point, and that is the point that you can easily drop down, and GB will go last on beam. But as you say, they are traditionally strong on uneven bars. Becky Downey has made the final. She's the only one of this group of gymnasts who have actually qualified for an individual apparatus final. But she's a really good operator on the uneven bars.
She is, and she doesn't have the pressure of trying to qualify again for an apparatus final. She's done that, so now she can go out there for this team final and put it all on the line and say, right, let's make a statement. Let's give the team the best score possible, and also show the judges why I'm one to be considered for the apparatus final in a few days. So, yeah, lots to play for. America, Jordan, Chile's about to go on beam, and she's off.
Oh
no! She mounted the beam with a front somersault, and she just couldn't get it underneath her feet, and she came off. But let's see how she recovers.
This is what can happen, as we were saying, on the beam. It's really unforgiving. You've got to be so... I suppose having that low centre of gravity is important to be able to do these extraordinary just tumbles like she has just pulled off successfully, and looking a bit more confident now.
Yeah, I mean, she just picked it back up with a back walk over flick, and not a millimetre of hesitation, so she's back in her stride. It's a testament to her strength of mind as well, to have a fall at the start and then to come back onto the beam and try and finish off effectively the whole of your routine. It's a tough ask, but she's going through, split leaps, building the connection, gearing up towards what can only be feeling as a big dismount, which she'll need to get that score back up. She's moving well. Change leg split leap. On the end of the beam. Focusing. Building towards a dismount, which she's about to do. She runs down, double pike, sticks it dead, and says, how about that? I know I fell, but take any more from me.
That's a nerve settler, real nerve settler. Alice Kinsella is about to go on the uneven bars in the meantime, so just turning our attention over to her bronze medalist from Tokyo, and not at times looking as if she's been the happiest to be here. Struggled slightly at the end of her vault, but she's swinging nicely now on the uneven bars.
She is. She's done 2 release and catches so far. She's done a pike Jaeger and a straddle Kachev, and she's just done a third now, a Ginger. She's moving well. Feet together, locked, tight, no mistakes. Oh, a little stumble on the double front dismount. That's very unfortunate. It's such a clean routine, and then just had a few steps on the dismount, but she stayed up. She didn't fall. So she'll have a few deductions from the judges. But a few deductions is better than a mark off for falling. So
She just looks frustrated with herself, doesn't she? That, as you say, when she's completed the routine really nicely and done everything that she's supposed to do, because you have a number of required elements, don't you, on every piece of apparatus, the things you have to do that the judges are ticking off as they're going through the routines, and she completed all of that. But then what are the deductions for stepping out off the landing? You lose points, don't you?
Yeah, if it's
with a dismount as well.
A small step is a 0.1 deduction, so it's relatively small, but when you take 2 or 3 large ones like Alice did there, they're 0.3 at a time, so it can be 0.3, then 0.6, then 0.9, and it can add up. So she'll be frustrated because she made a mistake in the qualifying, and I think she would have felt like this is a chance to right some wrongs and go out there and do a perfect routine. But I mean, it was a good routine. It was just a few steps on the dismount.
So we'll wait to see what the scores are for Alice Kinsella on the uneven bars. Becky Downey's still to come. She has got a move named after her, Tony. The Downey, apparently. Well, I can tell you, it's a Stalder backwards on the high bar with a counter pike, reverse Hecht over high bar to hang.
Thought it was. I just needed you to double confirm.
That's one of the few things I actually wrote down in my prep. Did I get that right, Lewis?
Yeah, it's hard to picture what it looks like over the radio, but yeah, as a gymnast brain, that's exactly it.
So try and put it in words of one syllable.
So she's swinging around the A bars. She comes down into a straddled position, goes around the bottom of the bar in a straddled position, and then flings herself up over the top and then release and catch, and then catches the bar again. I don't know if that made it any easier or more complicated.
I think you've definitely clarified that for me anyway. Tony.
Yeah, Ellis, Ellie, have you done any over-ending this Olympics? Just checking as I try to weave it in.
Switching sports.
Yeah.
Well, only in the sense that as you know, I'm aware that my voice is still not where it should be, so I probably should be hiding in my room at every moment rather than, and I'm not at the gymnastics hall, but the other night, over and put a message on the group chat and said, listen, if you're not in the tennis arena, if you're not at Roland Garros this evening to watch Andy Murray in what could be his last ever match, what are you thinking about? Take a long, hard look at yourself. So I thought, yeah, some of my favourite moments in sport have been watching Andy Murray. Same for you as well, Tony, I know, at Wimbledon. I loved watching him at Rio winning his gold medal in the singles. And I looked then at the metro map, and Roland Garros is literally 6 metro stops away. Yeah. And I thought, I will never forgive myself if I don't see his big farewell. And then, of course, it wasn't his big farewell. It was the unbelievable comeback. I mean, one of the greatest moments, I think, that I'll witness at these Olympic Games. So I'm kind of over-ending in the sense that it was inspired by over-end.
Yes, well, you might have to over-end again to see if it's the end tonight. I'm getting lost in my ends now. I'm going, Ellie. I'll be back with you shortly, Ellie and Lewis at the gymnastics, because there's been a shock, Sarah Orchard, in the rugby sevens.
Oh, scenes in the Stade de France as the USA have taken the bronze medal. Australia, who were the favourites to go all the way and contest for the gold against New Zealand, have lost their semi-final. They've now lost this bronze medal match, and all credit to the USA and Alex Cedric, who scored the try of her life, Cat Merchant.
Yeah, I mean, they just came out, they were ferocious, I think would be the word to sum them up. They were so aggressive in their defence. Their running lines were just savage, and they just really showed up. And Australia had opportunities to score. They dropped the ball over the line. They made errors, which they don't normally do. But I tell you what, the close-ups of the players' faces just tells such a story. All are crying. USA out of happiness, but Australia they can't believe it. They're in shock.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. The Australian players, they are all in floods of tears. They've only just picked themselves up off the pitch. The USA are going to be celebrating into the night. And one player we've been talking about a lot in this Games, Tony, is Eleanor, who became the biggest social media followed rugby player in the whole world during this game. She started the Games at around 1.2 million followers. I just checked, she's gone up to 1.8 million, and she just won a bronze medal. I can see that easily tipping 2 million. She is such a star. So there you go. Bronze medal goes to USA, but still a gold and silver to decide at 6:45 between New Zealand and Canada.
Sarah, thank you. Thanks to Kat as well. More from the Rugby Sevens as the night goes along. Let's go to the man himself now. We're over-ending with overs at the tennis.
Actually, if you saw what was going on in this studio, it would take on a whole different complexion. But anyway, Carlos Alcaraz, wonderful volley at the net. What a match this is turning into. Nadal Karath against Griekspoor and Koolhof, the Dutch pair. Capacity crowd on court, Suzanne Longlon. Why they didn't put this on Chatrier, I've got no idea. The centre court of Roland Garros. The Spaniards lead the first set 6-4, they won it, and it's 5 games all in the second. Murray and Evans waiting for the end of this one.
Yeah, cheers, Jonathan. Why they didn't put it on here, I don't know, because I could have watched it. I suppose I've got Iga Swiatek in front of me, so that's not too bad. Right, let's go back to the gymnastics. Lewis and Ellie.
Just watching Georgia May Fenton now on the uneven bars, Lewis.
Yeah, she's swinging well, full field with releasing catches. Big dismount, pulling back out. You can see a little smile there. Go on, Georgia, celebrate, enjoy it. That was,
she just kind of went, dang, didn't she? She did that kind of... So there was something in there that maybe she could have done. I mean, she's got a smile now on her face, which is good. And that is the big cheer as well. I mean, I don't need to tell you that a big cheer is for an American gymnast, do I? Because that was Sunisa Lee on the beam. No problems with staying on the beam for Sunny Lee. But Georgia May Fenton just really working those bars. It's all about the catch and release, isn't it? And it's about change of position, low to high, the rotations in the air, so double rotations she was doing then from low to high. I mean, how tricky is that?
Yeah.
I mean, everything is tricky. I mean, let's face it.
She's packed it full of difficulty, doing shaps from top to bottom bars, and the catch with a half turn out, straight to the bottom bar, building connection. I mean, she should be really happy with that routine, and she didn't look overly too pleased when she finished. But it's a team final. You're not going to be pushing for a gold medal. If you do your routine clean, have fun, enjoy it, embrace it. She should be so happy with what she's just done. Fantastic dismount.
Yeah, landing was good.
Yeah.
It was a good it was a good.
Well done, Georgia.
Yeah. So she shouldn't beat herself up. Just zipping up the chalk bag. There you go. Smiling at the camera, a little wave at the camera as well. We just want kind of a bit of a smile, but because the momentum is so important, isn't it?
It is, and
in a competition like this,
you've got to soak in the atmosphere. You're going around with what is arguably the greatest generation of American gymnasts that's ever lived. And, the crowd are fantastic. It's an Olympic Games. We're back in Paris. We have a crowd this time, unlike Tokyo. Embrace it, have fun. You're doing clean routines, build that momentum. But, it's
tense. It's different. It's different from any other competition. I mean, one thing that you notice when you're in here is that even though you've got, as we say, one of the biggest stars in the world at the moment in Simone Biles, she still carries her bag like everyone else. Everyone has these big bags full of stuff and their tracksuits, and each time they're moving around, they're carrying it all and putting it on a chair next to them. 14.0 for Georgia May Fenton in her bars routine, and Lewis has been keeping close eyes on what they did in qualifying as well, whether that's an improvement or about the same as she did before.
Well, yeah, Georgia got a 12.8 on bars.
It's a big improvement.
Yeah, so that's
1.2.
Yeah, 1.2 up.
That's good. So any points gained is good. I mean, we're still very much in with an outside chance of a GB bronze medal here because ahead of them are China and also Italy who did really well. But you're looking positive.
Yeah, I mean, from qualifications, we're at the minute 2.4 marks up on what we did a few days ago. So we've still got Becky to go on bars, and then we can have a better understanding of where we're going to look after this next rotation. But yeah, they should be very happy.
As the competition unravels, of course, you get the different teams on the different pieces of apparatus scoring lower or higher as they go along, depending on difficulty, depending on the specialisations in the team as well. So when we get to the final rotation, when GB will be on beam, as we said, which is, always slightly worrying. I just watching the GB team now having a little dance down there as well. To the can, I don't know whether they're actually doing the can-can, but we've got a version of the can-can going on in the background. So just maybe...
If Becky does her clean bars routine, we'll do the can-can, won't we?
Well, you can. You can. I cannot. So Becky Downey, let's talk a bit about Becky Downey. As we said, she made her Olympic debut at the age of 16 in Beijing. She then went to London as part of the team and then missed out, not selected for Tokyo. And the controversy around that was quite damaging, I think, in lots of ways probably for Becky, because she had the tragedy just on the eve of the qualifying tournament of the sudden death of her brother. And that obviously meant that she withdrew from that qualifying, and then they actually staged a separate qualifying event, didn't they, for Becky? And she still wasn't selected, along with her sister Ellie. And I think both the Downey sisters were really quite bitter about the way they were treated at that time.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more and a lot more depth to the ins and outs of that whole period and what transpired. They don't feel they were given a pretty fair shake at what happened, and the separate competition that they were given was kind of in a sports hall, an empty sports hall with just an A bar set up, and it was cold, and it was there's lots of different reasons why. I feel like she was a bit hard done by, if I'm being honest, but it's good to see her here, and the fact that she's the only apparatus finalist, I think, speaks words for just how valuable she is to the GB team.
She's taken her headphones off, small smile, but otherwise a very serious face from 32-year-old Becky Downey. What can she do for Team GB here on the asymmetric bars?
So she mounts the bars. Upstart, kip to handstand, clean. Hits the handstand with the full turn, straight into the straddle Kachev half, down to the bottom bar, getting that connection. Come on, Becky. Shap to the top bar, stole the Kachev. Well done, Becky, this is good work. That's her move there, that's the Downey, straight to the bottom bar. Again, building connection. She's swinging well, Ellie. She's swinging well. This is looking very good for Becky Downey. Come on, Becky. Big dismount. Sticks the landing, and that is how you do a bars routine when it counts. Well done, Becky Downey.
Absolute perfection from Becky Downey. That dismount was nailed to the floor. And she looks so relieved, and she's just hugged by everyone. You can see how much it means to her. When this is your equipment, when this is your piece of apparatus that you specialise in, that you won medals on, if you've won world medals on, she's an MBE. She is the most experienced member of this team by a long, long way. And she has justified her recall to this Olympic team. And now over to the right, Simone Biles on the beam.
Oh, you could hear a pin drop in this arena until the floor music starts. But she's moving well, Simone. She's the last up on this beam for America. It'll be more important than ever to go clean after the full Jordan had going up first. But she's crouched down. She does a triple spin and holds it well. There was a little wobble, but she's held on. She's now up on the beam. A free walkover. Big straddle jump. Slowly building the difficulty and trying to give the judges no reason to take deductions. She does the back flip, back layout into another layout, clean, no wobbles. Any kind of arm movements or shakes of loss of balance, the judges will be there to take deductions. And she's just had one there. That's the first time she's had a little falter up on the beam. But she's 1 minute and 2 seconds into her beam routine. Just the dismount to go. Flick, fulling back out, little hop, and there's the smile. It says it all. There's a little nod to the cameras. Look at the row of cameras all down there, capturing Simone's reaction from that beam routine, and she spotted them and gave them a little nod to say it was close, but I stayed on that beam. Watch me go.
We talk so much about comebacks, don't we, and redemption stories in sport, but the cameras that were pointing at Simone Biles 3 years ago in Tokyo in very unhappy circumstances are now pointing at a happy Simone Biles, and that's a big score for Becky Downey on bars as well. That is up from 14.66 she got in qualifying, 14.933, and that is among one of the highest scores that we've seen on bars in this whole Olympic competition so far. So that is going to really improve GB's standing. And we'll know more when we get to the end of this rotation because we've still got routines to come on floor for Brazil and China, and waiting for the scores as well for beam from the USA and also from Italy. And when we see those scores, Tony, we'll know what needs to happen and whether there is a chance for GB in this final rotation of this team final.
Yeah, Ellie, great stuff. Thank you. I might have to save this question for another 4 years in case I might not get asked back. But how irritating I know Simone Biles is pretty good, but how irritating when you're trying to do the beam and you can hear that floor music going on in the background. I mean, Lewis, is that a consideration?
Oh,
it was a distracted me, and I was trying to concentrate on her on the beam.
If I was doing beam, I would prefer a little bit of music in the background. When she first started, you could have heard a pin drop, and that to me is more terrifying than having a bit of music going. So
yeah, and then you got the floor person who's performing to the Muppets theme or something like that. They don't do the Muppets.
So yeah,
but kind of bursting. No, but of course the guys don't. You don't do your floor routine to music, do you?
No, we have like elevator music playing in the background. A bit like you can hear like ambiance music type playing. But I would love to do a floor routine to music.
Listen,
do some body popping.
Just get him in the rhinestones already, Tony. It's just he's desperate.
He's got form for dancing, hasn't he?
He has. Just a bit.
Yeah. Right, guys. Thank you. Back with Ellie and Lewis very short. There's loads coming up this evening. There's more top quality gymnastics. There's great swimming to come from the Defence Arena, and who can forget Andy Murray's up next here at Roland Garros. To take you through all that, Kelly Cates will be with us very, very shortly indeed. Let's just break for the news now, though, on 5 Live. Here's Stuart Clarkson.